Pokémon. The trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326. Intricate Underground Caves. The cold wind shuttled through the darkness, and ZHE couldn't help but tighten the backpack on his back. At this moment, he had entered the dark cave. This extremely quiet and uninhabited underground cave gave people a feeling of being a little creepy. Boo-woo, the electric dragon, looked around in front of him, and its tail emitted an extremely bright light. This ray of light also brought ZHE a sufficient sense of security. No matter how good the eyesight is, people will inevitably feel a little scared and unfamiliar in a state of complete darkness. Flame Chicken, do you sense the stranger's Wava guide? ZHE turned his head and asked the Flame Chicken with his eyes closed. No. Flame Chicken opened his eyes and shook his head slowly. ZHE frowned. It seems that the trainers who got lost in the maze must have gone deep into the dark cave for a long time, at least out of the approximate location range of the dark cave that was demarcated at the beginning. This is also a very normal thing. After all, the cave dug by the Earth Dragon Brother extends in all directions. Or, the Earth Dragon Brother tribe that came from nowhere dug into the range of the dark cave. It was unlikely that the trainers who had already lost their way would stay in this area. He just came here with a glimmer of hope. What if this was a matter of life and death? So he had to rule out all possibilities. Tetsuya squatted down and looked carefully at the traces on the ground under the dazzling light ball at the tail of the lightning dragon. Unfortunately, due to the tide, the traces of human walking that should have been left were almost invisible. Even though Tetsuya had good eyesight, he could not infer the direction in which the lost people went through these faint traces. It seems that I can only use the most brutal way to check it bit by bit, Tetsuya thought with a heavy face. This was also the main reason why Sushin was worried that he would not be able to find people quickly in the afternoon. This kind of search method, like digging 3 feet into the ground, was very time consuming, even if he had the Flame Chicken that mastered the Wava guide. Unless he was a psychic, and a very powerful one, he could directly use his psychic power to scan the entire cave to find people. Otherwise, 7 or 8 hours would probably not be enough for him to find the survivors. The Wava guide was strong, but it was still not enough in terms of range. Dangoro, please listen to the sound underground. However, he did have Pokémon that could shorten the time needed to search. Dangoro. The huge rock monster nodded obediently. A smile appeared on the corner of Tetsuya's mouth. When it comes to finding things, his Pokémon are all professionals. You know, when doing bounty missions in the wild, the biggest difficulty is not the battle, but the process of searching. TSK, but we still have to find time to cultivate a psychic Pokémon. Tetsuya led his 3 companions to search and think. This was the nth time he had thought of this question during the mission. The advantages of psychic Pokémon can be fully reflected at this time. In addition to finding people faster, ensuring safety is also a very important aspect. It's not that Flame Chicken can't guarantee it, but that psychic Pokémon will react faster, and it is easier to prevent themselves from being seriously injured. It's just that psychic Pokémon are too rare, especially those that suit his taste. Relatively speaking, the reasonable way to cultivate psychic Pokémon, that is, the method of training superpowers, which only a few people know, is easier for him. After all, he could ask Serona. Her best friend Catalia is a very powerful psychic and psychic trainer, and has a full say in this regard. If it doesn't work, find an opportunity to ask Nancy as an alternative. The main reason is that the attitude of this psychic queen makes ZHE a little confused. Otherwise he thinks she is quite reassuring, especially when it comes to psychic matters. As time goes by, ZHE also goes deeper and deeper into this intricate underground cave. The notes in his hand, used to record the general route, have changed from a few strokes at the beginning to countless coils entangled together. Now he finally understands why no one is willing to accept the rescue mission issued by Sushin. This is not a place where you can walk out by perception. Without excellent memory and observation skills, you may not know where you are after taking a few more turns. ZHE felt very confused. Even if he has excellent abilities, he can't help but repeat it 4 or 5 times in this situation. In this way, the efficiency of the rescue will be reduced a lot. He took out the Silif brand detection instrument he got from his friend and took a look. According to the instrument, he is now 200 meters underground. The surrounding humidity is very heavy and the air is relatively thin, but maintained at an acceptable level. Forget about the signal. At this depth, and with the influence of energy, it is impossible for the signal to be connected to the outside. Fortunately, his detection instrument is advanced enough and has its own database, otherwise it would not be able to analyze the environment at all. So, in fact, Senior Sushin doesn't know whether those guys are still alive. ZHE also sighed. Fortunately, ordinary people would not have the courage to go to Yanmo City through the abandoned dark cave. The few people who got into trouble were all trainers. Being a trainer means that they at least have good survival ability in the wild, and it also means that their space backpacks should store enough food to support them for a long time. This is a must for every trainer, and ZHE is the same. Whenever he goes to the wild, his space backpack will definitely contain compressed food and water that can last for half a month. In the most extreme state, this support time can even be extended to 1 month. And he has Pokémon. If he is desperate, it is not a big problem to be a Robinson Crusoe in the Pokémon world. It seems that there are indeed moles. They put away the detector and found some clues at the bottom of the cave passage. The soil pile was raised. This is the best evidence of moles passing by. These little guys who move about 1 meter below the soil will definitely leave such a path to show that they have been here. This is a trace that even a flood cannot cover up. Down while thinking, Flame Chicken suddenly appeared in front of Zay and took a defensive posture. A white flame with a hint of blue-green flashed at the entrance of the cave not far away. Zay, who had experienced 9-year compulsory education in his previous life, changed his face. I don't sense the existence of Wava guides. Flame Chicken's voice sounded in his heart. I know, let's go and have a look. They nodded carefully, put down the gas mask that came with the expedition suit, and put it on his face, and then walked over with his companions. Entering the fork, a pile of bones appeared in front of him. Sure enough, he was sure in his heart. The eerie flame just now was phosphorus fire. It's too long since the death to confirm, but it should be a human male, and it looks like an unknown unlucky guy. After carefully looking at the appearance of the skeleton, ZHE also made a simple judgment. Under the floods that appear every day, it is not easy for this unlucky guy to have a formed skeleton gathered in one place. He looked around the skeleton and found nothing else. It was probably washed away. Then ZHE left here. After all, the phosphine that causes phosphorus fire is highly toxic. As for why phosphorus fire suddenly appeared, it is probably due to the Flame Chicken. In such a humid environment, phosphorus fire should not be produced, but the body of the Flame Chicken always emits intense heat, which directly ignites the phosphine. So, where would this guy be originally? Standing at a central point with many connections, ZHE also looked around. Flame Chicken. He suddenly said. Oh, it's scary. Although ZHE didn't say anything, the Flame Chicken, who had a tacit understanding with him, understood his thoughts at the first time. I saw that the Flame Chicken began to emit a red-hot breath. Phosphorescent fire flashed again. There. Tetsuya immediately caught the fleeting color. Go deeper. Keep going deeper. The surrounding soil gradually turned lighter from the initial dark color. Taking out the detection instrument, he saw that the moisture level here was already very low. In other words, this is a high point, which can avoid floods to a certain extent. Under the light of the lightning dragon, Tetsuya made a judgment and recorded this special location in the notebook. This is not the first place he has found to avoid floods. Presumably, those trainers who died should be able to find similar locations. I hope so. Boo-hoo. The lightning dragon raised a fragment on the ground and handed it to Tetsuya with its shining tail. Thank you. Tetsuya touched its little head. Looking at the fragment of the Pokeball in his hand, he fell into thought. There are traces of mole teeth, which looks like a mole biting it. But there are also black traces of burning, and moles don't have any fire-related damage skills. So it should be that other wild Pokémon attacked this guy, and then the mole bit the discarded Pokéball. This guy's strength is a bit weak. Zay quickly sorted out the general process of the other party's murder. By the way, he also complained in his heart with disrespect for the dead. Although he didn't know what Pokémon it was, judging from the traces left on the fragments, the strength of this Pokémon must not be that strong. If it's not too weak, then it's not vigilant. No, or it may be that it is too weak to resist. However, he quickly thought of another possibility. This possibility made Zay silent for a while. Let's go, let's keep looking. He threw the fragments on the ground and continued to walk to other places with his 3 companions. 1 hour, 2 hours, something's wrong. Zay narrowed his eyes after discovering human bones again. This is the 6th body he has found during this period. Moreover, the marks left at the location where each corpse was killed were all burnt. When Blaziken confirmed the residual energy properties on the burn marks again, it said that there was a very gloomy feeling on them. Is it a ghost type Pokémon? Tetsuya said to himself. In this environment, it is indeed possible for ghost type Pokémon to survive. So, what kind of Pokémon could it be? He stood there and began to think. Granite, use gravity. Suddenly, he shouted. A yellowish brown light instantly surged out. GI, a sharp and piercing cry sounded, and the voice was full of panic. A short humanoid creature with a dark purple body appeared from the crack of the cave under the pressure of Granite's skills. Soul-catching eyes. Dark Pokémon, evil and ghost type Pokémon, have gem-like eyes, which allow them to see the surroundings even in very weak light. They mainly live deep underground and use sharp claws to dig the soil. Their main food is stones, ores and even gems. Their sharp razor-shaped teeth are their eating tools, and also very powerful weapons. The introduction of this elf flashed through Zay's mind. According to ancient rumors, this kind of elf living underground, or in caves, will capture people's souls when its eyes emit strange light in the dark, which is why it is called the soul-snatching eye. However, the soul-snatching eye in front of Zay is trying its best to curl up its weak body, indicating that it is not a threat. The soul-snatching eye is full of fear at this time. It was just hiding in the dark and sneaking around as usual, but it never thought that it would encounter a tough guy. The momentum of the 3 elves in front of it clearly told the soul-snatching eye a fact that it is a younger brother in their eyes, just like it bullied its brother too long. Is it this little guy? It's not right, Zay muttered. The reputation of the soul-snatching eye is indeed average, but in fact, this kind of elf is not too fierce. Even among the 2 categories of evil elves and ghost elves, this guy can be regarded as friendly. The reason why it has a bad reputation is mainly because it lives in the dark for a long time, which makes them like to play pranks. To put it more directly, many people don't mind keeping this little guy as a pet at home. This would be impossible for other ghost type Pokémon. Moreover, the normal level strength of the soul-snatching eye in front of him doesn't look like it can attack the trainer. GI feeling that the giant rock monster was just restraining itself and had no next move, the soul-snatching monster made a sound like begging for mercy to Zaya. It knew that this strange guy with little combat ability was the leader, just like it had met before. Blazing Chicken, ask it if there are any Pokémon living in the nearby caves. Zaya said to the alert Flaming Chicken on the side. Next Flaming Chicken nodded. The blue wave spread. Zaya even felt that the gem-like eyes of the soul-snatching eye revealed surprise and wonder. There are many types of Pokémon languages, which can be simply understood as the difference between Mandarin, dialects, and ethnic languages in the previous life. Many Pokémon only know dialects and not Mandarin, so it is actually very difficult to communicate. At least Soul-Snatching Eyes has not met a second Pokémon that can communicate with it. But since they can communicate, everything is easy. Feeling the wave of the flame chicken, the young soul-catching eye said that his life should not be in great danger this time. Chapter 327, Soul Stealing. GG.GI. The call of the soul-catching eyes echoed in the cave passage deep underground. Taking advantage of this time, ZHE also took a good look at the extremely thin elf in front of him. The appearance of the soul-catching eyes is infinitely close to the goblins in the novels of the previous life. At the same time, the big head and big eyes with thin arms and thin legs look very much like the legendary aliens. Well, this little guy is still worth a bit. ZHE also stared at the gem on its chest and the pattern on its body and thought to himself. If his memory is correct, the surface characteristics of this soul-catching eye indicate that there should be a production point of rock gems in this cave. This conclusion can be drawn mainly because the components of the gems eaten by the soul-catching eye will emerge on the surface of the body. Although the emerging patterns are ever changing, people have still deduced the approximate patterns corresponding to many common gems based on the data. The pattern on the body of the soul-catching eye in front of him is mainly in the form of an egg pattern, and there are also scattered spirals distributed regularly. This is a typical effect of long-term consumption of rock gems. As a rock gem that can increase the energy of rock attributes, the price in the market is still quite good, especially since the demand is very high, so it is not difficult to sell. Moreover, for the giant rock monster, the rock gem is also a relatively good supplementary food. Next, Flame Chicken turned around and shouted helplessly to his trainer. Okay, I won't look at it, you guys continue. ZHE also raised his hands to show his innocence. He turned around and started to play with the lightning dragon. The hair on the head of the scared soul was relieved. The look of that guy just now seemed to want to eat it, which was really too scary for the Pokémon. You continue. Flame Chicken's wave guide sounded in the heart of the soul, and the extremely friendly wave also made the soul more relieved. That guy has been floating in the sky. There is a black thing on his head, just like the food on my head. Then its eyes are bright, and there is fire burning in its body. Its hands are very long, and a very fragrant thing will come out of its body with a whoosh. The soul-snatching eyes spoke in his own language, while gesturing to the Flame Chicken. However, due to the limited culture, his description has a strong abstract meaning. The Flame Chicken twitched his mouth. What kind of feeling does it give you? But since it was not thinking for itself anyway, the Flame Chicken quickly gave up the entanglement and continued to improve the image of this unknown elf. It's terrible, it's very fierce, and it's very powerful. It's much stronger than those guys who can only dig holes, and it's also a little stronger than me. Of course, it's still a lot worse than you. The soul-snatching eyes said hurriedly, and finally didn't forget to hold the Flame Chicken. I don't know how it has learned this skill without a teacher, since it has been living underground. It's probably because life is precious. Is it similar to the energy fluctuations in your body? Flame felt that this information was not enough, so he asked again. It's about the same. Soul-snatching eyes was a little unsure. To be honest, it didn't dare to show up when the other party appeared. How is it? There saw that both Pokémon fell into silence, so he turned his head to look at Flamia. Flamia repeated soul-snatching eyes description just now with the Wava guide. Similar energy fluctuations, that is, they are both ghost type Pokémon. They judged this first. And then, like the food on the top of the head, he subconsciously looked at the stalactites on his head, which means that this Pokémon has a sharp protrusion on its head, right? The way its eyes light up, is it this, or this? Zaya took out items of different colors from his backpack for soul-snatching eyes to identify. Soul-snatching eyes immediately pointed to the yellow bullfruit. Yellow eyes, and flames burning in the body? Zaya pondered for a moment. In addition to the sharp protrusion on the top of the head, he roughly locked on several types of Pokémon. Is this it? Turning the Pokémon's page to a Pokémon, Zaya held it up and asked the Haunted Eyes. Jijiji Haunted Eyes nodded frantically. It's this guy, no wonder. Zaya sighed. Lantern Pokémon, the oil lamp Pokémon, is the evolved form of candlelight. It will absorb the life energy of humans and Pokémons together with candlelight, leading them to the road to the spirit world. In this way, the fragrant thing that Haunted Eyes mentioned in the body should be the life energy of humans and Pokémons. Although it uses gems and minerals as food, as a ghost Pokémon, life energy is of course an excellent delicacy for Haunted Eyes. According to legend, Lantern Pokémon will absorb the souls of the dead and use the souls to fuel its own flames. Presumably, those poor victims should have become supplements for Lantern Pokémon. It's a bit troublesome. Zay narrowed his eyes. However, it is still good news. At least there is no Darkstone underground here, and Lantern Pokémon has not evolved into Crystal Lantern. Otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Compared to the Lamp Ghost, which is weak and can only absorb the souls of dying people, the Crystal Lamp Spirit can even hypnotize, or even directly burn the souls of healthy humans or elves with the flickering flames on its body. As long as there is enough time, The Walking Dead is the best description of these victims, which is even more terrifying than death. Even if the scope is limited to the extremely scary ghost-type elves, the crystal lamp spirit is at the top of the list of the elves you least want to encounter in the wild. No one would be willing to try the taste of having their soul burned. Can you find it? They asked the flame chicken. Pangyangui is definitely not good enough. The lamp ghost floating in the air is its natural nemesis in this regard. The flame chicken shook its head slowly. If the distance is close enough, maybe it can be found through the Wava guide and the fluctuation of flame energy. It added. TSK. They smacked his lips. This possibility is not great. The light ghost is a very patient and cunning Pokémon. If it hadn't detected the life energy overflowing when they were about to die, it would probably not appear in front of them. Who made him surrounded by 3 Pokémon with extremely powerful energy fluctuations. ZHEU was not worried about his own safety. After all, even if a rare Pokémon like the light ghost appeared here, its strength could not be that strong. With the protection of partners such as Flame Chicken, he was unlikely to be in danger of his life. But for the trainers who were trapped in this maze before, it was different. The level of the candlelight spirit that naturally evolved into the light ghost was about 40, which was a high level among the elite levels. Coupled with the weirdness of the ghost system, the combat ability of the light ghost was extremely strong. Especially in terms of harassment and playing with people's hearts. The talent of the ghost Pokémon was fully demonstrated. It's going to speed up. ZHEU's face was very serious. The light ghost didn't dare to attack him actively, but it must be happy to attack those weak guys to speed up the process of death. Or in its view, this should be a good thing. But before that, Zay cast his eyes towards the haunted eyes, curled up under the rock wall, revealing what he thought was a very kind smile. Devil, this guy is a devil. Although Haunted Eyes has no concept of demons, the emotions revealed in its eyes are like this. Its eyes were full of grief and anger when it looked at Zay. Not bad. Zay threw the last rock gem into his backpack. Little guy, are you sure you didn't hide it this time? His smiling voice echoed in Haunted Eyes' ears. Haunted Eyes, who was grieving for the food he had lost, shook his head quickly. It was gone. It was really gone. Okay. Zay stood up and stretched his long legs, which were a little numb from squatting for a long time. It was a pleasant surprise to be able to get 8 rock gems. At first, he thought that this little guy would only have 3 or 4 at most, but he didn't expect it to double. It seems that the output of rock gems here is not small. In this regard, Haunted Eye said that this was his treasured collection for the past 2 or 3 years, and he would not be willing to eat it unless it was time. After working so hard for so long, all the food was snatched away by an ugly guy who came from nowhere. ZHE was in a good mood without knowing what the ghost eye was thinking. He took out the common Pokémon food for evil Pokémon from his backpack and put it on the ground. This thing can also be eaten. It tastes very good. Just consider it as an exchange. He didn't think he was a bad person, and he still had to give something back after taking someone's things. The reason why he gave the food for evil Pokémon instead of ghost Pokémon was mainly because the latter was more expensive, and he had fewer spares in his backpack. Moreover, the ghost eye, whose first attribute was evil, must not value ghost type food that much. It was definitely not, because he was stingy. The ghost eye tore open the can with one claw, and took a Pokémon food without hesitation to taste it. Although the guy in front of him was very bad, he also understood in a short time that the other party would not hurt him for no reason. The next moment, the ghost eye, who had never tasted such delicious food, let out a cry of enjoyment. This feeling, which was completely different from absorbing the energy of the rock gem, made it very comfortable. Eat sparingly, I don't know when I'll see you again. Zay and his bodyguards walked away, their voices getting quieter. Haunted Eyes watched them leave, picked up the can, and ran back to his lair. See you next time. Sorry, never again. Zay, who continued to search for the victims, was still sighing for his kind attitude. He was such a good man that he didn't choose to knock Haunted Eyes unconscious to rob them, but to exchange with it. Entering a cave again, Zay looked at his watch. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. 4 hours had passed since he entered the dark cave, but he had nothing to gain except human skeletons and elves. 5 more hours, leave half an hour to go to a safe place and hope to find those guys later. They exhaled deeply. Thank you for your hard work, he said to his 3 companions. Compared to himself, the electric dragon flame chicken and the giant rock monster were the ones who really suffered. Boohoo Zayamo Dangoro. The 3 elves squinted their eyes and smiled. It was just to find something. They were not tired at all. Well, keep going. Zay looked at the dark cave in front of him and raised his legs to go deeper. The intricate cave passages were echoed from time to time by the activities of elves. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been depressed in this situation. Unfortunately, they never thought that he was an ordinary person. A gust of cold wind blew. Zayamo Flame Chicken called helplessly. Zay loosened his arms around it with some embarrassment. He was definitely not depressed, but just a little scared. He didn't feel this way originally, but since he knew that there were still ghosts of lights here, he felt his skin was cold. They knew it was an illusion. Although the temperature in the underground cave was not high and there was wind, with the help of the constant temperature exploration suit, he couldn't feel cold. However, after coming to the elf world for so long, he really had never seen a ghost type elf in the wild, except for the soul catching eyes just now. It's hard not to be a little scared. This is a ghost type Pokémon that can absorb people's souls. In the previous life, it would be a ghost. I wasn't afraid of ghosts in the previous life, because there were no ghosts in the previous world, but the Pokémon world is different. Huh. Zaire sniffed and made a puzzled sound. Next Flame Chicken nodded to the trainer who was looking at him, indicating that he also smelled it. Let's go. Zaire immediately put aside the faint fear and strode forward. This burnt smell gave him a very bad feeling. Sure enough, Zaire walked in the direction of the smell, and his face became very ugly. This time, what appeared in front of him was a dark pile of coke. Next to it, the broken Pokémon watches and Pokéballs scattered on the ground seemed to be silently telling something. The time of death is within 2 hours. Did the light ghost discover my arrival and feel threatened? He squatted down to check his body and came to a conclusion that he was not willing to face. This is different from the human skeletons that were found before, which almost died of natural causes. It can fully explain the current thoughts of the light ghost. Since we can't wait, we might as well kill it, have a full meal and then hide. For the Pokémon in the wild, it is normal to have such thoughts, especially the ghost type Pokémon with an extremely long life. But this also verifies an idea of Zay. It seems that, even after devouring so many souls, the slight ghost still hasn't broken through to the Quasi King. If not, the light ghost would have come to harass him and his Pokémon a long time ago. Of course, it is also possible that it is going to deal with them last. No matter what, we have to find the victim quickly. Zay put away the watch and Pokéball on the ground and took a box to pack up the charred ashes. This is the only thing that can prove the identity of the victim. I can't let you kill like this. Chapter 328 Ending and Black Glasses. Roar, the painful and irritable cry echoed in the underground. At the same time, a faint whipping sound accompanied the roar. I found the wrong direction again. Zay sighed helplessly as he looked at the wild onyx that was beaten by the king serpent and couldn't take care of itself. It was normal to encounter a Pokémon like Onyx underground, but it also meant that the area was not the activity range of the light ghost. But not many Pokémon would be willing to live with a guy who was gloomy all day and wanted to absorb your soul to strengthen his own power. It was scary to think about being killed by a neighbor in a dream. The huge rock body fell to the ground powerlessly, raising a cloud of dust. As a Quasi-King level grass type Pokémon, King Serpent was invincible against this kind of wild rock type Pokémon. You've worked hard, come back and rest. Zay took out the luxury ball as usual and took King Serpent back. The little princess was quite disgusted with this kind of underground cave. If it wasn't for fighting, it didn't want to stay outside at all. Let's go. Zay called his companions and turned to walk in another direction. Fighting constantly. The number and types of Pokémon living in the underground caves obviously exceeded Tetsua's initial estimate. Geodude, Rhyton, Onix, Zubat, Gulp, Rattata, Orb Spinner, Blue. The underground cave seemed to have perfectly constructed an ecosystem that was no different from the ground. However, I don't know if it was because they had not seen the light for many years, but when faced with Tetsuya who had entered their territory, these Pokémon chose to attack without exception. Their tempers were much worse than those of their counterparts on the ground. Of course, they were basically only of ordinary strength, but for Tetsuya's companions, they were only half a move, and sometimes they even had to hold back a little for fear of really killing them. Don't worry about it, let's go. Facing the gaze of Blaziken again, Tetsuya shook his head, ignored the Pokémon hiding in the dark and turned away. Sonosi behind him, a blue Pokémon in the dark looked at Tetsuya and his party, and cried out in relief. It was sure enough, Weng. The underground cave is a perfect place for Dango, who hates bright light and needs to hide his black tail. Although he has no ability to attack actively, Dango has won a living space in this area with his hedgehog-like defensive ability. Something is wrong. Zaya frowned as he kept moving forward on the soil. It has been more than an hour since he found the first unlucky guy who was swallowed by the light ghost. The area he explored has also expanded a lot, but he still can't find any trace of the other party. Dangoro. At this time, the giant rock made a sound. It found the wave that seemed to be a battle between the other party and the trainer. Zaya's face was happy. Lead the way. If the Wava Guide of Flame Chicken is not comparable to that of the giant rock, then the perception range brought by the special ability of the giant rock itself is not what the Wava Guide of Flame Chicken can reach. Through the dual keen perception of sound and rock, the underground cave is a natural home field for the giant rock. Under the leadership of the giant rock, Zaya quickly shuttled through the underground cave. Lapped the ghost of the lamp, which looked like the oil lamp of the Middle Ages in Tetsuya's previous life, cried out in joy. A circle of white mist surrounded it. Looking closely, the mist outlined the interweaving appearance of a human head and an elf, which looked extremely terrifying. Gradually, the white mist squeezed into the flame of the ghost of the lamp's body. Just as the ghost of the lamp was enjoying this extreme happiness, a huge roar interrupted it. A rock wall in the cave broke apart directly, and a stream of broken stones flew out from the smoke and dust. Giant rock monster, rock collapse. Accompanied by the command of human language, the huge rock block burst out with a faster speed and a yellowish airflow. Lap the ghost of the lamp reacted immediately, and immediately and decisively stopped absorbing life energy, and began to dodge. But it was a little slow after all. Although it avoided the attack of the first rock, the second and third rocks still hit it head on without any suspense. The flame in the body of the light ghost was constantly trembling, flickering. This meant that it was in a very bad state. The light ghost, which has the fire attribute, was quite average in terms of resistance to rock type skills. Coupled with the difference in strength, it was completely expected that it would be severely damaged by a single blow. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing a large hole in the rock wall, and Tetsuya's figure also appeared from the large hole. Looking at the familiar black wreckage not far away, he knew that he was a step too late after all. It looks like it was too full to digest so quickly that I found it. Looking at the life energy that was gradually dissipating not far away, Tetsuya mourned for the dead unknown trainer for a moment, and then came to a conclusion. If not, the light ghost would have used life energy to strengthen its flames and then escaped. Think about it, it would take at least 7 or 8 days for an elite level light ghost to completely absorb the life energy of a normal person and his Pokémon. It was only a few hours since the last time this light ghost committed a crime, so it was natural that it could not absorb quickly after being too full. Want to run? Wish? Looking at the light ghost whose figure was getting lighter and lighter as it prepared to escape after being attacked, ZHE also smiled disdainfully. Electric dragon, smell detection, then electromagnetic wave. Boohoo! The electric dragon, which was alighting till elf next to it, called out, and its nose kept moving. The invisible energy wave spread out, and the light ghost, which was about to become transparent, was forcibly condensed into a solid body again in an instant. Lapu the light ghost made a helpless sound. In the long time it lived underground, it had never encountered such a situation. Although it was not as easy to hide as elves like Ghastly, as a very powerful existence among ghost type elves, the light ghost still had quite good abilities in this regard. However, this trick was not enough in front of the electric dragon that inherited the smell detection skill, especially when it was seriously injured. Before it could react, The yellow arc of electricity flashed and wrapped around the body of the light ghost. Well, it doesn't hurt. The light ghost thought it was not hurt for a moment. But the next moment, the feedback from the body told it that this was an illusion. It suddenly found that it could not move. Giant rock monster, use sharp stones to attack it. Zay's slightly cold voice echoed in the small cave. In the painful perception of the light ghost, the extremely sharp stone pillar pierced its body. Snap, the sound of glass shattering sounded. The light ghost that had just devoured a human and several elves disappeared between heaven and earth. The blue-purple flame floating in the air was the last proof of its life. Zay would certainly not kill ordinary elves. After all, there was no need. But this light ghost cannot be counted among ordinary elves. Taking the initiative to kill 2 people fully shows its cruel nature. It didn't have to do this. It could have waited for Zay to save people and leave, and then waited for it as before. Zay would not want to kill it for the previous action of absorbing the souls of humans who died normally. Its counterparts living in the city often do this in the dead room of human hospitals. But once it takes the initiative, the nature will change. If you kill the first and second, there will be the third, fourth, and even countless more. If you let this lamp ghost do this, who knows what it will do. The Alliance also agrees to take different measures for such spirits. Under Zay's gaze, the life energy transformed by the lamp ghost completely disappeared. The next moment, a white light appeared at the position where it was just now. This is. Zay squinted his eyes. It seems that he is lucky. The sound of an object falling to the ground sounded. Zay stepped forward and picked it up. It was a black sunglasses-like thing. I didn't expect this lamp ghost to carry a pair of black glasses. He was quite satisfied with this unexpected surprise. There are 2 ways for the items carried by the elves to drop. One is that the elves voluntarily hand it over, and the other is that it appears passively after death. It goes without saying that the black glasses extracted by the lamp ghost are of the latter case. You haven't seen pigs run, but you haven't eaten pork. The scene just now is clearly recorded in the textbook. According to Zero's detection, the amplification effect of these black glasses on evil attribute skills is 9%, which is a pity, but it is better than nothing. Sorry, I'm late. Throwing the black glasses into the space backpack, Zay bowed silently to the pile of bones. This is probably the final destination of every trainer. He thought of this inexplicably. I just don't know who will feel sad for me if I die in the process of exploration in the future. Zay was a little absent-minded for a moment. Go. Flame Chicken patted his shoulder with its claws. It's okay. Zay came back to his senses and smiled at it. What was he thinking about? It's not that easy for him to die. He hasn't become a Pokémon master and left his name in this world. Let's go, then we can find the remaining 3 people without being so anxious. After collecting the ashes and the fragments of items such as watches again, Zay patted his cheek and continued his mission. Really? It turns out that there are 4 people who are lost besides me. In a cave, Zay took the first surviving victim he found and began to prepare to avoid the coming flood. Well, but, besides you, there are probably only 2 people still alive. Zay said casually, while searching for the safe spot when he came here according to his memory. Maybe there are 2 more. The middle-aged man with a scruffy beard smiled bitterly. In other words, it is possible that he is the only one who survived. From Zay's mouth, he learned that the other 2 had clearly died at the hands of the Ghost of Lights. He could only say that his luck was pretty good. That's it. Zay ignored his inner thoughts of surviving a disaster, and after confirming the high terrain where the safe spot was located, he sat down on the ground tiredly. In the process of searching for these victims, he also consumed a lot of energy. Come, eat something. The uncle who had been trapped for a long time took out food and water from his space backpack. There are. Chapter 329 Brothers and Dragon Cave. No need. Zay raised the food in his hand to show that he had prepared it. The 2 of them sat on the ground and ate silently. I'm a person who has no sense of security by nature, so I always keep food in my backpack. My wife always complains about me, saying that I'm wasting money and that it is unnecessary to change it every month, but this will come in handy. I have to talk to her about it after I get out. To be honest, I was completely shocked when I encountered the flood for the first time. No wonder the owner of the Sotten Pavilion blocked the passage to the dark cave every day. There were rumors that there were treasures here. There are no treasures, but there are a lot of dead people. Fortunately, there are still many places to hide in this ghost place. Although it is a bit narrow, I think it is a good thing to survive. The middle-aged man who called himself Yuri kept talking while eating food. I don't know if it was because he escaped from death, but his words were inevitably a little confused. Zay listened quietly. From Yuri's mouth, we can learn that he is the first trainer to be reported missing. He has been in this damn maze for nearly 20 days. If he hadn't been concerned about his family outside and had a Pokémon companion by his side, he might have gone crazy in this dark underground where there was no way out. These damned Earth Dragon brothers, Yuri said viciously, after biting a piece of synthetic jerky. After all, he is an elite trainer, but he didn't expect to fall in this ghost place. And it was caused by the Earth Dragon brother who is recognized to be weak in combat. By the way, how do you identify the direction here? He asked Tetsuya curiously. He saw Tetsuya looking for a safe place just now, and he thought it was incredible that he was familiar with the road. He also has a Pokémon that has mastered the flash move, but even with the light shining and being able to see the road clearly, Yuri said that he fainted after going around in this place. If he hadn't been careful enough to have the elves mark the original safe spot and barely go back, he might not even be able to find the second safe spot before the next flood. By then, Zay would have to go into the sea to find him, and he would probably find some pieces of clothing at most. It's just the help of the elves. If you prepare in advance, you won't get lost, Zay replied. This reason is a panacea, and he was too lazy to explain that it was because of his ability. That's right. Sure enough, Yuri nodded in agreement. Positioning methods such as the seeds of grass type elves can do this relatively easily, and elves of other attributes also have their own methods. There are very few things in this world that elves can't do, or they are not strong enough. The surging water roared wantonly not far from the two of them, and the splashing water was a little cold. Yuri subconsciously moved closer to the position of Flame Chicken. Get down. Flame Chicken glanced at him, but didn't move too much, and let him keep warm. TSK, this is a high-end exploration suit produced by Silph. It's really good. Looking at Tetsuya, who was not affected at all, Yuri couldn't help but flash a trace of envy in his eyes. Comparisons between people can really make people angry. He is now in his 30s, and the exploration suit he wears is not as good as that of a trainer who has just debuted. Yuri subconsciously forgot the gap between the two people's strength, who made Tetsuya so young. Although he knew that the other party was very famous in the two regions of Kanto and Johto, it was really difficult to change his mind immediately after seeing him. Oh, by the way, some of my children are your fans. I wonder if you can sign an autograph for me? Looking at Tetsuya, who was silent, Yuri suddenly made a request. Speaking of which, you and I are half neighbors. My family lives in Zalki Town, north of Viridian City. When you are free after going out, you are welcome to visit my home, he said with a smile. It's just a small favor. Zay shook his head. Let's talk about signing after we get out. I don't have anything suitable on me right now. Names are not to be signed randomly, whether in the previous life or this life. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome. I have it, Yuri said, taking out Zay's poster from his backpack. Zay raised his head and looked at the other person in confusion. No, what the hell is this poster of mine that you carry with you? Are you a pervert? But then again, he thought this poster was pretty handsome. It was a photo of him carrying the Flame Chicken when he was passing the torch. He was probably 1,000th as handsome as he is in real life. My little guys insisted that I carry it with me. They said that the holy fire would bless me. It seems that what they said is not wrong, Yuri explained. He was trapped in the maze and was rescued by the torch runner on the poster. It must be said that it was a coincidence. Then I'll write some blessings. What are the names of your children? Zay took the poster and prepared to start signing. Crossinki, Zinkia, Zinkiwu, Zinkishan, Zinkisi, Zinkiliu, Zinkishan. The next moment, the names that came out of Yuri's mouth made him fall into a state of confusion again. No, I mean, these are all your children? They asked with a stammer. Yes, Zinky IE, Zinkia, Zinkiwua girls, Zinkishan, Zinkisi, Zinkiliu, Zinkishan are boys, and I have a total of 7 children. Yuri had a kind smile on his face, and he seemed very happy when talking about his children. Good guy, Zay grinned. Although the elf world has always advocated having more children, it is still relatively rare to have so many children. Most of them have only 2 or 3 at most. Except for Xiaogang's father Wuneng, who had 10 children. Yuri is the person with the most children he has met so far. And these names completely correspond to the 7 days of the week. He is really an amazing guy, in all aspects. It was not realistic to write all the names, so Tetsuya pondered for a moment, picked up a pen, and wrote a few words. I wish brother Zhao Crossing always good luck in pursuing his dream. Tetsuya Tamaki. In the human language of the Pokémon world, brother does not only refer to the relationship between older and younger brothers, but more often represents the meaning of brothers and sisters. So for these 7 little fans, using brother Zhao Crossing is a very good choice. Thank you very much. Yuri was also very happy to see Tetsuya's signature. Now the 7 little demons should not trouble me because of my disappearance. Yuri, who ranked last in the family, thought so. By the way, are all your children going to be trainers like you? Since they were idle anyway and the flood would not recede for a while, Tetsuya started chatting with Yuri. Yuri scratched his head in distress. If they want to, I won't stop them, but to be honest, funding is a big problem. His idea is almost the same as that of all parents in the Pokémon world. No one is unwilling for their children to pursue progress, but the price of pursuing progress is something that many families cannot afford. Even though the welfare of the Alliance and the provision of initial elves are perfect now, this problem still exists. This is also one of the reasons why people don't want to have too many children. It's similar to the previous life, mainly because it costs too much. If it weren't for the family business of Nabijim, Wuneng wouldn't be so rich as to raise 10 children and let them all be trainers. The annual cost of a king level trainer is a considerable amount. But after this time, I have figured it out. There was a hint of joy in the tone of Daori. I don't plan to continue to go out for adventures to make money. After so many years, I have 3 partners who have reached the elite level. With the friends I know, it is more than enough to do a small business. Although I can't be stronger, the little guys at home will definitely be better than me. He is full of hope for the future. It's good. ZHE also gave this evaluation of Daori's choice. This path is a microcosm of most people in the elf world. It is everyone's expectation to make themselves and their next generation better through continuous efforts. Daori is still lucky. At least he was born a civilian and still has good strength among elite trainers. Most people are still a long way from his strength. Yuri rolled up the poster, carefully put it into the space backpack, and then took out an unknown black object. There saw Yuri handing the black object to him, and subconsciously made a puzzled sound. This is a little reward from me to my savior. I hope you will accept it. Yuri said sincerely. No, I just accepted the task entrusted by someone. Zaire shook his head and rejected Yuri's kindness. If he took the initiative to rescue, then he would naturally accept Yuri's reward, but accepting the task is another matter. This is the professional ethics of a bounty hunter. Otherwise, it is not impossible to kill the rescued person directly, seize the property, and then go out and say that the person is dead. Some trash without bottom line have done this. Having no bottom line is the fastest way to make money, but it is also despised by others. Take it, I will not be a trainer. After I go out, this thing is useless to me. But Yuri's attitude was very firm. Seeing that Zaire still chose to refuse, he thought about it and changed his way of persuading. You know the biggest feature of Yanmo City, right? Although he knew that the other party was fishing, ZHE still couldn't control himself. He nodded and said, I know, Dragon Cave. These 2 simple words are enough to explain everything. The reason why Yanmo City is famous all over the world and the reason why most of the trainers born here are good at using dragon attribute Pokémon are all due to the existence of the Dragon Cave. Including the current leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Kanto. The same is true. There is one more chapter. I'm writing it, and I will post it after I finish it. Chapter 330, Dragon Rising Ceremony. Although the rumors in the spirit world are the same as in Tetsua's previous life, saying that Do's dragon type king is more like a flying type king, but under the suppression of absolute strength, this statement is almost unheard. Not to mention his crazy fans. Who knows if Do will suddenly lower himself to cause trouble to you. No one is willing to take risks. What's more, Do's character is enough to make people shut up about slandering him, if saying that he is a flying type king is a slander. A well-known hot knowledge is that Do's absolute trump card Dragonite is evolved from the mini dragon he obtained in the Dragon Cave in Yanmo City. According to rumors, the Dragon Cave in Yanmo City is home to all the known spirits with dragon spirit blood. Note that it is a spirit with dragon spirit blood, not a dragon spirit. The difference between the two is that the former is entirely possible to be a spirit such as Charizard and Gyarados that can master dragon skills, but does not have dragon attributes, while the latter only refers to spirits with dragon attributes such as Dragonite. Of course, the potential and ability of these non-dragon spirits are generally much higher than those of their counterparts in the outside world. Otherwise, they would have been driven out by those arrogant dragon elves. Dragons do not live with snakes, even in this world. This sentence also applies. From another perspective, it is precisely because the dragon blood in the non-dragon elves in the Dragon Cave is more concentrated than that of their counterparts in the outside world, so their potential will be higher. Dragon elves are absolutely powerful in the elf world, with few exceptions. A small amount of dragon genes, blood, and energy are enough to make a relatively ordinary elf undergo a reborn change. Even if the fairy attribute is about to come out in the future, the status of dragon elves will not be shaken too much. In this case, whether it is good or bad, it is inevitable that they have ideas about this Dragon Cave. It is only said that the former wants to enter the Dragon Cave in a formal way to subdue the elves, while the latter wants to obtain them directly by force. The Yulan family where Do is located is a family that was born based on this to protect the Dragon Cave, and it is also the largest force in Yanmo City. Now the Gym Master Xiaochan of Yanmo Gym is Do's sister, one of them. Its existence has proved a problem in hundreds of years of history. Violent acquisition is a fantasy. The existence of the Yulan family has dispelled many people who have had unusual ideas about the Dragon Cave, either openly or secretly. Then, you should also know the few ways for outsiders to enter the Dragon Cave. The voice of Yori, like a devil's whisper, echoed in Zay's ears. The so-called outsiders refer to those who are not from Yanmo City. Well, the first method is to obtain the identity of a resident of Yanmo City and meet certain conditions. The second method is that non-Yanmo City residents make great contributions to Yanmo City. The third method is to be the top 10 trainers in the Dragon Rising ceremony. Zay knows all about this. If you are a trainer, you will know these three methods. Dragon type Pokémon are the partners that every trainer dreams of, without exception. How can you not know about a direct way to obtain dragon type Pokémon that is open to the public? The first method is relatively simple. The easiest way is to find a resident of Yanmo City to marry and then transfer to another city, which also makes every resident of Yanmo City a hot commodity in the marriage market. As for the latter one, it is a long process, which includes a series of rigid regulations such as the amount of tax to be paid, as well as flexible regulations in other aspects. But after such a process, it is unlikely to obtain the qualification in less than 15 years. In other words, if you get married at the age of 18, you will not be eligible to enter the Dragon Cave until you are about 30 years old at the earliest. Considering the growth of dragon-type elves, it can be basically announced that there is no need to cultivate elves at this age. Unless you are already a very powerful trainer, then it is not bad. The officials of Yanmo City have not considered this issue, so this qualification can also be passed on to the next generation. This is certainly good news. Yanmo City also attracts all kinds of talents from all over the world based on this. The second method sounds difficult. Let's not talk about other things for now. Let's just say that according to the definition of great contribution given by Yanmo City, you can directly ask the Alliance for a quasi-god egg if you multiply it by 3. The potential types are another matter. At least you can do this. This is enough to show how difficult it is to achieve this method. Compared with this, the third method seems particularly reasonable. The so-called Dragon Rising ceremony is actually a competition attached to the sacrificial activities held by the Yulong family every 3 years. If you get the top 10 in the Dragon Rising ceremony, you will be qualified to enter the Dragon Cave. It should be noted here that the 3 methods are only to obtain the qualification to enter, which does not mean that you can definitely get dragon type Pokémon. As long as they have dragon blood, they are all extremely arrogant elves. It is quite difficult to get their recognition. Otherwise, Yanmo City would not have so few dragon type trainers. If you can capture one by entering, I don't know if there are many trainers, and the Dragon Cave will definitely be empty. Compared with the insect type elves, that can be seen everywhere, the fertility rate of dragon type elves is pitifully low. This is probably the manifestation of the law of conservation of energy in the other world. As the maker and guardian of the rules, the Yulong family stipulates that only mutually recognized methods can be used to take away elves in the Dragon Cave, and it is not possible to capture them by force. Powerful capture refers to using powerful elves to knock out the adult elves in the Dragon Cave, and then snatch away the young elves. Simple battle capture is also a mutually recognized method. It's not that there are no people who have done this, and all of them have been taught a lesson. This is the token required to participate in the Rising Dragon ceremony. Speaking of this, Yuri proudly raised the black object in his hand. This is his biggest gain in recent years. Looking closely, this thing looks like the Rising Dragon emblem and the dragon head, but the pattern inside is not the dragon eye or other parts, but a burning flame. This is a bit strange, and flames cannot represent dragon elves. Although you can definitely get the same token by passing the extra test of the Yanmo gym with your strength and ability, it's a good thing to save a little effort, isn't it? Yuri said with a smile. I don't need it anymore, and this thing can't be passed on to the next generation to continue using it, so it's better to give it to you. This kind of token commonly seen in major family activities has a number and expiration date. It can't be used after it expires, so what Yuri said is not wrong. The reason why I want to go directly to Yanmo City through the Dark Cave this time is also because of it. For me, it may also represent misfortune, so please be sure to accept it and treat it as a favor to me. Yuri's series of attacks seemed a bit tight, and Zay didn't recover for a while. When he reacted, the black token had been stuffed into his hand by Yuri. Then I won't be polite. Zay hesitated for a moment, but still took it. Maybe it was a bit hypocritical. After all, with his ability, if it wasn't voluntary, Yuri wouldn't be able to stuff the thing in his hand. But anyway, he had to show some appreciation. If you want to do business, you can contact this guy and just say that I introduced you. Zay gave Yuri the private contact information of a friend in the address book. The other party really doesn't need it, but it doesn't mean that it can't be sold for money. The market price of this kind of token is high. Even if he saved the other party, Zay still feels that he should give a little reward. Anyway, whether it is for him or his friends, these things are just talking, which is far less than the value that the token can bring. Then I thank you very much. Yuri did not refuse. As an old man who was middle-aged physically and mentally, he was much more direct than ZHE in this regard. As time passed, the raging flood gradually receded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Exit the Cave, Possible Ruins. I mean, why don't we just get out? In the dark cave, a young man's pleading voice echoed. His face was extremely pale. Zay, who was walking in front, didn't even turn his head back. There is another victim. We can get out after we find him. We have been looking for him for a long time. Maybe he has been killed by the wild Pokémon here, or he was taken away because he couldn't find a place to hide from the flood. The young man continued to talk. Zay shook his head helplessly. Now it was the morning of the second day after he entered the dark cave. It had been more than 4 hours since the flood receded in the early morning. He and Yuri successfully found the second victim more than an hour ago. However, the mentality of this victim was very different from that of Yuri. Although he was trapped in the maze for only a week, which should be the shortest among the remaining 3 people, Zay and Yuri felt that his mental state was not very good when they saw him. Zay said that he fully understood that the other party might be seriously injured in this environment, but this could not make him give up the search and rescue in advance. Yima, relax, we are already here, there is no way out. Yuri patted the fragile young man and comforted him. What if we can't find a way out? I really don't want to stay here any longer. The young man named Yima's tone was full of pain. Compared with Yuri, who had sufficient logistical supplies, the food reserves in his space backpack were not too much. In the past week of being trapped in the maze, he had to calculate how much food he had left. The less he ate, the more desperate he became. If he could survive in the forest with abundant resources, there would be no fruit for him to eat in the underground cave now. Even if there was, the elves guarding the fruit trees were not something he could deal with. Fortunately, Zaya came to rescue him when he was about to face despair. Now all Yima wanted was to escape from this place quickly. The other person may be the same as you. Finding him as soon as possible may save his life. Zaya, who was leading in front, clearly stated his attitude. But, shhh, just when Yima wanted to say something, Zaya stopped him. Zyremo, a red shadow appeared in front of the 3 people. It was Flame Chicken. Did you find it? Tetsuya asked. In the surprised eyes of the 3 people, Flame Chicken nodded. But the other party's condition is not very good. It seems that he has fainted. Its suave guide sounded in Tetsuya's heart. Tetsuya frowned, but soon relaxed. You lead the way in front. It's okay if he fainted. As long as he is alive, it's okay. With the medical technology of the elf world, as long as he is alive, it is still easy to cure. Follow. Tetsuya followed Flame Chicken and moved forward quickly, shouting by the way. Needless to say, the 2 people who had wanted to leave here for a long time also burst out their potential and ran very fast. It doesn't look like these 2 people have been trapped underground for a long time. After running for about 5 minutes, a man who fainted on the ground appeared in front of the 3 people. Who? The elf next to the man made a threatening sound from his throat. Its appearance is just like the bulldog in Tetsuya's previous life, except that it is upright, and its body is mainly lavender, with black stripes on its wrists and neck, and heavy and huge canine teeth on its lower jaw. It is bluking. Flame Chicken, convince it. Tetsuya glanced at it, and then handed it to Flame Chicken to deal with. Bang the next second, bluking, waving its limbs, and showing its thick fangs, flew backwards. It hit the rock wall, and undoubtedly lost its ability to fight. Use your Wava guide to communicate with it to convince it. Tetsuya patted his forehead, and was very speechless. Down Flame Chicken, which had put down its kicked right leg, called out awkwardly, and it thought it was going to be physically persuaded. Yima swallowed his saliva. He suddenly felt that the temper of the young man in front of him should not be very good, so he seemed to be asking for trouble by nagging just now. Forget it, this is fine, and it saves trouble. Tetsuya scratched his head as he looked at Bluking sliding to the ground, but he didn't say much to Flame Chicken. Pokémon like Blue look extremely ferocious, but in fact they are very timid. Waving their limbs to scare people is probably the limit of this little guy. If Blaziken really used Wava Guide to communicate with it, maybe the string in Blue's brain would be completely broken, and the result would not be much different from now. Giant, come over and help. ZHE also called the last one to fall. It was time to make use of the size advantage of the big guy. He effortlessly picked up the unconscious man and put him on the back of the giant monster. Oh, right, and the little guy. After thinking about it, ZHE did not choose to take out the Pokeball from the unconscious man, but let Blaziken throw the also unconscious Blue on the back of the giant monster. To be precise, it was on the back of its trainer. Now we can go back. Although Flame's irritable behavior just now made Kazuma a little scared, at this time, the only thing in his mind was get out, and he didn't care about other problems at all. He hurriedly asked Zay, all done, let's go. Zay nodded, recalled the route out, and led the way in front. He had wanted to leave for a long time. He was very tired after staying up all night to find people, but he had no choice because of the mission. After many twists and turns, the maze that seemed completely irregular to Yima and Yuri seemed so simple under Zay's leadership, so simple that the two of them were worried that he was wandering around, that it was still Yima who seemed to want to say something when Zay decisively and resolutely chose the cave passage. A sudden groan interrupted him again. It was the man on the back of the giant rock monster who woke up. "We are rescued, and we can get out soon," Yuri, who was following beside him, said to the man who was obviously confused and a little wary. "Thank you." The man's voice was a little hoarse. He took the water handed by Yuri and swallowed it in small sips. His physical condition could not withstand any more tossing and turning. "Did this kid faint because of protecting me?" the man asked, looking at the blue king beside him. Yes. To this, Yuri said that it was true. The man nodded without saying anything more. He took out a Pokeball with difficulty and took his partner back. "Stay on the back of the Panyan monster. Although it may be a little uncomfortable, it is at least better than walking by yourself." He was about to move when Zaya's voice came over. The man felt his sore back, thought about his current body, and chose to follow Zaya's advice. The stone was a little hard, but at least it wouldn't make him faint from exhaustion again. "My name is Jinan. Thank you very much for your rescue. If you need anything, after you get out, just come to me." The unconscious man introduced himself. "It's not us, it's just him. I and Kazuma are just like you, unlucky people who were in trouble." Seeing that Zaya was busy leading the way without saying anything, Yuri simply replied to him. "No matter what, I still have to thank you for not giving up the search after being rescued." Although he had just woken up from a coma, Jinnan's brain was exceptionally good. Yima didn't say anything, and Yuri didn't say much, and the two middle-aged men just chatted. "Light, I saw it, it's the Sunday." Under the leadership of Tetsuya, the group quickly walked out of the maze and came to the entrance of the dark cave near Kikyo City. Yima looked at the light not far away and ran out like crazy. Outside the cave, seeing the missing people suddenly appear, the gym staff guarding here hurriedly reported to their gym leader. Sushan, who was educating his son Asuka in Kikyo Gym, heard the news and immediately changed from angry to full of joy. Okay, I'll go right over." After saying that, he couldn't wait to hang up the phone. While walking out, Sushan explained to Asuka, "Asuka, contact the Pokémon Center and ask Miss Joy to prepare the inspection items." "Got it." Asuka nodded. He also knew what had happened in the past few days. After all, he was the legitimate and only heir to the Kikyo Gym. That guy is really amazing. He thought silently. "Hello, this is Asuka from the Kikyo Gym. May I ask if Head Nurse Joy is here?" Asuka quickly took action. The crisp sound of birds chirping rang out in the sky above Kikyo City, and all the residents looked up curiously. The city is a no-fly zone. Who is so brave as to blatantly violate the rules? A silver flash was still clearly visible in the daytime. "This is our Kikyo City's Soten gym leader. How is he? Isn't he very powerful?" Seeing this scene, the residents of Kikyo City said that this was the case, and proudly introduced the gym leader of their city to the foreign travelers. "I heard that Soten gym leader's trump card is the armored bird. Can it fly so fast? I feel that it is almost as fast as Pidgeot," a trainer exclaimed with admiration. Yes, he is worthy of being called the strongest flying trainer. He is really too strong." Everyone was talking about it. Just as Soten rushed to the dark cave, Tetsuya and his group also walked to the ground. Yuri took a deep breath of fresh air on the ground, enjoying the warmth of the midday sun on his body. He felt extremely happy now. Perhaps only those who have really escaped death can understand such a feeling. "Welcome back." The staff of Kikyo Gym came up in uniform. "Shoten will be here soon, and Miss Joy's ambulance from the Pokémon Center is on the way. You will soon be able to enjoy the soft big bed and have a good rest." His words were full of congratulations. Bang as he spoke, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard. Soten, who landed like a superhero, soon walked out of the smoke and dust under the gaze of everyone. Tetsuya shook his head at him imperceptibly. Soten immediately understood that it seemed that only 3 of the 5 people who died survived. A survival rate of 60% is not bad. "Thank you for your hard work. Your family members are waiting for your return at the Pokémon Center." Thank you very much, Gym Leader Sotten. The 3 rescued people were very excited about Sotten's arrival. This is a real-life elite trainer. Under normal circumstances, they would never meet him in person. Don't think that the gym leader is very approachable just because there always meets and talks with him naturally. This is just an illusion brought by his talent and background. In fact, any elite trainer is unattainable for ordinary people, and this is even more true for gym leaders. The rescue work was completed, and the subsequent follow-up work was also carried out in an orderly manner. Jinnan fainted, which means that his body has completely reached its limit. The other 2 did not faint, but they were not much better. They were able to hold on until now entirely because of their desire to survive and willpower. I won't be polite with you. I will report this time and call you. Looking at the 3 people being carried into the ambulance, Sotten said to Zaya, who was standing beside him, although the Gymona has great power, the process still needs to be followed. After all, the city is not his one-man show. Okay. ZHE also nodded with a smile. The profit this time is still quite good. The value brought by a broken pair of black glasses is enough to make up for his trip. And he believes that Sushan will not treat him unfairly. At most, he can be a junior and tell his senior brother about it. By the way, Sushan Sr., I suspect there may be ruins near Kikayo City. The 2 walked into Kikayo City, and ZHE also briefly described the specific process of the rescue to Sushan. Light Ghost. Sushan frowned. It is indeed possible. The birth and appearance of ghost-type elves are definitely not without signs. In addition to places like cemeteries, ruins are the most likely situation. I see. I will ask someone to explore around. Sushan expressed his understanding. ZHE did not take the initiative to say anything about introducing the archaeological team. Although he knows the famous Dr. White, Sushan has many more channels than him, and he does not think that the other party needs his help. Taking advantage of this free time, ZHE also asked some questions about the cultivation of flying type Pokémon, and learned a lot. Especially in terms of Pidgeot's breakthrough to the King of Heaven, Sushan gave quite powerful suggestions. You are tired after working all night, so just rest here for a while. I will treat you to a simple meal in the evening. Sushan took ZHE back to the room of Kikayo Gym that was specially provided for distinguished guests to rest. After a few simple words, he left to deal with the affairs. After closing the door and lying on the bed, ZHE immediately fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 332 Remuneration, Class, and Best Friend. Urgent report. The disappearance of the Dark Cave has attracted widespread attention from the residents of Kikayo City. 3 of the 5 trainers who died have been rescued, while the other 2 are unfortunately buried underground. Here, Kikayo TV calls on residents not to save time and choose to go to Yanmo City through the Dark Cave. Life is only once. Listening to the host's statement on the TV, Zay was stunned for a moment. There is no way. If we don't say this, there will always be people who think we are joking. Facing Zay's puzzled eyes, Asu, who was sitting across the dining table, explained. Young people's tempers come and go quickly, not to mention that Zay's trump cards are more or less related to bad Pokémon. Although the battle was lost miserably, Asu, as an absolute fan of bad Pokémon, chatted with Zay happily. Of course, he knew why Zay felt a little strange. As an official city radio station, it should be possible to use softer words when telling this matter. After all, this is good news, no matter how you look at it. But Asu said that there are too many people in this world who like to seek death, which is probably the result of the adventurous spirit of trainers that has been promoted all the time. If it weren't for such a stern explanation, who knows how many trainers would go to the Dark Cave out of curiosity. Don't disbelieve it. Even if I say so, the frequency of using the Dark Cave in the next half month or so is estimated to be much higher than before. As the future successor of the gym, Asu said that these things are really annoying. The most important thing is that things like this can't be suppressed, even if you want to. Well, so you go there to take charge for a while. Sushan, who had just walked into the restaurant after dealing with a series of things, heard Asu saying this as soon as he came in. So he told him directly about his arrangements for him. Asu subconsciously said, this kind of semi-field work should have been handled by others. What? Look at Tetsuya, and then look at you. You have to suffer a little. Sushan said that he had not forgotten his son's poor performance a few days ago. It was not the first time that Tetsuya was called someone else's child by others. At this time, he wisely chose to be dumb. He picked up the dishes on the table and ate frantically. To be honest, the food at Kikyo Gym is quite good. The cooking skills of the chefs are much better than those of a bachelor like him who has been single for more than 20 years. Sushin also sat down and started to eat quickly. The simple meal he mentioned in the afternoon was really a homely meal. There were only him, Asu and Zay at the table. This feeling made Zay quite comfortable. At least he didn't have to think about how to deal with those weird guys. Your reward is almost decided. While eating, Sushin, who didn't have the habit of not talking while eating or sleeping, started chatting with Zay. Zay's ears stood up all of a sudden. There are roughly several options. You can think about what you want and tell me. Choose one. Sushin couldn't help laughing when he looked at him. Listen, choose one. What kind of treatment is this? Zay thought that this was probably the benefit of having a background. If an ordinary person took this task, it would probably be given something of honorary nature, and it would be over. Otherwise, it would be given something at random. How could he choose it himself like him? Sushin roughly explained the difference between the plans to him. To put it simply, it is a combination of cash, props and other things. The value of each plan is not much different, it's just that the things are slightly different. And Sushin generously said that, if the plan given does not have what ZHE wants, or ZHE wants something else, he can directly exchange it with him. Well, if possible, I want the ice gem and snowball cone, but it doesn't seem to be in the plan. Since Sushin said so, ZHE didn't argue with him too much, and directly put forward his own ideas. These two, no problem. Then when the reward is issued, I will exchange them for the same value, and send them to you. Sushin readily agreed. Then, he asked curiously, are you planning to breed ice-type Pokémon? Yes. ZHE also nodded. A senior gave me a good ice-type Pokémon egg, which will hatch soon, so I'm preparing it in advance. Is that so? Sushin nodded. If it's convenient, can you tell me what Pokémon it is? Maybe I can give you some advice. Anyway, I was beaten badly by ice-type Pokémon. He laughed at himself. As a trainer specializing in flying, ice-type is also a natural nemesis for him. If it weren't for the discovery of steel-type, he wouldn't know that the reason why his armored bird is so powerful is more because of the advantage of attribute combination. As a Pokémon with steel and flying attributes, armored bird is weak to fire and electricity, and has good resistance to the other 7 attributes, 8 including the undiscovered fairy attribute, among which the resistance to cordyceps and grass is particularly outstanding. This makes it naturally occupy a good advantage in battle. After being beaten for so long, Sushin also has a good understanding of the breeding of ice-type Pokémon. Although it is not as good as the flying Pokémon he specializes in, it is still better than most people in the world. As the old saying goes, the person who knows you best is often your enemy, and this sentence is almost the same for trainers. It's Ice Vulpix. In this regard, Tetsuya told Sutin very directly. For some trainers, what Pokémon to cultivate next is actually more or less personal privacy, because there may be enemies and the like to target them. This is why Sutin specifically asked Tetsuya if he could tell. Tetsuya said that he was not worried about this. He is a good man and he doesn't have any enemies at all. And Tetsuya is skeptical about Sutin's statement that he was beaten badly by ice Pokémon. Even with the attribute advantage, there are probably not many trainers specializing in ice in the world who can beat Sutin. It can be counted on 1 or 2 hands. The one who beat him badly in the other's mouth is either Liubo, the owner of Kajijim not far from Kikyo City. Although their attributes don't match, Tetsuya remembers that the Kikyo-jim and the Kajijim communicated with each other quite frequently. Ice Vulpix, a Pokémon from the Alaba region. Soten also knew this name. He thought about it. I've never met a trainer who cultivated Ice Vulpix and Ice Ninetale in our area. Soten felt a little embarrassed. Puff, a strange sound came from a corner of the dining table. Asu, who seemed to be forgotten by the two, couldn't help laughing. Soten glanced at him. If you have poor digestion, exercise more. Don't eat when you have nothing to do. I know, Sotten replied to his father with a long tone like a child under 10 years old. But I did meet a trainer who used Ninetales very well. The other party developed the ability of Ninetales to have at least 2 tails. Ignoring Asu, who deserved a beating, Sotten said to Tetsuya. Oh. Tetsuya's eyes lit up. Do Vulpix and Ninetales tails really have special abilities? To be precise, Ninetales. Vulpix's tail seems to have no special abilities because it is not fully developed. Sotten was a little uncertain again. After all, he was not a specialized trainer of fire-type Pokémon, nor was he a Pokémon scholar with an extremely wide range of knowledge. No matter how strong one's strength is, it does not mean that one has an exaggerated knowledge. In short, the Ninetail of that trainer used the Iron Tail to the extreme and developed the ability of hardness, and used the tail shaking to the extreme and developed the ability of softness. He quickly led the topic to what he had confirmed. If this continued, Sotten felt that his old face would be completely lost. Wagged the tail. Tetsuya pondered for a moment. He could understand the Iron Tail because the Steel type was originally an extremely hard attribute. But how did the skill of wagging the tail develop the so-called soft ability? Although it has always been said in the Pokémon world that there are no useless Pokémon and no useless skills, it depends on how the trainer cultivates and commands. But skills like wagging the tail are definitely at the bottom of the skill chain. Except for the occasional effect, most of the time it can only be used as a hidden skill, and it is not used. You don't have to worry. According to him, the special ability of each Ninetail should be different. Or it should be said that each has its own focus. Hard and soft are just the abilities that his Ninetail is good at. The specific special ability of your Ninetail will have to wait for you to slowly cultivate and understand it. Seeing that Zay frowned and thought, Sushan, who felt that his face had finally returned a little, persuaded him. That's right. Zay followed suit and nodded with a smile. At this time, Vulpix has not been born yet, so how can we start to think about developing special abilities directly? By the way, Sushan Sr., I don't quite understand a few things about what you told me about Pidgeots this afternoon. First of all, in the process of condensation, it is compressed too. Soon, Zay and Sushan began to chat enthusiastically again. But this time it was not other Pokémon, but the flying Pokémon that Sushan was best at. Finally, Sushan began to talk about his own experience, instead of being ignorant, like he did just now. Asu pricked up his ears. Although he felt that his father was not very reliable, he felt that what Zay said to him later still made sense. That is, his father's ability in cultivating flying elves was obvious to all. It's definitely not because of losing the game. Asu thought silently. He just wanted to become stronger. Sushan glanced at his son imperceptibly, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The description in his words gradually shifted from the single elf cultivation to the concept of large categories. Zay seemed to have done some research, but these things were also very helpful to him, so he listened very carefully. So later, the meal became a class. In the evening, a girl's voice came from Zay's room. Yeah, but the harvest is still quite good. Zaya responded to Sharona casually. Okay, the analysis of Pokédeau's physical data this week has been completed. I'll send it to you. The material ratio has changed a little. As he said that, he began to operate on the computer. In just a few seconds, Sharona responded. Okay, I received the email. If the material fee is not enough, let me know at any time. Of course, I won't be polite to a rich woman like you. Zaya closed the computer, stretched and joked. Because of Pokédeau, now the cultivation of Pokédeau, he and Sharona gradually became familiar with each other. The conversation that was relatively unfamiliar at the beginning gradually became casual. Oh, by the way, did you save middle-aged man named Jinan in Kakayo City? Suddenly, Sharona seemed to remember something and asked. Zaya raised his eyebrows. Oh, you care about me so much, how did you know? In a luxurious villa, Sharona, who was lying on the bed in silk pajamas and chatting with Zaya by voice, rolled her eyes. She felt that Zay's bad character gradually exposed as the two of them got to know each other better. This guy was not as positive as the Kanto Alliance had advertised. It was good that way, it was more real, otherwise she would still be a little worried. No, that guy and I are neighbors in Cheyenne Town. He was asking about you and said he wanted to repay you. Sharona said lazily. She looked at the time. Repay me? No, it's too much trouble. Although it sounded good, Zay rejected the other party's idea at the first time. He always felt that this kind of thing was strange. What's the point of you telling me if someone wants to repay you? Do they have to ask you if you agree or not? Sharona yawned again on the other side. Okay, it's late. Go to bed. Sharona, who was very responsible for her beauty, decisively hung up the call with Zay. Nana, who are you talking to? Of course, another reason was the guy who suddenly appeared in her room. Liar, I've told you many times not to use your superpowers to enter my room at will. You should knock before entering, okay? Sharona covered her head with a headache. Her best friend was really, she had to follow her on a mission, calling it inseparable best friends. The most important thing was, he was so old, but he had to sleep with her. Oh ho, Catalia covered her mouth and laughed happily. She liked to see Sharona like this. You are a big lady, please pay attention to your image. Sharona persuaded helplessly. What's the big deal? It's not my turn to say anything. Catalia, dressed like a princess hottie, was exactly the same in character and other aspects as her dress. This might also be the reason why her superpowers were too strong. On the other side, Zay shrugged his shoulders when he heard the busy tone of his watch. He was used to Sharona's style. He could only say that she was worthy of being the champion, and her biological clock was very punctual. Poor thing, I still have plans to make. Zay groaned as he wrote, and continued with his work and schedule. Tomorrow, I'll just go on this trip. Chapter 333. Why do some people always think they are hiding well? The next morning. Hiss hiss, the sound of the machine transmission echoed in Zay's ears. He unconsciously adjusted the position of his earplugs, looking up and looking into the distance. A steel track that was half suspended in the air and had not yet been built came into view. This is the maglev train track connecting Jinhuang City and Manjin City. Zay's eyes were dazed for a moment. Thinking about it, the last time he saw the maglev train track under construction in Jinhuang City seemed to be only 7 or 8 months ago. But in his perception, this period of time has passed quite long, probably because he has experienced a lot of things. Looking at the construction notice erected next to it, it roughly means that the construction of this section will take about half a year. Zay thought about it. Speaking of which, this seems to be the only overhead part of the entire track, and the rest is either close to the ground or underground. I don't know if it's because of my destination this morning. Swoosh, a purple shadow silently crossed the sky. The huge claws flashed with light, and it was obvious that it was unusually sharp. However, its actions were somewhat secretive, because it came straight from the tree to Zay's face. Zay was unusually calm about this sudden danger. The attacking Pokémon felt a little strange. When he hunted like this before, the opponent would be panicked, and then be hit by its poisonous needle, and become its food. Why is this human in front of him motionless? Could it be that he was scared silly? The purple Pokémon's mind has already begun to plan a wonderful life of full meals in the next few days. A red light flashed, and the luxury ball on the waist opened automatically. Zyremo, the sound of the flame chicken sounded. Pang, the next moment, the attacking Pokémon was kicked away. It's just an ordinary scorpion. Zay's words were quite regretful. The reason why he didn't keep the Pokémon around to protect himself was, on the one hand, because there were not many wild Pokémon along the way, and he was confident enough in the reaction of his Pokémon. On the other hand, he also wanted to see if he could encounter any rare Pokémon or Pokémon that suited his taste. If I'll let Blaziken follow me, let alone rare Pokémon, I guess no other Pokémon will appear within 100 meters. Who made his own ace so imposing that he looked hard to bully? Scorpio is actually a Pokémon that suits Tetsua's taste. That's why he was disappointed with the ordinary Scorpio in front of him. Scorpio with ground and flying attributes can evolve into Scorpio King with the same attribute combination at night with sharp fangs. This is a pretty good Pokémon, especially for Tetsua's current team composition. Scorpio King's ordinary characteristics, whether it is a super force claw or the sand hidden, are very good abilities. The former means that such a Scorpio King can completely develop in the direction of an assassin. You said that sprinting to the face is not an assassin? You must be kidding. The combination of terrifying strength silent flapping wings, certain toxicity, good at point-to-point attacks, and good at skills that enhance attack ability, is completely a template for a terrifying assassin. If it is the latter, it will not have much impact. Although it has lost its individual characteristic of giant strength, combined with the characteristics of the giant rock monster, the Scorpio King with the sand hidden characteristic will only be stronger than the Scorpio King with the super strength claw characteristic. One focuses on single target attack, and the other focuses on teamwork. It is hard to tell which one is better, but both are suitable for Zaynao. Moreover, the advantage of the attribute combination also allows the Scorpio King to have a good continuous output ability when facing a battle. Not to mention that the Scorpio King with enough potential may also have a hidden characteristic of poison treatment. The poison treatment that not only does not lose physical strength, but also restores physical strength in the state of severe poison or poisoning is infinitely enhanced for the Scorpio King. As long as you carry a spirit item such as the poison orb that can make the carrying spirit enter the poison state, then the Scorpio King is an assassin like a perpetual motion machine. The 16 character formula of the great man in the previous life can be seamlessly used in the combat style and method of such a Scorpio King. Unfortunately, there are too few Scorpio Kings with outstanding potential. Not to mention the wild. They had searched for families and villages that bred Scorpios in the Alliance, and there was only a small town called Scorpio Town near where he was now. Compared with the breeding of other Pokémon such as Melee and Sunflower Monster, the existence of Scorpios is pitifully small. With this base number, it is too difficult to get a good enough Scorpio Pokémon egg. Come back, Blaziken. Thinking of this, they took Blaziken back. Although the probability of encountering a high quality Scorpio in the wild is smaller, people still have to have dreams, just in case. As for the Scorpio that was just beaten away, it is obvious that it is not very good. The claws are about a circle smaller than those of its peers, the toxin in the tail stinger is not toxic enough, and the toughness of the wings is not as good. These shortcomings are enough to show that its qualifications are very average. And judging from its hunting, it is also a veteran. In this case, it is only ordinary level strength, which further confirms this point. Zay's figure gradually faded away. After he could no longer see his back, a young man who looked like a fool emerged from behind the tree. He was dressed very strangely, just like a human-shaped Scorpio. He was probably a fan of cosplaying as an elf. At this time, the young man's eyes were full of joy. Looking at the unconscious Scorpio, he immediately took out 2 blue-orange-like fruits from his pocket. They were blue-orange fruits that had the effect of restoring injuries and physical strength. After simply slicing them, he fed the blue-orange fruits one by one into Scorpio's mouth. Juice flowed from the corners of Scorpio's mouth, making it look a little cute. Swish. Scorpio slowly opened his eyes. That red elf was so scary. There was only this thought in his mind. At the moment he was kicked, Scorpio even thought he was going to die this time. The trembling brought by this huge gap in strength made Scorpio's whole body tremble. Then he saw the enlarged version of himself again. Swish. Scorpio rolled and crawled on the ground and flew a distance away. What was going on? Scorpio's little head was full of doubts and fear. Was he dead or alive? Don't be afraid, I saved you, the young man said hurriedly. He didn't want Scorpio to have any misunderstandings about him. Scorpio blinked, looked at the remaining blue-orange fruit in the young man's hand, and licked the juice on his cheek with his tongue. Swish. Its eyes quickly curved into a crescent. If you need it, how about another one? The young man tentatively handed the blue-orange fruit from his hand. To be honest, it is still dangerous to do so, because Scorpio is a predator, rather than a prey in the food chain of the elves, and it is very aggressive. However, no matter what, as an intelligent creature, the elves are better than many humans in repaying their gratitude. Scorpio obediently stretched out its pincers to take the blue-orange fruit from the young man's hand and put it in its mouth. In order not to scare the human in front of him, Scorpio also specially put down his poisonous tail. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this Scorpio is still a normal type. It may be a little abrupt, but I wonder if you are willing to be my first and only partner. The young man tried to put forward his idea. This is why he came out of hiding despite the danger of death. It was normal for the partner of the powerful trainer whose name was unknown to him to look down on this Scorpio. But he was different. As an avid fan of Scorpio and Scorpio King, it was wonderful to have a Scorpio as his own Pokémon. Moreover, the purpose of his coming out this time was to get his own Pokémon, and it was even more joyful to be able to have a Scorpio. Swish this time, Scorpio did not give a positive response. It took a few steps back holding the blue-orange fruit, and its face was full of vigilance. For wild Pokémon, entering the Pokéball is a rather terrifying thing, so they are not happy to be captured. I have a lot of delicious food, such as this and this. The well-prepared young man hurriedly took out a variety of Pokémon food from his pocket. The fragrance was everywhere. Scorpio shrugged his nose. Seeing that the food offensive was effective, the young man spared no effort to promote himself. Scorpio was a little dizzy, and suddenly he felt that entering the unknown ball was not something he couldn't accept. Nothing can make wild Pokémon give up their love of freedom, unless they are provided with food and accommodation. From this point of view, this young man is not as stupid as he looks. At least he has a certain understanding of the habits of wild Pokémon. Of course, he also needs to have a good impression of them, otherwise he will easily die. Soon, with the sound of Pokéballs catching Pokémons, the young man could no longer restrain his joy. The small forest was filled with human laughter. This was Scorpio's territory, otherwise the young man would have been attacked by other Pokémons. Then, please give me more advice in the future. The young man released Scorpio and put him on his shoulder. Swish. Scorpio still showed some resistance, but since he had already agreed, he couldn't go back on his word. From now on, we are the Scorpio team. You are called Scorpio, and I'm called Scorpio Man. The young man, oh no, Scorpio Man, said to Scorpio on his shoulder. Swish. Obviously, Scorpio didn't agree with this name. You think it's great, right? I think so too, Scorpio said excitedly. There must be some problems in the understanding of one person and one elf. Really great, don't you think so? Looking at this scene, Zay said to his companions on his waist with a smile. The 6 luxury balls trembled in response to him. He didn't learn from Nobuhiko in vain. And in a place like the wild, of course, the perception of the outside world should be maximized. In this way, the young man hiding behind the tree was discovered by Zay a long time ago. Because he didn't attack him, he pretended not to know. Finding that the other party had a crush on Scorpio since he left, Zay kindly returned to take a look. In case something went wrong, he could still remedy it. As a result, he saw this scene. Zay's mood suddenly improved a lot. Maybe it was because his unintentional act helped others. TSK, if I had some savings back then, maybe I could be the same as this guy. Zay jumped down from the tree, with an inexplicable smile on his face, sighing and thinking. But why does this guy's costume look familiar? He muttered to himself. Maybe it was his illusion. There are too many elf cosplay costumes in the elf world. Zay shook his head and threw the familiar feeling out of his mind. The light footsteps sounded again, and he began to walk in one direction. By the river, Zay, who was sitting on a stone after breakfast, stared at the water and fell into deep thought. He didn't understand why someone here would target him. He didn't release the electric dragon to fish. Sensing a clear existence hiding behind the tree trunk not far behind him, Zay sighed imperceptibly. It's true that, if you don't take the road to heaven, you will break into hell. If the other party following him at the beginning could be understood as just passing by, then the fact that he stopped to eat now and the other party still followed him could only mean that the other party's mind was not right. Zay stood up and patted the dust on his butt. Flame chicken, bring him here. The incoherent words made the person hiding behind the tree trunk a little confused. A claw was on his shoulder at this time. The man was instantly shocked. Spy mantis, slash. Had a red light flashed, and a green spy mantis appeared, slashing wildly with its sickle-like arms. Next a Blaziken jumped and flew to the branch, looking down at the man and the Pokémon below, its eyes full of murderous intent. Such a person dared to have ideas about his trainer? How could it be? The man looked at this scene in astonishment, which was different from what he expected. How could Blaziken have such speed? Impossible. He muttered to himself. My spy mantis's attack speed has been trained to the limit by me, and the energy conduction of the slash is also perfect. How could this Blaziken dodge so easily? His tone was full of disbelief. Good guy, ZHE, who was walking not far away, heard this and wanted to laugh. My calculations should be correct. The speed of this quasi-king level flame chicken is 1.47 times that of its peers at ordinary times. If it is blessed with the acceleration characteristics, it will gradually increase to 2.68 times. According to the speed distance formula, its reaction time is about. The man did not notice ZHEE's approach, and was still thinking. ZHEE raised his eyebrows. Is he still well prepared? Chapter 334 Data's tragic failure, meeting our crossing on the road. It's unreasonable. This is unreasonable. The man muttered to himself, looking very confused. He sighed as painful cry pulled him out of his doubts. He looked up. Flamel easily picked up Scyther, which had been beaten, and lost its ability to fight, with one claw. With a flick of his hand, Scyther was thrown to the ground. The man's pupils suddenly dilated, and he swallowed unconsciously. He was about to speak when Flamel flashed in front of him. Next, with a short shout, Flamel's claws slammed into the man's abdomen. In an instant, the man's face turned from pale to blood red, and then back to pale. He knelt on the ground with his weak knees. Although Flamel had tried his best to suppress his strength, for ordinary people, a punch from a quasi-king fighting Pokémon is not so easy to bear. Tell me, how did you target me? Zaire squatted down 3 meters away from the man out of boredom. The man did not answer. Hey? Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. He seems to be a tough guy. Flame, give him another punch. He said lightly. Wait. The extremely weak man struggled to speak. This man is a devil. He was beaten so hard that he couldn't speak. Peng Flame Chicken ignored the man's words. As long as Tetsu said nothing, it would never stop. But considering the other party's current appearance, it was very considerate, and kicked the man on the back. This time, the man was really prostrated. Tetsuya supported his chin with one hand, and looked at the guy who had followed him all the way with disdain. Tell me, do I look like a villain from this perspective? Seeing that the man probably couldn't speak for a while, he was very considerate, and chatted with Flame Chicken first. Flame Chicken nodded silently. Not only does he look like a villain, but he also looks like a villain who can't survive more than 3 episodes. He talks a lot. My name is Masamune. I just want to test your strength. The man lying on the ground finally spoke again with difficulty. Although he was seriously injured, he was afraid that, if he didn't explain it clearly, he would lose his life. Masamune found that the man in front of him was not as kind as the Kanto Alliance advertised. If Tetsuya knew his thoughts, he would definitely laugh. Or, any normal person would laugh. Apart from anything else, if you hide your tracks and follow a person in the wild, no one would believe you if you said you had no intentions towards him. What's more, Tetsuya is famous, and his Pokémon are really tempting. The examples of countless trainers who died in the wild tell the later generations that they should never underestimate the evil that a person can burst out in a disorderly environment in the wild, which is not comparable to any evil Pokémon. According to incomplete statistics from the Alliance, more than 1/3 of the trainers who die each year die at the hands of humans rather than Pokémon. And Tetsuya said that he had been in the Viridian Forest since he was a child, and this matter was just a drop in the bucket. If he hadn't been a little vigilant, he would have met the end of his life at the beginning. Masamune, this name seems familiar. Tetsuya half knelt and knocked his head speechlessly. He didn't know if it was because he had absorbed too much knowledge from the elf world, but he found that his memory of some plots in the Pokémon animation he watched in his previous life began to become a little fuzzy. After all, it is an exaggeration to say that he has a photographic memory. In fact, his memory is just several levels higher than that of ordinary people. He still forgets some very unimportant things. Aha, it's the guy with the data stream, right? Probably. After thinking about it and connecting it with the words of this guy just now, Tetsuya finally matched the person in front of him with the plot in the animation. He remembered that, when he met Zyozzy later, this Masamune Scyther had evolved into a Scyther. Moreover, in a similar situation, this Masamune was commanding the Scyther to directly attack Zyozzy and others. Luckily it's Satoshi. If it's someone else, unless he can't beat him, this guy's fate will definitely not be good. ZHE also thought, as Satoshi's elder, should he teach him some survival rules in the wild, otherwise it would be bad to be bullied. Although Satoshi is also known as a little idiot, his love for Pokémon is incomparable to anyone, and that's enough. Who Masamune panted heavily. If it weren't for your sneak attack, according to the data, your Blaziken is no match for Scyther. Let's go. What else did you think? ZHE ignored this. He greeted Blaziken and was about to turn around and leave. He kept talking about data. No wonder this guy's future children will have the same style. It's true that like father, like son. As for killing directly, he is not such a bloody person. A lesson is enough. You are really scared. Masamune, who was kneeling on the ground, said a sentence that was extremely inconsistent with his current image. Provoking, right? They snorted coldly. Who can't see that? He turned around. Come on, I'll give you a chance. They said unhappily. He could see it, but he just fell for it. It seemed that his good mood today would be ruined by this guy named Masamune. Masamune struggled to stand up and leaned against a big tree behind him. I saw your performance at the league meeting last year. It seems that the Kanto League is really getting worse every year. His tone was full of an inexplicable sense of superiority. They almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He didn't know what confidence the other party had to say this. The data shows that your flame chicken's ability is. Don't talk about the data, hurry up, I have something to do. Zay interrupted the other party's nonsense rudely. He was very busy. Okay. Taking time out to fight was already a great honor for the sake of the previous life animation. Speaking of which, there are really guys who regard elf data as everything. He sighed silently. There are also games in the elf world that are similar to the elf battles in the previous life. For many people, this is the channel and method for them to truly understand most Pokémon, including the high-end Pokémon research schools in the Kanto region. They also use this kind of game to teach the junior students. After all, it is very important for children to learn through entertainment. But when they become real trainers, few people insist on the data on the surface. Because Pokémon is a creature that is really difficult to estimate with data. Even the most valued potential cannot be guaranteed to be correct now, let alone other things. And in the ever-changing real Pokémon battles, there is not so much time for you to analyze all the data. If it is really the same as the data, then the attribute advantage will be so great that it cannot be added, and there will be no situation of winning against the attribute. However, the fact is that it is not only the future Zaozi or the current Zaya, including many trainers, who are at the same strength stage. It is not too surprising to defeat the opponent with the reverse attribute. The attribute advantage can only prove that your possibility of winning is higher than others from the beginning, but it does not mean that you will definitely win. But then again, I seem to be a trainer who believes in data. Zaya touched his chin and fell into deep thought. However, his data is often reflected in the cultivation of Pokémon, rather than in combat, which is not a big problem. After all, you can't cultivate Pokémon without considering the reality, otherwise even a quasi-god will be ruined. Then, my Pokémon is Swamp King, which has absolute suppression power over fire Pokémon. Masamune, who came back, after taking a breath, threw a Pokéball. Tetsuya glanced at Zero, and found that he was actually an elite level Swamp King. Oh, by the way, this guy later opened a dojo to recruit disciples. He is not a poor guy. He remembered this. Hurry up and get rid of it. We still have things to do today. Tetsuya tilted his head and raised his chin to the Blaziken beside him. Blaziken walked forward with its long legs. It takes 3 minutes and 21 seconds for your Blaziken to reach the full acceleration state from 0. Before that, Swamp King, which has the water storage property, can use the water energy stored in its body to launch continuous attacks. At some point, a computer appeared in Masamune's hand, and he was calculating something. Besides that, your Blaziken is indeed the best among its kind in all aspects, but its sensitivity in controlling its body is rare and far below the average level of its kind. So, Swamp King, use the high-speed muddy current. Masamune explained while commanding Swamp King to use the skill. He did not even raise his head. After 2.34 seconds, the muddy current used by Swamp King will hit the knee of Flamel's right leg, and your Flamel's ability to control speed will be further reduced. Moreover, the pain caused by the injury will further reduce the efficiency of the superposition of the acceleration state, and the time will change from the original 3 minutes and 21 seconds to 3 minutes and 53 seconds. This means that Swamp King will pass through the tail of the water current. Exit Blaziken turned his head and looked at his trainer. Is this guy's brain okay? Tetsuya grinned. Really, why would he take such a person seriously? He turned around and left the scene with Blaziken. What, you mean Swamp King? Isn't he lying on the ground? It's not that Tetsuya looks down on him, but the Pokémon cultivated by such people can never be compared with the group of people he fought at the conference. The difference between elites is sometimes huge. Walking on the road, ZHE didn't care at all when the guy named Masamune would react. It had nothing to do with him, right? But he did meet an acquaintance. Hey, hello, a female voice came from the tree on the roadside. ZHE, who was still wondering who was targeting him, also reacted when he heard the voice. Axing, why are you here? He subconsciously asked the empty road. Puff of white smoke appeared. Axing, dressed in a pink ninja outfit, appeared in front of him. Why can't I be here? She rolled her eyes. Shouldn't you be learning from the master of Aju? ZHE asked cheerfully. It's a kind of fate to meet a Kanto person you know in Johto. The person who suddenly appeared was Aju's sister, Axing. Axing showed a look of disgust at ZHE's statement. Who wants to learn from him? I can do what he can do, okay? Huh. ZHE subconsciously tilted his head. He remembered that the relationship between the two siblings was not like this. Crossing was also a person who could not hold back. She quickly told Tetsuya the whole story of why she appeared here. It's because of the troubles left by my family. Crossing, who could be called a young lady, sighed helplessly. You know, our family actually lived in Kaju Town originally, but later moved to the city of Asakusa to develop. Tetsuya was really clear about this. Kaji Town, known as the hometown of ninjas, is the birthplace of the two major ninja schools, Iga and Koga. All existing ninja related things originated there. Of course, the Asakusa gym, which is closely related to both schools, is even more so. As for why they moved out, it was completely due to personal reasons. To put it bluntly, it was just that a certain generation was not as skilled as others. Although we moved away, the Pokémon Ninja Academy that my family and others opened in partnership is still in operation. We need to send people to teach those little brats from time to time. Crossing expressed considerable distress. She is not good at dealing with children, otherwise she would not be so helpless with her niece. What's the big deal? It's just being a teacher. ZHE thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be just like this. You don't know how difficult those little guys are. Crossing, who had been assigned to teach more than once, rolled her eyes at ZHE, who was making sarcastic remarks. If the task assigned this time is to guide the mastery and application of elf skills, it would be better. If it is still to teach beauty subjects, I will explode. As she said this, she stretched out her hands wide, as if to prove the correctness of her words. Beauty? ZHE was also very confused. Although he knew about the Pokémon Ninja Academy, he had no idea about the teaching content there. After all, his dream was not to become a ninja. Yeah. Crossing nodded. Pokémon Ninjutsu Academy mainly teaches three aspects, namely, the tactical subject specializing in Pokémon battles, the beauty subject of learning beauty and weight loss, and the technical subject of improving the level of Pokémon's special moves. The first and third are easy to say, but I really don't know the second one. This should be considered as the homework of the breeder. ZHE said a little uncertainly. Not really, but as a ninja, there are some things that must be mastered during the mission, so change your appearance. Crossing waved his hand and said. Chapter 335. Dianlong's hometown is a place with developed commerce. Oh. Zay's eyes lit up when he heard the words change your face. This thing is quite interesting. Many ways of using it flashed through his mind in an instant. Don't get me wrong, he is not using it to do anything bad, such as changing his face to peep or something. He will never do that. Crossing didn't notice that Zay was interested at all and was still complaining. That kind of disguise mask is very harmful to the skin. I don't want to make that kind of thing. And who still uses this kind of traditional disguise props these days? Don't you know how to put on makeup? Zay blinked. But don't underestimate me. I still know how to make some, such as using the silk spit out by the orb silk spider to make a mask. R-Crossing may also feel a little embarrassed, so she added a little. It's just that this mask seems to have a big difference in use from the disguise mask, although both are covered on the face. It's normal to think about it. R-Crossing is a girl after all. It would be strange if she is not interested in these things. Speaking of which, have you captured any new partners in Johto? Would you like me, the Johto Encyclopedia, to give you some advice? R-Crossing raised her head with some pride. Not yet. ZHE also shook his head. I rarely take the initiative to capture Pokémon. R-Crossing nodded in approval. That's right. People who capture every Pokémon they see are not worthy of being trainers. If you can't take good care of them as partners, don't just capture them at the beginning. Xiaozi, who was far away in the Kanto region and competing with Xiaomao in fishing, suddenly sneezed. You're not going to use illness as an excuse to escape, because you're going to lose again, are you? Xiaomao looked at Xiaozi and said with a hint of sarcasm. Xiaozi, who had just felt a sense of malice, immediately put the matter behind him. His face flushed. Who are you saying is going to escape? It's obviously you who are going to lose, okay? And can you call it losing when it comes to fishing for a trainer? I just had bad luck today. Haha, you don't have bad luck every day, do you? Xiaomao's mouth pierced Xiaozi's heart. The two grew up together, and they don't know each other. No matter what kind of competition, Xiaozi has not yet defeated Xiaomao. TSK, children are full of energy. Professor Oak, who was standing at the window with a cup of coffee and watching the two people playing, shook his head leisurely. However, he still has high hopes for Xiaozi, this silly boy. At least his love for elves is much stronger than most people in the world. This is enough to make him a very powerful trainer. Elves will repay the trainer's trust and love for it with practical actions. Oak, come and take a look. Isn't this data a bit strange? The voice of Professor Yamanashi sounded from behind. Here I come. Professor Oak hurriedly finished the coffee in his hand and devoted himself to the study of elves. Hearing what Axing said, Zay shrugged his shoulders. He had a little difference in his ideas with Axing, mainly because he couldn't afford to raise so many elves. Otherwise, he would still choose to capture many elves he liked, as he had a bit of a collecting habit. His dream life was to wait until he was old, in a yard, with many elves that were cute, mighty, or lazy to accompany him to bask in the sun. I've been talking to you for too long. R-Crossing looked down at the time and quickly jumped up to the tree. I'll talk to you next time I have a chance, or you can come to visit the Ninja Academy. Just tell me my name. By her voice faded away. It can only be said that she is worthy of being a ninja family. While not taking the usual path, she is also unusually agile. But, did she go in the wrong direction? Zay looked at R-Crossing's back as she left, and scratched his head. Ninja, are there people with poor directions? He was relieved soon. Maybe they have other things to do. Why bother so much? Walking along the official road, the desolate wilderness gradually became prosperous. A group of buildings like a small town appeared in front of Zay. Finally here. He stretched. It is rare to meet many acquaintances along the way. Welcome to the exclusive rest area of Route 32. May you have a good day here. Miss Joy's sweet words sounded from a high-hanging speaker. Let's go to the Pidgeot shop first. ZHE, who had multiple destinations, looked at the map and quickly decided on the first place he wanted to go. The so-called Pidgeot shop does not refer to the official breeding shop for breeding Pidgeot eggs, but refers to a shop that specializes in delivering letters and goods to people from all over the world. Basically, all trainer-related institutions such as the Alliance Bounty Hunter Guild, the Alliance Trading Platform, and even most ordinary people send express delivery through the Pidgeot shop. Although it is called the Pidgeot shop, its employees are not only Pidgeots, but also Pidgeots, and even Pidgeots are good at their jobs. Of course, Pidgeots are still relatively rare. After all, it is better to use this level of Pokémon to do more meaningful things than to deliver things, unless you pay more. You know, in the wild, a super large group of Pidgeots may not have a Pidgeot as the leader. This is a powerful bird of prey that can dominate a forest. The reason why it is called the Pidgeot shop is mainly because the founder started out by delivering things with Pidgeots. The Pidgeot shop has branches in every town, but its main store is in a dedicated rest area on this wild road in the Johto area. I have to say that this is a surprising point. After all, the safety in big cities is more guaranteed. According to the words of the former manager of the Bobo store, Bobo, Pidgeot, and Pidgeot are all elves who yearn for freedom and love the sky. If they live in the city, they will undoubtedly not be able to release their emotions, which is very wrong. This is a more official statement. According to the meaning translated by Zay, it is probably that there are too many of these three types of elves that the Bobo store needs to cultivate. The city simply cannot accommodate so many elves. It is better to cultivate them in the wild. Moreover, the Bobo store was just a small store at the beginning, and the cost issue is still quite important. Although it is bigger now, the location of the head office cannot be changed at will. The head office here is actually not directly responsible for receiving letters and sending items. It is more of a role similar to cultivating employees. The large forest outside the rest area is where its employees rest and live. Those branches in the city are more like temporary residences for employee elves. Soon, they stopped in front of a building with a Bobo logo hanging on it. Don't get me wrong, he didn't come here to make money by having his Pidgeot become a temporary employee of the Popo shop. He wasn't that poor. Is that Mr. Tetsuya? The owner of the Soten gym has already told me. Please come in. A slightly older man dressed as a shopkeeper came out and greeted him warmly. You must be Mr. Jinjiro. I'm sorry to bother you. Tetsuya responded politely. That's right, a large part of the Popo shop actually belongs to Kikyo, which is the family of Asoku. If not, the Popo shop wouldn't be trusted by so many people. Many of the items sent are quite precious. If it weren't for the reputation of Kikyo as a guarantee, basically no one would be willing to risk losing things to send things through the Popo shop. Who knows if the Popo that serves as your messenger will be eaten as a snack by a Spearow or a toucan on the way. Unless you spend a lot of money to let Pidgeot deliver it for you, it's not safe to use Pidgeot as a messenger. This also largely eliminated Tetsuya's idea of making money from this industry. He doesn't have such a big reputation and ability to guarantee all the things sent out. Although Kikyo is growing in economic strength and other aspects because of the existence of Popo shop, the premise is that before the establishment of Popo shop, Kikyo was already one of the 8 famous gyms in Johto. Hatsuton's Pidgeot is teaching a new batch of employees in the forest area of our store. You have to wait for a while. The owner, Mr. Jinjiro, poured a cup of hot tea for Tetsuya, who sat down and explained a little. Oh, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry. I'll tell you after today's training mission is completed. Tetsuya took a sip of tea and responded. The purpose of his coming here was to let his Pidgeot ask for advice from Hatsuton's Pidgeot. As for what to ask, it was of course to break through to the peak of the king. Pidgeot has been stuck at the peak of the Quasi King for nearly 3 months. Although it is normal to be stuck for a year or two, Tetsuya is still a little anxious. After all, before this, Pidgeot's strength has never stagnated for such a long time. It can't be said to be stagnant. Although the level has not increased, Pidgeot's other abilities and skills are still improving day by day, which means that it is much worse than the original rapid progress. It is inevitable that there will be some imbalance in the heart. The way and method of each Pokémon to break through the king level is different, but as a Pokémon of the same type, Soten's Pidgeot can still give a lot of useful experience. After Zaya made this request to Soten yesterday, Soten agreed immediately. Soten was also very curious. If this little guy's Pidgeot can break through to the king level before the silver tournament, how many people will be surprised? It's big news that there is a genius trainer of king level Pokémon in the 2nd year of debut. The old and the young talked briefly for a few sentences and fell into silence. The generation gap is really too big. Zaya didn't know what to talk about with Mr. Jinjiro in front of him, who is nearly 50 years old. According to Asu, Mr. Jinjiro has been the manager of the main store for more than 20 years. He has been since he was a child and is still now. Not only that, Mr. Jinjiro's father and grandfather were both managers of the main store in the past. To put it simply, they are typical examples of sons inheriting their father's business, and they are pure members of the Kikyo gym. If it weren't for this, Soten wouldn't feel at ease to leave one of his main Pokémon in the care of this person. Why don't I tell you about the general situation of our Bobo store cultivation? Mr. Jinjiro thought about it, and he seemed to have some experience with these things. Aren't these confidential? Tetsuya, who was stroking his teacup, showed considerable interest, but he also expressed his concerns. It's okay, what I want to talk about is not confidential. If it is confidential, I won't tell you before Soten Gym Master agrees. Mr. Jinjiro spoke a little too bluntly. This is probably why he is the owner of the main store instead of the branch store. This kind of personality is very good for Pokémon, but for people, communication is not so good. Fortunately, Tetsuya doesn't care about this kind of thing at all, and he soon listened with relish. It is still quite difficult to cultivate a Bobo that is specifically used as a messenger. First of all, you have to make sure that it can recognize the way by itself in long distance situations. This has already screened out a considerable number of poppers. Some poppers with poor brains simply can't do it. It may be okay for short distances, but once it crosses regions, the requirements for this point will increase exponentially. The second point is that the Poppo must be fast, that is, its potential must be good. This is a must for a messenger, otherwise it is too easy to get into trouble on the road. Although the Kikyo gym is a big business and can afford the losses, if accidents keep happening, the Poppo shop can't even think about continuing to operate. Just these 2 points, more than 90% of the poppers can't do it. Then there are various trainings. According to Jinjiro, it would be good if 1 out of 100 poppers can be trained to become a messenger. In addition to the Poppo messengers who die every year for some reason, the main store must cultivate at least tens of thousands a year to barely support the expansion. Tetsuya secretly smacked his lips. Wow, 10,000. This number is exaggerated. He finally understood why this place has developed into a dedicated rest point around the main store. You know, rest spots like this are quite rare on wild roads. Most of the wild roads are really wild, and you can't see people at all. The cultivation of at least 10,000 Pidgeots every year requires astronomical human and material resources. No wonder the Joai family will also open a special Pokémon Center here to support it. It's not easy for you either. Their side. It's not just about cultivation. Those Pidgeot messengers who got into trouble during transportation were also solved by the store manager in front of him. For example, if they were chased by toucans, he would need to issue relevant rescue missions. Speaking of which, Zaya remembered that he had taken such temporary tasks before, and the profit was not small. With this calculation, his idea of opening a courier was even more unrealistic. Manager, there is a batch of goods from Asagi Ranch that they want us to help deliver. An employee who suddenly broke in interrupted the conversation between the two. Isn't it only May or June? So early this year? Manager Jinjiro frowned. You can ask the owner of Alien Ranch to come in and talk. Zaya raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. The Shallow Onion Ranch was his second destination this time. This was the hometown of his own electric dragon. Chapter 336. Pidgeot asks Pidgeot for advice and meets Sammy. Do I need to step aside? Tetsuya asked out of politeness. The owner of the shop Jinjiro smiled and said, No, it's just a very ordinary matter, but I have to ask Tetsuya to wait for a while. Okay. After hearing what he said, Tetsuya sat on a chair and drank tea to rest. Mr. Jinjiro, I have to trouble you again this year. The voice came before the person appeared. A capable and soft female voice sounded from outside the door. The door was slowly pushed open, and a woman wearing traditional Johto clothes came in. It turns out that Mr. Jinjiro has guests. I'm very sorry to disturb you. Seeing someone, the woman hurriedly expressed her apologies. This is Trainer Tetsuya. He came to the Poppo shop to deal with some things. Master Alien, you should not mind that there is someone next to us when we are communicating. The owner of the shop Jinjiro spoke very seriously. It's okay. Speaking of which, our Asagi Ranch and Trainer Tetsuya have a very close relationship. Alien, the current master of Asagi Ranch, smiled. Of course she knew Tetsuya. In addition to his achievements and abilities as a trainer, the relationship between Tetsuya and the Asagi gym behind her was quite close. Oh, really? That's great. Jinjiro expressed his surprise at the right time, and then turned the topic to business. Tetsuya, who was listening on the side, pricked up his ears and soon figured out the focus of the communication between the two parties. As an important institution under the Asagi gym, the Asagi ranch is famous for breeding mare sheep. Whether it is the wool of mare sheep or the milk of mare sheep, the quality of the products produced by the Asagi ranch is always the best in the market. Its reputation is not inferior to the milk and other products produced by the Manjin ranch in the same region, Manjin City. It is precisely because of this that the transportation of products every time becomes a big problem. Unlike the Manjin ranch, which produces a lot of milk every day, and even if it is not squeezed for fresh milk every day, its body will feel uncomfortable. The wool of mare sheep is only changed once a year. Every summer, the wool that the male sheep have been growing for the past year will all fall off, revealing their bare bodies. Of course, the magic of the elves makes these woolless male sheep return to their normal appearance after a week. Before this time point, the Asagi gym always needs to find a nearby Popo shop to help with transportation. Because only here can a large amount of wool be sent to all parts of the world at the lowest cost. Other transportation methods are not impossible, but considering the speed, efficiency, and cost, Popo shop is the best choice. This should be good news for any store. The income from such a large order is quite considerable. However, according to what the owner Jinjiro said, if it weren't for Sushin's suggestion that the gyms take care of each other, he himself would not be willing to take this job. This year's volume is 10% more than last year. Jinjiro listened to Alien's introduction and sighed slightly. It's not much, actually. The tone of the owner Alien unconsciously weakened. The main reason for all this is still due to the properties of the male sheep and the characteristics of its wool. ZHE also has a say in this. When the electric dragon was still a male sheep, the static electricity on the wool caused him a lot of trouble. The male sheep wool shed in summer is not only twice the volume of normal, but also contains electricity that cannot be underestimated. For the flying messengers Pidgeot and Pidgeot, this is a very uncomfortable thing. Even with the isolation of the package, close contact with the electric energy can easily cause them to have problems during flight. For example, sudden paralysis or confusion about the direction. It is no wonder that Jinjiro is not very happy. After all, from the communication just now, every completed messenger Pidgeot or messenger Pidgeot requires a lot of energy, material resources and manpower. If there is a problem, it is not worth it. The male sheep on your ranch are shedding their wool a little early this year. The messengers of this batch of our Bobo store have not been trained yet, so the price will be a certain increase compared to last year. However, to put it bluntly, the two are just part-time workers. Since the gyms that support them have said they will do it, as store owners, they can't actually change anything. All Jinjiro can do is to strive for the greatest security and profit as possible. Moreover, it is not to say that the Bobo store has no other benefits in this process. At least as Jinjiro just said, if the newly cultivated messengers are allowed to transport every year, it is also a very good pre-job training opportunity for them. After such a difficult transportation, the future work and life will surely be much easier. Of course, the owner of Alien also argued with reason. Although he is in a passive and weak position, he can't just be asked for money in vain. For such a large volume of transportation, any savings in unit price is not a small amount. ZHE also drank tea and listened to the negotiations between the two people with relish, which he found quite interesting. In his 2 lives, he has never experienced such a business negotiation. More than half an hour passed, and the two managers who were arguing until their faces were red finally reached a consensus and stopped arguing. Really, it's like this every time. Jinjiro sighed. There's nothing I can do. Alien seemed quite happy to have negotiated a big deal. For her, this is inevitable, and spending less is gain. By the way, trainer Tetsuya. She suddenly turned her head and called Tetsuya, who had been watching for a long time, with a slightly unfamiliar voice. Ah. Tetsuya was stunned for a moment. What's the matter? It's like this. Gym leader Ami is also at the Asagi ranch these days, because of the matter of the mealy sheep. I just mentioned to her that you are also here, so she hopes that, if you are free, you can visit the Asagi ranch. She has something to discuss with you. Alien said. Of course, my honor. Hearing that it was the gym leader Ami of the Asagi gym who was looking for him, Tetsuya agreed immediately. but it may have to wait until the afternoon. I have to wait for gym leader Soton's Pidgeot at the Popo shop. He also explained his own affairs a little. Okay, gym leader Amy will be at the ranch any time today. On behalf of the Asagi Ranch, I welcome you to come. After that, Alien politely greeted Jinjuro and Tetsuya in turn and left. As expected of Johto's big lady gym. Watching Alien's departing figure, Tetsuya sighed unconsciously. Johto's Shallot Gym is the counterpart of the Rainbow Gym in Kanto. Apart from the difference in Pokémon specialization, the two are very similar in many ways. For example, the rule of only recruiting female trainer apprentices. However, compared to the grass-specialized Rainbow Gym, the Shallot Gym, which focuses more on breeding some larger Pokémon, is not so popular with female trainers. Even though Gym Master Amy is very popular, it is difficult to change this. Gym Master Amy doesn't like others to call the Shallot Gym that way. Jinjuro kindly reminded him. Huh. Tetsuya looked at him in confusion. Everyone is saying that, so there shouldn't be any problem. Amy and Ligia are friends, but she always wants to consult him about dressing, because she thinks she is too tacky. She doesn't think she is the type of young lady. Moreover, the steel badge of the Asagi Gym represents the spirit of never giving up and perseverance, which doesn't match. Jinjuro, who has been dealing with the Asagi Gym and Asagi Ranch for decades, has a lot to say about this. It is no exaggeration to say that both Soton and Amy have grown step by step to the strength of the current gym leaders under his watch. Tetsuya nodded in sudden enlightenment. Yes, unlike Ligia of the Rainbow Gym, who is famous for her elegance, Amy's more prominent impression in everyone's impression is her pure temperament, and her iron wall-like inner heart. This gap between the inside and the outside is a reason why she is sought after by everyone. Time passed quickly in the chat between the old and the young. In a blink of an eye, the pointer on the wall pointed to the direction of 3 o'clock. Beep. The sharp bird song that seemed to be there and not there sounded outside the window. Jinjuro, who was talking to Tetsuya, smiled and said, "The owner's Pidgeot is back." Tetsuya's expression changed. A strong wind suddenly blew, and the curtains in the room were blown wildly, and dust was scattered everywhere. The two of them closed their eyes involuntarily. Beep. This time the bird's chirping was very close, and a considerable degree of gloating could be heard from it. "I've told you many times not to make such a big scene when you come back. I and the guests can't drink tea." Jinjuro, who closed his eyes tightly, gave a helpless admonition. Obviously, if it worked, Pidgeot would not have done this a long time ago. Looking at the stranger with a familiar smell who suddenly appeared in his rest area, Pidgeot curiously leaned over to take a look. When Tetsuya opened his eyes, a huge bird head was in front of him, and he couldn't help but shrink his head back. "This is the guest introduced by the owner of Soton, who came to see you specifically," Jinjuro hurriedly explained. He was afraid that Pidgeot would do something bad. This big guy's used to being wild. When he heard that it was his trainer who called him, Pidgeot was not happy at all, but turned his head aside. Maybe he is in a bad mood, because the gym leader Soton often doesn't come to see Pidgeot. There is no way. The gym leader is usually very busy. It was still Jinjuro, who explained to Tetsuya helplessly. Beep beep. Hearing what Jinjuro said, Soton's Pidgeot was obviously unhappy, and it barked at the other party several times in a row. The general meaning was, "Why are you still talking to him? I have worked hard here for so long. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard, but he doesn't even come to see me." Tetsuya's face was a little strange. This Pidgeot's personality seems to be a little different. Beep. Soon, after barking a few times, Soton's Pidgeot turned his attention back to Tetsuya. Although he was a little angry with his own trainer, he still knew the importance of the matter. "It's like this." Tetsuya hurriedly explained to it why he came. Listening to Tetsuya's introduction, before Pidgeot said anything, Jinjuro beside him opened his mouth into an O shape. He thought about many things, but he never expected that the other party came to seek a way for his elf partner to break through the king. If he remembered correctly, the child in front of him was less than 20 years old. Jinjuro instantly felt that he had lived his whole life on blue. "Hey!" Pidgeot tilted his neck with interest. Beep, it called out, signaling Tetsuya to let out its younger generation of the same race. "Come out, Pidgeot." Tetsuya threw out the luxury bowl without saying a word. Fortunately, the space in the room of Popo's shop is large enough, otherwise the two elves would have been squeezed to death long ago. Not to mention that they are two elves like birds of prey. Looking at Tetsuya's Pidgeot, Hayat's Pidgeot blinked his eyes. It looked down at itself, and then looked up at the other party. By the way, aren't you a quasi king? Why are you bigger than me? Although it didn't speak, Tetsuya read its thoughts from its eyes. In this regard, Tetsuya could only say that it was all thanks to his talent in training. What? Zero? Isn't that also his talent? There's nothing wrong with that. Although he was very angry that his size was not as good as his juniors, the stronger Pidgeot of Hayatan said that it was not a big deal. Beep, it cried and flew out through the special hole above the room. Tetsuya's Pidgeot looked back at his trainer. Go, learn a little. Tetsuya comforted him. Hayatan's Pidgeot's personality was indeed a bit strange, but his strength was still real, and the information given by Zero was the best proof. Presumably, his own Pidgeot should be able to learn a lot from the other party. Tetsuya's Pidgeot nodded and also soared into the sky. Beep, the sharp bird cry of which Pidgeot could not be identified resounded throughout the rest area. People who had long been accustomed to this would at most sigh that the Popo shop had produced another Pidgeot and then no longer pay much attention to it. Everyone knows that the Pidgeot of Hayatan is here. Not only a mentor, but also a guardian. No one dared to do anything bad. You're not fast enough, not free enough. Looking at Tetsuya's Pidgeot following behind, Hayatan's Pidgeot said so. Not free enough. Tetsuya's Pidgeot didn't quite understand. Follow me. To this, Hayatan's Pidgeot did not explain, but spread his wings and flew faster. Tetsuya's Pidgeot also followed. Two silver white streamers shuttled through the clouds, leaving two parallel marks in the sky. Where are they going? Tetsuya, who walked out of the Popo shop, squinted his eyes and looked at it and asked Jinjiro. I don't know, but I guess it will take a while to teach you how to break through the king. Jinjiro said that this was the first time he encountered such a thing. I think you can go to see the owner of Ami first. It's not good to let her wait too long. I will take good care of them when they come back later, he said very considerately. Chapter 337 Guanga, a different Ami. Light Green Onion Ranch. Ami, wearing a light green dress, was walking among the herd of mealy sheep. Surprisingly, the static electricity on the wool of mealy sheep seemed to have no effect on her. Her movements were still so smooth and natural. Me, the mealy sheep cried one after another. Ami, gym leader, gym leader. The voice of alien ranch owner was faintly heard. But it was obvious that Ami, who was immersed in observing the ecology of mealy sheep, did not hear it. I'm sorry, the gym leader may not have heard it. She turned around and said to Zaya beside her apologetically. Don't worry, let's wait a while. Zaya responded politely. It's impossible to be rude. Don't look at Ami's softness, but she is very strong. In addition to being a king level trainer as a gym leader, Ami also has quite outstanding achievements in the profession of coordination trainer. She once participated in the master level super gorgeous competition in Binhei City in the Sinnoh region and won a good place. In the Pokémon world, the word master is not something that can be given casually. In the future, in competitions such as the Pokémon World Championship, PWCS or WCS for short, only the top 8 world's strongest trainers can be called 8 masters. This is enough to show the weight of these two words. Although ZHE didn't know this, the word master is a very heavy title even now. He even felt that Ami's ability in coordinating training was stronger than her ability as a single trainer, as she was able to get a good ranking in this level of super gorgeous competition. I'm really sorry, I was so focused just now that I didn't notice you guys coming. Ami, who was stared at by 4 eyes, soon realized something was wrong. She looked up and finally found the owner of the ranch, Alien, and ZHE who were waiting outside the ranch. She squeezed through the fluffy hair of the mere sheep and walked out. Hello. ZHE, who was about to greet Ami, suddenly paused. I forgot. I still have the static electricity of these children on me. Wait a minute. Ami stepped back a few steps apologetically, as if she suddenly remembered something. Guanja, please. She threw out a somewhat old luxury ball. Boo, the electric dragon named Guanja appeared in the open space, and a yellow light flashed on his body very consciously. Soon, the numbing electric energy on Ami's body dissipated. Ze's eyes couldn't help but flash a little surprise. He just thought that Ami was carrying some special items that could eliminate or effectively protect against static electricity, so she could shuttle freely among the herds of mealy sheep in this season. He never expected that the other party did not take any protection, as she said. In other words, Ami completely relied on her own will and ability to restrain the influence of static electricity on her body. I can only say that she is worthy of being praised as a trainer with a heart of steel. Ze sighed. The more he came into contact with these powerful trainers, the more he found that there were many reasons why these strong men were strong. It was not just a single talent. The spirit they possessed was the real source of their strength. As for the electric dragon named Gwanja, he was naturally familiar with it. It was one of the symbols of Asagi City and was well known in the entire Johto area to a certain extent. Gwanja had used his light to rescue ships and planes that were caught in storms or foggy weather and could not find the correct route countless times. It was truly the patron saint of many people and had saved many lives. The landmark building of Asagi City, the Radiant Lighthouse, was famous because it was its residence. Trainers like Ami who named their own Pokémons were still very common in the Pokémon world, so that they could better distinguish their own Pokémons from those of the other side during battles. However, ZHE did not do so. The main reason was that he was also quite bad at naming, and all the names he named were rejected by his partners. I won't go into too much detail about this kind of thing. In short, he gave up this idea. Well, although you should know me, I'd better introduce myself. Ami smiled with full of energy. My name is Ami, and I'm the current gym leader of the Asagi Gym. Nice to meet you. Hello, Gym Leader Ami. I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa. Tetsuya hurriedly returned the greeting. I know. RC's junior brother Ami's eyes curved like crescent moons. I've seen your game, and you take good care of that child. Dragon is also working hard. Tetsuya responded modestly. If you don't mind, can you show me the child? Ami made her request. Of course. Tetsuya agreed decisively. This was also something he had expected. Otherwise, even with RC of the Azure Gym as an endorsement, Ami, as the gym leader, would not have needed to talk to him. The difference between the two of them is still a bit big in terms of age and strength. Considering the rarity of the different colored shiny Pokémon, it is normal for the other party to attach so much importance to it. After all, although the Pokémon egg was sent out, the label of the light green gem on Tetsuya's Dragonite will not change. To be even more straightforward, it is quite natural for the other party to ask Dragonite to do something embarrassing as a backup force. Come out, Dragonite. Tetsuya tapped the luxury ball on his waist, and the pink Dragonite appeared beside him. Boo Dragonite fell into deep thought as he looked at Ami, who smelled familiar yet strange. What's wrong, little guy? You don't recognize me when you grow up? Ami observed Dragonite for a while. A satisfied look flashed in her eyes, and then she said to Dragonite with a smile. Dragonite remembered that this was one of the people he sensed before he was born. He remembered that the other party often came to his room to take care of him. Boo Dragonite greeted enthusiastically. Gwanja also looked at this little guy with a different skin color from his own curiously. This seems to be the 6th one he has seen, and he looks pretty good. This is your child's child, Ami said to Gwanja. ZHE couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. He really didn't know much about this. The first heterochromatic shining melee was born by Gwanja and his partner, which surprised people for a long time. Ami explained. Gwanja and his partner are both ordinary colored lightning dragons, but their Pokémon eggs have undergone a very rare mutation. So, basically all the existing heterochromatic lightning dragons are Gwanja's descendants. ZHE also thought about the probability of two ordinary Pokémon giving birth to heterochromatic Pokémon eggs, and knew that it must be a probability that would make people despair to many decimal places. Just look at the fact that the Asagi Gym has cultivated melee for so many years, but there is only this one heterochromatic Pokémon source. Otherwise, Ami would not be so sure that all the existing heterochromatic lightning dragons are Gwanja's descendants. However, the probability of a heterochromatic and an ordinary pairing giving birth to a heterochromatic is always higher, so the Asagi Gym can be so generous to give away a heterochromatic lightning dragon. Guanja lay on the ground and nodded in agreement. To be honest, it thought it was not its own child at first, and it almost couldn't help it. Fortunately, its own trainer found it in time. This is another reason why the color elves are extremely rare. In the wild, the rejection and threats faced by the color elves are unimaginable for ordinary elves. It is precisely because many elves think in a way that is infinitely close to humans, so they also attach great importance to the bloodline of their offspring. It is difficult for a male elf not to be furious when the color elves act as if they are wearing a hat. Even if the two elves have a good relationship and hatch the color elf eggs, in the wild where the tribe is the living unit, the young color elves will easily be rejected by their own kind. If its parents are alive, it's okay. If something goes wrong during the hunting process, it is normal to be driven out and live alone. Its strength is about to break through the qua seeking. Ami asked Tetsuya. Although the level of Pokémon cannot be directly seen, a trainer like her who is experienced and powerful can still see clues from all aspects. Not to mention that she has no idea how many Pokémon of the Dragonite family she has come into contact with. There may be no one in the world who knows the Dragonite family better than Ami. Although her trump card is not Dragonite, it does not affect this point at all. Yes. Tetsuya nodded. You two are great. Hearing Tetsuya's confirmation, Ami also said with emotion. This is what she likes to see most. Pokémon and trainers complement each other and make progress together. Ami always believes that spiritual communication is the most important bond between trainers and Pokémon. If Tetsuya's ability is not enough to make Dragonite grow, even if RC from the Azure Gym strongly requests it, she will not hand over the heterochromatic Dragonite to outsiders. It is true that the light green gym has a great demand for the secret medicine of the Azure Gym, but the two are still equal. Facts have proved that Tetsuya deserves to be the trainer of Dragonite. If you don't mind, how about I let Guanja talk to it? After seeing the growth of Dragonite, Ami expressed that she was very satisfied, so she proposed another idea. Of course, they couldn't agree more. Although the Dragonite Guanja's main job is to serve as a city rescuer, so it can't be called the absolute main force in Ami's elf team, but the strength of the king level is real. The only thing it lacks is the experience and habit of fighting. For Dragonite, which is currently stuck at the peak of the elite, Guanja, as an elder, is its best teacher at this stage. They never thought that he would get extra benefits from coming to the rest point on Route 32. He originally just wanted to see if he could make his Pidgeot go further. Now it seems that Dragonite's strength may also be greatly improved. Could it be that his goal of building a team of Quasi Kings is about to be achieved? Look, their bodies are bathed in the sun, and their souls seem to have been well nourished, Ami said in a very literary way, looking at Guanja and the different colored Dragonite happily chatting among a group of mere sheep not far away. Yeah. Zaya, who didn't quite understand this description, could only express his agreement with the simplest reply. Oh, by the way, Zaya, are you hungry? Suddenly, Ami asked a little embarrassedly, if you don't mind, do you want to go to our restaurant in the Shallow Onion Ranch for dinner? The food in our Shallow Onion Ranch restaurant is quite delicious and generous, she added. Zaya, who had only eaten a simple meal in the wild in the morning, didn't feel it at first, but after hearing what Ami said, he suddenly felt a little hungry. Guanja and Dragonite will probably chat for more than an hour, and it's just right for us to come back after dinner. Seeing Zaya looking at her elf, Ami also knew what he was thinking, and hurriedly said, then I'll bother you. Zaya nodded and agreed. So under the guidance of Ami, the two of them soon came to the restaurant of Asagi Ranch. Here, a buffet was adopted. ZHE, who was originally worried that it would be a bit awkward to eat with Ami, soon relaxed. Various fresh vegetables and fruits, plus expensive meat of ordinary animals, and fresh goat milk produced by Mally sheep. He took a large plate of food. It seems a bit too much. ZHE scratched his head unconsciously while holding the tray. The main reason is that Melly sheep's milk has too many byproducts, and he wants to try them all. There is probably no goat milk in the world with higher quality than the Melly sheep milk here, and there will be no such opportunity next time. But what made him a little strange was why the restaurant staff had no reaction to him taking so many things. Even if there were guests invited by the owner, the buffet should remind guests to pay attention to their food intake. He knew that he had become a big eater because of practicing fighting, but others didn't know. When he returned to his seat, he knew why the staff was so calm. Ami was surrounded by empty plates. There were food remnants on every plate. Ah, Tetsuya, you're back. This is what the last customer ate. Really, no one came to clean it up. Ami, chewing on a plate of unknown meat, explained to Tetsuya with red ears. Tetsuya curled his lips, and it was up to him to believe it or not. He suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his image of Ami an hour ago. How could such a small body hold so much food? A simple estimate showed that according to the amount that can be placed on a normal plate, the food Ami ate was already 3 times that of Tetsuya. Could it be that the stronger the trainer, the more he can eat? Tetsuya fell into thinking for a moment. It seemed that every strong trainer he met was a big eater, and it was similar to the situation when he had dinner with Sutan and Asu before. Ami, eat slowly, there is still a lot, and the stock for today is sufficient. On the side, Alien, who also came to have dinner, gave Ami a thumbs up. Ami let out a woo-woo sound, and this time not only her ears turned red, her entire face was red. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Ami's Spirit, Clean Up, and Progress in Strength. Oh, yes, you should know about the steel attribute that will be announced soon. Feeling very shy, Ami hurriedly changed the subject. Yes, it's a very surprising discovery. Zaya took over the topic. He was not so bold to tease Ami. When you travel to Asahi City, our Asahi gym may be very different from before. Ami secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Are you planning to develop the Asahi gym in the direction of steel specialization?" Zaya asked while eating dinner. At this moment, the Asahi gym does not have a clear single attribute like most official gyms, but multiple attributes are developed at the same time. In other words, rather than saying multiple attributes, it is better to say that there are several specific types of Pokémon. For example, there is a series of Magnemite, a series of Onyx, a series of Filbert, a series of Armored Bird and a series of Scyther, etc. The common feature of these Pokémon is that their final forms all have the newly discovered steel attribute. Although the concept of steel attribute was only recently proposed, the innate resistance does not lie. After a long period of battles and cultivation, the Shallow Green Gym also found that these types of elves are different from other elves. So they are the focus of their own gym development. Of course, it is inevitable that the attributes are not as clear as other specialized gyms. This has to mention the development history of the gym facility. The original definition of the gym is a facility similar to a private gym established by retired old trainers to teach training skills to subsequent new trainers. However, with the promotion of communication between people and Pokémon and the progress of the times, more and more people choose to become trainers. At this time, the number of gyms has skyrocketed, and some bad gyms that attempt to make dirty money have also appeared. So the Alliance decided to change the gym to a certification system. The concept of formal gyms came into being. The original regulation was to set up gyms according to the number of reserve trainers within a certain range, but due to the decline in local living standards caused by this, some gyms could not receive enough apprentices, so the Alliance supplemented the recognition of single gyms and informal gyms. This also led to the regulation that a city can only have one formal gym. Otherwise, it is difficult to guarantee local development. Trainers are important, but the league doesn't want everyone to be a trainer. Since each gym has its own area of expertise, the strengths and weaknesses of a trainer who only trains in one gym will be very obvious, so the badge system and the concept of attribute specialization were introduced. As of now, among the 8 gyms in each region, only the Shallow Gym has no specialization attribute. This is not very beneficial to the development of the gym, since the recruitment of apprentices is to weigh. If others are not interested in these types of Pokémon, they may choose other gyms. Anyone can imagine the consequences of not having fresh blood. The discovery and announcement of the steel attribute is the best opportunity for the Shallow Gym. Even the gym ranking in the Johto region may rise by 1 or 2 because of this. even if its original ranking is not low. Apart from anything else, attracting trainers in the city to stay in the city for development is a great improvement. In the past, due to the fact that the number of special Pokémons in the Shallow Onion Gym was relatively rare and far less than that of other attribute specialized gyms, it was relatively disadvantaged in retaining talents. As for why Zay was so clear, it was because he also wanted to open a gym for fun in the future. But that would have to wait until he became a formal king level trainer. Even though he was very confident in himself, Zay did not think that this was a goal that could be achieved quickly. Yes, how about joining the team of steel type Pokémon trainers? Let me tell you, steel type Pokémons are very attractive. Don't you find their shining metallic bodies very charming? And if the conclusions released earlier are correct, steel type Pokémons have a great inhibitory effect on sandstorms and poison, which makes, when it comes to Pokémons, especially the steel attributed Pokémons that she has been cultivating, Amy instantly became eloquent. Although she was still eating desperately at this moment, the words in her mouth were unusually clear, and she was not as shy as before because of her large appetite. This should be the norm for every trainer in the Pokémon world. It is this great love for the elves that has made them fully committed. During the conversation, the plates beside the two people increased. Perhaps because they were talking happily and there were people eating with them, the two people had a big appetite. Great. The restaurant staff said in shock as they looked at the mountain of plates. It was the first time she saw someone who could compete with their own owner Amy in terms of food intake. As for cleaning, that couldn't be easier. The existence of elves is a blessing for ordinary people. But the two people who had eaten and drunk enough burped at the same time. Amy looked at Zay with more kindness than before, probably because of the so-called dinner-friend relationship. It seems that they haven't finished communicating yet. I plan to take care of the elves. Do you want to come with me? Amy looked at the flashing light not far away, turned her head and asked Zay. Zay nodded. With nothing to do, it was time to clean up the bodies of the little guys. Under the leadership of Amy, the two came to a large open space. Come out, everyone. They threw out their Pokeballs at the same time. Instantly, the sounds of different tones filled the entire grassland, and even the night clouds in the sky were shattered. Of course, the three Pokémons of Amy played a decisive role. This is Nal, this is Seal, and this is Aina. She introduced the three giants very naturally, and the naming was quite personal and stylish. The Pokémon named Nell is a snake Pokémon with red eyes, looks very fierce, and has a tail like a giant nail. It has a grey steel appearance. It is a Steelix, which evolved from Onyx carrying a special prop metal membrane communication. Although its body length is only less than half a meter longer than Onyx, Steelix weighs nearly twice as much as Onyx. This further reduces its speed ability, but also comprehensively improves its abilities in other aspects, especially in physical defense. It is no exaggeration to say that ZHE also feels that, even if his Pokémons try their best, they probably can't cause much damage to the Steelix in front of them. This is undoubtedly Amy's strongest trump card. The huge size and the momentum brought by super strength, the red eyes are enough to suffocate a person when staring at him. But in front of Amy, Steelix is like a spoiled baby. Its ferocious steel head rubbed against Amy. ZHE also secretly smacked his lips. It was outrageous. Even though Steelix's ability to control its own body is extremely strong, this scene is really eye-twitching. He never imagined that a car could run over a person repeatedly, and the person would stand there motionless to show that this was it. Amy even had the ability to reach out and touch Steelix's head. The Pokémon named Seal is a penguin-like Pokémon with a black body and blue patterns. The three horns that look like crowns extending from its mouth are the biggest features of its appearance. The body that looks like an evening dress also sets off its nobility. This is the Emperor Pokémon, the final evolution of Pokémon, one of the three main families in Synopsis, the Emperor Nabo. The proud look in its small eyes is exactly the same as that of the monarch snake. As for the last Pokémon named Aina, it is the final evolution of Magnetron, which is quite common in Kanto and Johto. It is a self-destructing Magnetron that requires a special magnetic field to evolve from the 3-in-1 Magnetron, including the self-destructing Magnetron of Marzishi that he saw in Vermilion City before. This is the second time that ZHE has seen this extremely rare final evolution Pokémon. These 3 Pokémon have one characteristic, that is, they look very huge. Even if the height of Emperor Napo and self-destructing Magnetron is slightly insufficient, the horizontal width makes up for it. Standing with the weak Ami, the visual impact made ZHE unconsciously open his mouth. I have several friends left at home. Next time you go to challenge the gym, I will take you to meet them, Ami said as she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start working. Well, ZHE also knew that the size of those friends would not be small. Turning around to look at his 4 friends. Even though the 3 Pokémons had restrained their pressure, the little guys were still not so natural. Fortunately, they did not show any fear, but their eyes were full of excitement. Especially Flame. The vigorous fighting spirit surged out like a flame. ZHE also poured sand over it mercilessly. A spark just appeared on Flame's wrist and disappeared in an instant. Get Off Flame tilted its head and looked at its trainer. Stop it, take a shower, ZHE said angrily. How can you be so careless? Didn't you know the gap in the last battle with the monster? At least wait until you are stronger. The man and the Pokémon stared at each other and refused to give in. Oh Haharami, who was cleaning up Steelix in all aspects, also laughed out loud when she saw this scene. It's just like what RC said. Your flame chicken is quite good. ZHE also scratched his head. Yeah, but sometimes I'm a little stubborn. If the Quasi King who wants to fight the Quasi champion is not stubborn, then he can't think of anything else that is stubborn. Could it be that the elite fights the champion? The former probably can't even stand up. Watching Ami take out one piece after another of the stones that are not too big compared to the body of Steelix, but are huge stones for humans, from the gaps between its bodies, ZHE also secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, he didn't think of cultivating a super large Pokémon. Otherwise, this kind of cleaning work would be enough to make him tired for a long time. Dangoro. The cry of the giant rock sounded in ZHE's ears. I know. ZHE replied helplessly. However, the cleaning work of the giant rock is not much easier now. Although the stones stuck in the gaps between its bodies are pitifully small compared to those of Steelix, such small stones are more difficult to clean. Some places can't be cleaned even with a sand bath, and can only be picked out little by little with special tools. Considering the size of the giant rock monster, this is also a huge project. So ZHE sometimes takes a break and asks Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center for help. The huge open space was silent for a while, and only the comfortable calls of the elves occasionally echoed. The night deepened. The lights around the open space illuminated the place. ZHE patted the electric dragon lying comfortably on the ground without any good temper. Okay, get up. We are going to go back and rest. This little guy is so good at finding time, and he came back just when he finished cleaning the other 4. Otherwise, he could wait until tomorrow to take a breath and do it. He thinks the electric dragon is definitely intentional. Wanja came back half an hour earlier than it. ZHE thought about it and glared at Pockis again. It must be this little guy who led the electric dragon astray. Don't think he didn't notice that Pockis just disappeared for a while. The floating Togekiss blinked innocently. It didn't do anything. It definitely wasn't its instigation. It was just that Dragonite wanted to come back later. It was just a small accident on the way back. If you want to go back, go first. I still have a long time here. For Rami, who had just finished cleaning Steelix's body, today's work was only partly completed. Then I'll leave first. Thank you very much, Master Rami. ZHE, who was concerned about Pidgeot's situation, seemed a little impatient. Remember to tell me when you come to the Asagi gym next time. Ami's voice echoed in the empty pasture. On the way back to the Bobo store, ZHE was the first to look at the panel about Dragonite displayed by Zero. At this time, in the column that he was most concerned about, Dragonite's level had changed from level 49, Elite, in the afternoon to level 50, Quasi King. This really made him very happy. This breakthrough was at least 1 month earlier than originally expected. In other words, he can now be considered a half Quasi King trainer. He could even call himself a Quasi King trainer. ZHE didn't think he couldn't make it to the semi-finals in this year's Johto Silver tournament. The champion was his goal this time. Although it was a bit too early to aim for the championship in his second year of the tournament. But he was a genius. Will Pidgeot also break through to the king later? ZHE couldn't help but fantasize. Although he knew that the elite breaking through to the Quasi King and the Quasi King breaking through to the king were not the same concept, but what if he still had to have a dream? Chapter 339, The Progress of Dinosaur and Pidgeot, Slowpoke and Humans in Hinoki Town. Unfortunately, when Zaya picked up Pidgeot from the lobby of the Popo shop, he knew that there was a big difference between dreams and wishful thinking. Pidgeot's level was still at level 59, the dividing line between Quasi King and King. It was too optimistic to expect a Pokémon to cross the gap from Quasi King to King with just a little insight. If it weren't so, King level Pokémon and King level trainers wouldn't be so rare. However, Pidgeot said confidently that he felt he could break through to the next level soon. That's it for today. Tomorrow you and Dragonite will tell me what you two have learned. Zaya stretched lazily and put Pidgeot back into the Pokeball. Sufficient rest is the guarantee of progress. Let's talk about today's gains tomorrow. Anyway, it won't run away. Arriving at the Pokémon Center at the rest point, Zaya booked a room at Miss Joy's for tonight while resting up his companions. Fortunately, his treatment level is relatively high. Otherwise, there won't be enough rooms for all trainers in such a wild Pokémon Center. Saving a little is a good thing. Over time, the cost of accommodation during the trip is quite a lot. Sleeping on the street is impossible. Miss Juncha will politely wake you up and tell you not to affect the city appearance. In the Pokémon world with extremely complete welfare, being strong may not be something that everyone can do, but there is no problem living well. Well, good night, everyone. In the small room, Zaya lay on the bed and whispered to the 6 companions who formed a circle. Oh, right. Zaya, who had just closed his eyes a moment ago, turned his head and looked at the Pokémon eggs in the incubator on the bedside table. And you, little guy, good night too. The blue-white Pokémon eggs that faintly emitted white light in the night trembled, as if responding to Zaya. Well, this summer looks like it will be very cool, Zaya thought dazedly, while half asleep and half awake. He was already a little impatient to hug Ice Vulpix and fall asleep. It must have been a very good experience. The next morning, on the training ground of the Pokémon Center, Zaya was lazily basking in the rising sun while holding the incubator with the Vulpix eggs. Dragonite, use a smaller power of 100,000 volts, don't overdo it. He watched the morning exercise of each of his companions with his eyes half closed. Compared with before, the status of the other Pokémons would naturally not change in just 1 or 2 days. But Dragonite and Pidgeot were different. Especially Dragonite. After breaking through to the Quasi King last night, it currently has some problems with its control over electric energy. This is sequelae caused by breaking through a period of time in advance. It is not too difficult to solve, just practice more and get familiar with it. This is probably the trouble of happiness. After all, practicing energy control at the Quasi King stage is more handy than practicing at the Elite stage. No one will be unhappy with the improvement of their Pokémon strength. Zaya learned from the communication with Dragonite just now that Guanja only taught his Dragonite one thing last night. That is how to activate and control the 2 red spheres on the tail and forehead. The electric dragon family has an innate ability. The light emitted by the red sphere on their tail can be transmitted to a long distance. This is why people value them. However, for the identical red sphere on the forehead, most electric dragons cannot make it glow in their entire lives. Guanja is one of the few electric dragons that can do this. The reason why the 2 elves talked for so long last night was because Guanja broke down the detailed process in the middle and told Zaya's electric dragon bit by bit. This is entirely based on Guanja's strong strength and rich experience. Of course, Zaya thinks that the intelligence of his own electric dragon is also very important. Otherwise, how could it break through so quickly? In short, the 2 red spheres on the electric dragon are not just used to emit light. It also represents the source of the electric dragon's power. Just like the red round electric sacs on both sides of Pikachu's cheeks and the lightning-shaped tail used for conducting electricity. Pikachu's strength is often displayed through these places. Unlike Pikachu, which often discharges electricity due to excessive electricity in its electric sac, the red sphere on the forehead of the Dragonite is naturally closed. In other words, ordinary Dragonites cannot use the power in the red sphere on their foreheads. The red sphere on the tail is the only source of power for most Dragonites. ZHE also guessed that this was probably related to the fact that in the previous two forms, the sheep and the sheep only had spheres of different colors on their tails. The red sphere on the forehead of the Dragonite suddenly appeared after it evolved to the final form. Perhaps in the previous evolution process, the red sphere on the tail had been opened by the magical evolutionary energy. This led to the power of the Dragonite. The red sphere that suddenly appeared on the forehead did not have this treatment, which also led to it remaining in a relatively closed state. If he remembered correctly, the biggest change of Mega Dragonite was also related to these red spheres. In addition to the reappearance of some white flowing hair on the body of the Super Dragonite, the extra red sphere on the tail was the most attractive part. Then are these hairs also for the purpose of protecting the electric dragon? Zay fell into thought. Pokémon are quite magical creatures, very unscientific, but not so fantastical. At least, most of their abilities are based on their own physical characteristics. Just like the Vine Whip, not every grass type Pokémon can master this skill. According to his idea, the sudden addition of several power sources to the mega state of the electric dragon will definitely bring a considerable load to its body to a certain extent. Even if its body is infinitely close to insulation, it is the same. The reason why it is considered to be insulated is simply because the current is not large enough, and it has super high resistance. The power in the mega state must be enough to break through the limit that its body can withstand. Then at this time, the white hair that has a certain weakening and absorption effect on electrical energy becomes the best buffer zone. Perhaps we can start from the perspective of strengthening the body and then gradually release the buffer so that the electric dragon should become stronger after Mega. Zay's idea is constantly improving. Oh, no. He was suddenly stunned. Doesn't that mean that the strongest state of Mega Electric Dragon is to have no hair? This. Zay suddenly felt that something was not good. Although the unknown bald man with one punch was too strong, in his imagination, Dragonite should still be more handsome. Winning or not is only temporary, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. The flowing feeling brought by Mega Dragonite's white hair is something that many Pokémon can't do. Then ZHE also found himself very funny. At this moment, he only had a keystone that trainers needed during the super evolution process. There was no trace of the necessary megastone for Pokémon. Compared with the keystone, the Pokémon's megastone is a more scarce strategic resource. God knows when he can make Dragonite super evolve. Forget it, let's help Dragonite develop the red sphere on its forehead first. ZHE also restrained his little thoughts. As for how to develop it, before, it was because he didn't know the specific principle, but now that he knows it, he smiled at the blue screen in front of him that only he could see. 0. Maximum out the training plan. ZHE didn't believe that his talent plus a little bit of plugin could not beat the natives of this world. Dragonite was training meticulously according to the schedule given by the trainer in the training field. 100,000 volts, charging, discharging, electromagnetic waves and other skills were at its fingertips under its control. The yellow arc twisted like a python in the field. The other 5 Pokémons consciously stayed away from Dragonite, which was a little unstable at the moment. They didn't want to try the feeling of being paralyzed. It was okay before Dragonite broke through. At least Blaziken, Gorgon and Serpentia could bear it. And the weak current could also stimulate their bodies. But it was not the same after the breakthrough. Not to mention that Dragonite's control was a little problematic now. Maybe the weak current would turn into a powerful electric shock that could burn Pokémon in the next moment. Even if the injury was not too serious, no Pokémon would be willing to try the feeling of forced awakening so early in the morning. Seeing that Dragonite was in a good situation, Tetsuya's eyes turned to Pidgeot hovering in the sky. The big brother of this team has also made considerable progress since yesterday. If we look at the level, this progress is naturally invisible. But other data will not lie. The most obvious thing is that Pidgeot's speed and agility have been further improved. Zay's face is a little strange, because according to Pidgeot, it is actually flying more free than before, and the rest, such as posture, has not changed at all. Zay doesn't quite understand this freedom. After all, there is still a big difference between the thinking of humans and elves. And in his opinion, this is a bit idealistic. If you want freedom, you can fly faster. Then can he fly? If he wants to, then who can't fly? But his own caring little cotton jacket Pockets gave a clearer concept after listening to Pidgeot's insights. After the wave translation of Flame Chicken, freedom can be roughly understood as not deliberately catering to the rhythm of the wind, but listening to the choice of the body. Perhaps it is the so-called forced melon is not sweet. After the guidance of the Pidgeot of Speedy Sky, what Zay's Pidgeot has to do now is to change the previous flying method from catering to the wind to integrating with the wind. Just like when using the storm skill. But even at that time, Pidgeot was more evasive than integrating. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. According to Pidgeot, you don't have to fully integrate. When you are almost integrated, you can break through to the king level. Well, the description of the progress bar of the Pokémon is so abstract. Zay no longer has any hope for the quick time that his own Pidgeot said last night. He can accept 6, 7, or 8 months. As long as it is not 1 or 2 years, it's fine. Beep Pidgeot's somewhat panicked cry came from the sky. Zay took out the Pokéball expressionlessly and put it back and released it again. In the process of integrating into the wind, even if it is a flying Pokémon, even if it is a dominant existence among bird Pokémon, Pidgeot will inevitably be a little unbalanced. There is no way. The power of nature is far more terrifying than imagined. But it is good to have gains. Although it is a little embarrassed, Pidgeot's speed is slowly improving in this repetitive process. You know, for Pidgeot, who is already known for his speed, even a little improvement is not easy. Every point of improvement will have obvious changes in battle. Sometimes, what you fight for is a moment of less than 0.1 second. The training was going on in full swing. The only drawback was that neither Dragonite nor Pidgeot had much reference value for the other 4 partners. At most, Pockets could learn some flying experience. But its original focus was not here. Who made Tetsuya choose the path of a trainer with multiple attributes? If it were a trainer specializing in other attributes, the benefits this time would be enough to make him smile. After finishing the morning exercise and eating breakfast, Tetsuya said goodbye to Jinjiro, Ami and others, and left the rest point on Route 32. He was going to go to the nearby Hinoki town. Of course, not far was only relatively speaking. After walking for a morning and noon, Tetsuya saw the appearance of Hinoki town from a distance at around 1 PM. There were slowpokes everywhere. Whether it was the cartoons he watched in his previous life or the travel guide in this life, Tetsuya knew clearly that there was one thing he must not do in Hinoki town. That was bullying slowpokes. Maybe it's nothing in other places, but in Hinoki town, slowpoke is like a totem-like god. It is said that a long time ago, there was a serious drought. The area near Hinoki town was scorched by the hot sun and there was no rain for several months. At that time, Hinoki town was almost dry. But one day, a slowpoke appeared. It raised its head and yawned. The next moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Heavy rain fell instantly. Hinoki town, which was about to die, was saved. Since then, people in this place have worshipped slowpoke like a god. Of course, this is just a legend. Because according to the research of modern elf scholars, the way slowpoke activates the skill of praying for rain is not yawning. It can only be said that stupid slowpoke encountered good weather. Or the passing slowpoke is so powerful that it is a king or even a champion. But ZHE also thinks that this is not as likely as encountering good weather. Although he thinks so, he will not try to challenge the customs of a local. Moreover, with the wild slowpoke being hunted frantically, Hinoki town is almost the only place where a large group of slowpokes still live. The people here really protect the Pokémon. This alone is enough to earn the respect of the trainer community. HMM. Tetsuya's eyes were involuntarily attracted by a figure flashing by on the corner of the street. He narrowed his eyes. It was Chapter 340, Team Rocket's Traces, Pen, and Steel. If there was nothing wrong with Tetsuya's eyes just now, the black-clad man who disappeared into the blind spot should be a member of Team Rocket. As for why he could tell that the other person was from Team Rocket, anyway, it was difficult for him to understand that every member of a dark organization like Team Rocket would have a red R mark on their clothes. Some were ridiculously large. Aren't they afraid that others would not recognize them? But from another perspective, it was precisely because of this behavior of Team Rocket that its fame increased greatly. Don't think that dark organizations don't need fame. Otherwise, why would there be the so-called recognition and responsibility in the previous life? Dark organizations also need to absorb fresh blood. The more famous you are, the more people will join you, so that there can be a virtuous cycle. Although it is strange for dark organizations to talk about a virtuous cycle, it is the fact. Large dark organizations in various regions do this. Of course, except for members of Team Rocket, members of other large dark organizations generally only wear clothes with organizational characteristics when they are on missions. For example, the uniforms of the Lava Team are bright red, and the Lava Team logo is printed on them. It roughly looks like a deformation of the letter M, with thicker sides. Or it looks like a mountain range, which means that their target is the creator of the land of Groudon. Another example is the Marine Team, also called the Water Fleet, which is the mortal enemy of the Magma Team. Their members' uniforms are more like sailor uniforms, with blue and white lines. The hat that everyone must wear will be marked with the Marine Team logo. It looks like an oval with a small triangle protruding from the head and two bone-like legs growing out. Since they are mortal enemies, the target of the Marine Team is of course the creator of the ocean, Kaiga. The Rocket Team is the only dark organization that has turned its uniform into its daily clothing. Tetsuya thinks it is probably related to the internal policy after Sakaki took over the Rocket Team. For every member of the Rocket Team who was arrested, the Rocket Team always has a way to get them out of prison, either by force or by bail. In this situation, where there is no big worry, it has become quite common for the Rocket Team members not to resist, or even be happy to wear the uniform. Even in the Kanto region, people are not surprised by Team Rocket members wearing Team Rocket uniforms. In the words of some people, you haven't done anything anyway, so let's talk about it after you do it. It may sound a bit negative, but who can blame the laws of the elf world for being too lenient? And Team Rocket has always adhered to the rule of not harming innocent civilians as much as possible. The Elf League certainly doesn't want to see this happen. The story of the wolf is coming in Tetsuya's previous life also applies here. If this situation is allowed to go on, then when Team Rocket really makes a big move in the future, the League may not be able to respond in time. Therefore, the League has also introduced a series of plans for Team Rocket's behavior, including but not limited to rewards for reporting. Otherwise, how can we say that Boss Sakaki is awesome? Team Rocket has taken countless steps under his leadership. Tetsuya touched his chin. Then again, why did Team Rocket appear in this place? Although the Hinoki Gym in Hinoki Town is one of the 8 recognized gyms in the Johto region, this is not because Hinoki Town has a long history and a developed economy, but purely because the gym owner, Abi, is extremely powerful. To put it bluntly, Hinoki Town has very few characteristics. The only thing worth bragging about is that Mr. Steel lives here all year round. In addition, the Slowpoke well where the Slowpokes live, and the charcoal shop that developed because of the dead volcano behind it are relatively famous. That's right, it's the spirit item charcoal that can increase the power of fire skills. This is the exclusive secret recipe of this shop. If it weren't for this, the economic development of Hinoki Town might be ranked last in the entire Johto region. So the opponent's target is this charcoal shop. ZHE also pondered for a while. It's not impossible. The temptation of spirit items, especially the temptation of charcoal with a wide range of applications, is quite attractive. Every year, Miss Juncture in Hinoki Town doesn't know how many guys who have bad intentions towards the charcoal shop have to be arrested. It is not inconceivable that Team Rocket planned this. Then he decisively chose to call the police. Just kidding, he is a good citizen of the Alliance. It is necessary to call the police first when in doubt. You mean, you saw traces of Team Rocket in Hinoki Town? Miss Junch looked very serious when she heard the narration of Tetsuya who came to report the case. Yes. Tetsuya nodded. A man, about 1.75 meters tall, thin, with a small R mark on the upper left corner of the front of his clothes. He should be an ordinary team member. He added the characteristics of the Team Rocket member he saw. Although it was just a flash, don't forget that he is also a person with a photographic memory. If he doesn't have this ability, then Tetsuya thinks it's better to go home as soon as possible. Team Rocket is also interested in charcoal. Like Tetsuya, Miss Junsha of Hinoki Town had the same first reaction. After all, there are not many things in his own home that can attract attention. It has to be said that this is a very sad thing. Of course, this is also good news for Miss Junsha who wants to catch Team Rocket. I'm number 8. I received a report that Team Rocket is in town. Please strengthen the alert at patrol point 2. I repeat, Team Rocket is in town. Please strengthen the alert at patrol point 2. She decisively picked up the communicator and informed her aunts and uncles. Thank you for reporting the case, Trainer Tetsuya. We will take defensive measures against this. Miss Junsha stood up and saluted Tetsuya. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Tetsuya nodded in response. Looking at Tetsuya, who turned around and left the police station, Junsha, who received the report, also sat back in her seat. No wait. Confirm whether the message is correct. A questioning voice came from the communicator. Confirmed. The reporter is Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa City of the Kanto Alliance. Miss Junsha replied. Understood. The communicator soon became silent. This name is enough to guarantee a high probability of accuracy. Even if it is wrong, the police station will not suffer any loss. Anyway, it is true that recently, charcoal shops are frequently attacked. I don't know if it is because summer has arrived and many people want to capture a fire spirit, so the demand for charcoal has increased rapidly. Where there is demand, there will be a market, and there will be people who only care about money and not their lives. It is indeed urgent to increase the force of deployment. It's just that the time is relatively advanced, so the force invested has become a little more. It's not that the Junsha family is looking at people to serve them. It's entirely because the manpower of the police station is limited, and Junsha can't dispatch such a large police force for protection, just because of a random person's report. The level of attention brought by Zay's fame and identity at this time is definitely incomparable to ordinary people. In particular, Junsha doesn't think that Zay will use this kind of thing to play tricks on her. And Zay, who walked out of the police station, never thought that his first stop in Hinoki Town would be the town's police station. If this is told to others, people who don't know might think that he has done something wrong. Well, let's go visit Mr. Steele's home first. At a fork in the town, Zay looked at the map and hesitated for a while whether to go to the gym first or to Steele first, and then he made up his mind quickly. The former can be done at any time, but the latter may not be. According to his understanding, it is not something that can be completed in a few hours. To make a Pokeball by hand, that is a time that can be counted in days. In addition, the number of cones in his hand, Zay has prepared to stay in Hinoki Town for a while. Walking along the few main roads in the town to the northwest of the town, he soon saw the home of Steele, a master of handmade Pokeballs. It was a small wooden house that looked ordinary from the outside. What was striking was that behind the wooden house, curls of black smoke kept rising. This was probably Mr. Steele making Pokeballs. Zay hesitated for a moment whether to go and knock on the door. Big brother, are you here to see Grandpa? A soft voice suddenly sounded from the window on the side of the room. Zay turned his head and saw a very cute little girl. She had a bow-like hairstyle on both sides of her hair that didn't match her small head. Yes. Tetsuya smiled and nodded. Although he didn't expect this little girl who looked only 3 or 4 years old to give any response, he still had to be nice to the child, who asked her to call him big brother. Grandpa is busy. If you are a guest, please come back in the afternoon. Hearing the little girl's words like reciting a formula, Tetsuya scratched his head. There was nothing he could do. Little trouble, who are you talking to? At this moment, a deep voice sounded. It's a very beautiful big brother. The little girl turned around and replied. Oh. Steele, who was wearing work clothes and had bright silver hair, looked out of the window. You are. He frowned. Hello, Mr. Steele, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki, and I came here this time too. Tetsuya hurriedly introduced himself, but he was interrupted by Steele before he finished half of his words. I know, both Oak and I have mentioned you to me. Steele's serious face softened because his granddaughter was talking to a stranger. Since he was a trainer mentioned by his 2 friends, he was half his own. Come in first. Steele called out. He operated on the wall and the door of the house opened. "Excuse me," ZHE also said politely. "Chi, I've told you many times not to talk to strangers unless they don't leave. Why don't you be good?" As he entered the room, Steele's voice of educating his granddaughter Chi kept ringing. "But that big brother is very beautiful and doesn't look like a bad person." The little girl Chi timidly tried to refute her grandfather. "Well, children are children, and describing handsome guys is just the word beautiful." ZHE just thought it was interesting. You can't judge a person's goodness or badness from their appearance. As a grandfather, Steele kept teaching his granddaughter. "But grandpa, you called big brother in." She tilted her little head, indicating that she didn't understand what her grandfather said. Steele sighed. "Forget it. If the child thinks so, let her go. Anyway, there will be no danger at home. Unless this person wants to bear the anger from him and his son at the same time. This anger is not something that ordinary people can bear." Steele's friends are quite a few Pokémon doctors and super trainers like Oak and Kikuko. Not to mention that the son he calls useless is the chief scientist of the Silph group. The Silph group will never be stingy in providing help to its chief scientist. "You came here to ask me to help you play Pokéball?" Steele turned his eyes to Tetsuya, but his tone was not as kind as when he talked to his granddaughter. The unique temperament of a craftsman made him look a little rigid. "Yes." Tetsuya nodded obediently. Then he took out the bag of Pokémon Grandpa gave him from his backpack. Speaking of which, he just learned from Steele's address that there is a in the name of Pokémon Grandpa. It is quite homophonic. Steele took the bag that Tetsuya handed over. When he opened it, his eyebrows twitched. "This are you," Steele said to himself unhappily. "Come to the back with me first." He turned and walked towards the back door. "Kyan-hu, don't talk to strangers anymore." Before he finished, Steele didn't forget to tell his granddaughter. "I know." Kyan-hu stretched out her voice to express her dissatisfaction. Tetsuya quickly followed Steele. Opening the back door, a somewhat messy back garden appeared in front of him. The huge furnace in the open space was constantly operating, and next to it, there was a boy dressed in a refreshing way. To put it nicely, he was dressed in a refreshing way, but in fact, he was an elegant version of the insect-catching boy. It's just that the identity of this boy is slightly different. Master Abi? The moment he saw this person, Tetsuya recognized him. Hearing the voice, Abi also turned his eyes over. "Mr. Steele is back so soon. This is..." He hesitated. "Is this the trainer Tetsuya from Kanto?" "Yes. Hello, Master Abi, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Tokiwa." Tetsuya greeted respectfully. Hello. Abi, who was a bit androgynous, smiled and responded. "Don't underestimate this bug-type gym leader." As mentioned before, the reason why the Hinoki gym was rated as one of the 8 major gyms in the Johto region is entirely because of the terrifying ability of the Master Abi in front of him. He is also considered to be the gym trainer with the most hope of becoming one of the 4 heavenly kings in the Johto region. Chapter 341 The first step to making money. This seems to be inconsistent with Abi's identity as a trainer specializing in bugs. After all, in the eyes of many people, bug Pokémon are often synonymous with weakness. This can't be said to be prejudice, because most bug Pokémon are indeed quite weak. If not, the green caterpillars, horned beetles, and thorntails in the forest would not be regarded as the best training objects for new trainers who have just started. Those bug-catching boys and girls have long become powerful trainers. The relatively low racial values of many bug Pokémon are one reason for this phenomenon, and another reason is due to the attribute restraint. While the bug type is resisted by 7 attributes, it can only cause outstanding damage to the 3 types of Pokémon, namely Psychic, Grass, and Arc. Such an attribute restraint relationship makes the attack surface of bug Pokémon on other Pokémon quite limited. Not to mention that the resistance of bug Pokémon itself to fire, flying, and rock types is quite poor. You must know that these 3 types of Pokémon are very popular among trainers. From the perspective of battle choices, bug-type Pokémon, which are extremely easy to be targeted, are not such suitable choices. Of course, this statement is somewhat utilitarian. In fact, there are not a few people in the Pokémon world who are passionate about bug-type Pokémon. In addition to the number of bug type Pokémon, there are still many Pokémon trainers who specialize in bug type Pokémon, and they can even be called the most. After all, bug type Pokémon are also famous for being economical in cultivation, as long as you don't spend money like a certain Beedrill. And even among so many trainers who specialize in bug type Pokémon, Abby is undoubtedly one of the most famous and outstanding ones today. Abby, known as the living encyclopedia of bug type Pokémon, is not only the youngest official gym owner in the Johto region, but also a genius bug type Pokémon researcher with great reputation in the field of researchers. The bug type Pokémon move Continuous Slash was discovered and developed by him, which is also one of the most famous Pokémon move secrets in the Hinoki gym. You know, the use of Pokémon moves is very particular about methods and actions, not just the simple release of energy. The strike cheats of the Hinoki gym can help bug type Pokémon attack the opponent continuously without being dodged. The continuous slashes that continuously stack power and cause high damage are sometimes even more troublesome than the rough combination of turning into a circle plus rolling. The latter at least has ways to restrict it from the side by the environment, while the former can only get rid of it or confront it head on by relying on its ability. In a sense, this is a very useful tactic. As the current record holder of the highest number of wins in the Johto region's characteristic competition, the bug catching competition, and also the holder of the highest number of consecutive wins, Abby's status among bug type specialized trainers is self-evident. Of course, this is also inseparable from the contrast of his peers, except for the two regions of Alola and Galar that have not yet been officially included in the Alliance system. Among the remaining 6 regions, except for the Hinoki gym, only Unova Flying Cloud and Carlos White Sandalwood are the only 2 bug type specialized gyms in the 8 representative gyms in each region. And their gym masters are obsessed with art and photography. Although he is also very strong and has a great love for bug type Pokémon, the fact is that it is not convincing. If it were not for the fact that there is a bug type king, LIU, in the Sinnoh region, then it is estimated that Abby would be the most popular bug type Pokémon trainer without a doubt. From this point of view, trainers specializing in bug type are indeed a bit miserable. Having said that, there is definitely no shortage of powerful Pokémon among bug type Pokémon. Whether it is the gorgeous warrior of bug type Pokémon Scyther, or its evolutionary battlefield warrior Claw, or such as I'm the Sun Vulcan Moth, Centipede King and its natural enemy Scorpion. Even the Shell Ninja, who is also known as Ghost Cicada and Guardian Angel. These bug type Pokémon are all quite outstanding. Oh, by the way, we can't forget the real forest bully, Beedrill. So, if anyone really thinks that Abby, who specializes in bug type, is weak, it can only prove that he is a guy who doesn't understand Pokémon very well. As I said, as long as they are gym trainers, there are no weak ones. Dami, the 3 sisters of Hualan. Tetsuya looked at this gym leader who looked unusually young, and was still very young, and he had only one thought. There are so many perverts among the natives of the Pokémon world. Although he is not as perverted as the super perverts like Zoronarandu, it is undoubtedly extremely exaggerated that Abby, who is only 24 years old, can have the current strength. If it weren't for Tetsuya's hard work, he didn't think he could be better than these perverts. Abby was very strange. Obviously, the young trainer in front of him was a very kind guy. Why did he always feel that the other party was thinking something impolite? The two of them stared at each other and fell into silence. Okay, Tetsuya, wait a moment. I'm helping Abby make a capture device exclusively for him. Fortunately, the presence of steel broke the awkwardness. He picked up a tool like a knife and walked towards the huge furnace on the other side of the open space. Exclusive capture equipment? Tetsuya blinked, quite interested in this. That's right. With nothing to do, Abby was happy to chat with Zay. Otherwise, it would be boring for him to watch Steel making things alone. You know, there are 2 invisible nets on the inside of a normal Pokeball. If a Pokémon is hit, the net will pop out and drag the Pokémon into the ball. The red light is the concrete manifestation of the net. Abby first explained the basic principle of how the Pokeball works. Zay nodded. He also knew this. But when facing bug-type Pokémon, there are some minor problems with the structural design of such a Pokeball, Abby said excitedly. When talking about the bug-type Pokémon he was most proud of, he obviously started to talk a lot like other trainers. He claimed that he would never lose to others when it came to bug-type Pokémon. In Abby's opinion, his idea for this special equipment was perfect. Take Silent Warrior of Bug Pokémon for example. It likes to hide in one place and not move. In this case, the ball capture net I designed can control it in the first place to prevent it from escaping. Another example is Proud Warrior of Bug Pokémon. Although it is better at defense, it is not inferior to anyone in terms of attack ability. The ball capture net can protect my safety to a large extent when I capture it. And like. His words were full of excitement, and even his face gradually turned red. Combined with his androgynous face, ZHE also shook his head. Good guy, he can't look or think. He is not the great sensei of Oregaru. Don't listen to his nonsense. On the side, Mr. Steele, who rarely showed a speechless expression, also interrupted AB's boasting. The orb spider is standing there motionless. Why don't you just hit it with a Pokeball? Its resistance is too poor for you. And Metapod, do you have to worry about safety when catching this thing? You might as well worry about whether it can break out of the shell after catching it. Also, Scyther is caught in this net. Do you think everyone is as skilled as you? How can most trainers be opponents of Pokémon? Not to mention Scyther, they can't even handle Orb Spider. Okay. Steele said as he carefully used the tool in his hand to cut the thin wire on his hand. It was because of his superb skills in making Pokeballs and the low difficulty of making the special equipment required by Abby, otherwise he would definitely not be as distracted as he is now. ZHE was a little helpless. He really didn't react to the other party's name for some Pokémon at the first time. It turns out that the Silent Warrior and the Proud Warrior of Bug Pokémon refer to Orb Spider and Metapod. From this point of view, it is indeed as Steele said, this device is somewhat useless. Well, if it weren't for the added value of steel manufacturing, it wouldn't be a pity to discard this thing. That's not the case. You have to know that every bug-type Pokémon is a natural warrior, and their abilities are extremely powerful. You can't think that it can be easily conquered just because it doesn't move. Abby seemed a little indignant. It seems that he and Steele have argued about this issue more than once. Yes, it's good. Steele responded perfunctorily at work. Abby rolled his eyes to show that he didn't want to talk to this old man. They didn't think that the relationship between the two was bad, but it showed that neither of them treated the other as an outsider. Yes, based on Steele's age and seniority, it is estimated that Abby grew up under his care because Inoki Town is so small. By the way, Zay, are you coming to the city to participate in the silver tournament this time? Are you going to challenge the gym? He turned his head and looked at Zay, who was silent on the side. Yes. Zay nodded quickly. He was familiar with this routine. He didn't know how many gym owners had said something similar to him. Let me think about it. Abby touched his chin. I may not be free today. Tomorrow I have to go to the back mountain to catch Pokémon, so the gym will be closed for a day. How about you come to challenge the day after tomorrow? My pleasure. Zaire answered decisively. He is quite knowledgeable about how to use backdoors to challenge gyms. Except for some gyms where he made appointments, he came to the rest in this way. There is no other way. They are all elders or acquaintances. It is really convenient. You know, fighting with gym leaders is the pursuit of many people. Although it is more difficult to obtain badges, the process of being recorded after success will have a great impact on a person. Not to mention that these gym leaders usually allow people to learn a lot, which is the most valuable. Okay, Abby, come and take a look. This badge does not suit your taste. The two were chatting, and Steele over there tied a net with Pokeballs to a bamboo pole and began to greet Abby. Abby immediately ended his conversation with ZAGE and ran over excitedly. He grabbed the bamboo pole and swung it. Yes, that's it. Abby's eyes were shining. ZAGE looked at this scene and felt familiar. He suddenly remembered something. No wonder I always saw insect catching boys and insect enthusiasts in the forest seem to be missing something in their hands. How can a bug net be missing? Without this thing, the soul will be gone. ZAGE thought so. The tool that Abby was waving in his hand was exactly the same as the insect catching tool he made when he was a child in his previous life. However, for the natives of the world whose minds were filled with Pokeballs, this thing was quite innovative. After all, bug type Pokémon are not small bugs, even green caterpillars are quite threatening. Apart from AB, it is estimated that no one would think of using this thing to catch bug type Pokémon. Even the worst Pokémon hunter would not want to get rich by catching green caterpillars. He had a bold idea. I think it's great. ZHEE praised it abruptly. AB's eyes were immediately attracted. Right. I said this design is awesome, right? Obviously, AB was very happy to find a like-minded person. Steel slapped his forehead. He suddenly felt guilty towards Oak. It seemed that he had led the trainer he favored to a fool. However, Tetsuya's words the next moment made him change his mind. I think this thing can be promoted vigorously, and there should be many trainers like it. Tetsuya said to AB with a smile. Promote it? AB was stunned. He had only asked Steel to help make this thing for his own experimental ideas before, but he had never thought about this. Yes, you see, the existence of this bugnet will make more people fall in love with bug-type Pokémon, and the group of bug-type trainers will be further expanded with the help of this device. Tetsuya began his own journey of deception. It can't be said to be deception. After all, judging from the situation in the game and the animation, even if Tetsuya didn't mention it, AB in the future would probably think of this step. Listening to the blueprint outlined by Tetsuya, AB was obviously moved. After all, he is also a gym leader. Although he didn't pay much attention to business because he was too young and obsessed with bug-type Pokémon, it didn't mean that he didn't understand. It's just that due to the natural disadvantages of Hinoki Town, he couldn't do anything he wanted to do. AB never thought that the things he made casually would be so valuable in Tetsuya's mouth. He unconsciously turned his eyes to Steel. Steel narrowed his eyes and looked at Tetsuya again. I think it's good. You can find time to talk to him. Finally, with both of them looking quite happy, Steel nodded. Then how about taking me with you when you go to the back mountain tomorrow, Master AB? Let's see what effect this insect net can play. Tetsuya made a request. AB agreed immediately. He was also very curious. This is also one of the reasons why Tetsuya thinks that people in the elf world are very good. At least compared to the previous life, the minds of people here are relatively simple. Especially there is no need to worry about crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Be a business plan and a middleman. I can at least get a small commission. Zay has already started thinking about the specific plan. The first step to making money is to start with the insect catching boy. Chapter 342, The Disobedient Team Rocket. Don't think you can make any money from bug catching boys. Don't underestimate the power of the group. After all, it's definitely faster than Zay working hard every day in the wild to make money. Okay. Steel stopped the two people who were talking excitedly. They are still children after all. He thought silently. Compared with Steel, AB and Zay are indeed as young as can be. Are you going to make all the cones that AE gave you into tree cone balls? Steel raised the bag in his hand and asked. Yes. Zay nodded. Okay. Steel pondered for a moment. The quantity is a bit large, and it's a bit troublesome to handle the white and black cones. He frowned and calculated. I'll start making them for you later. It will take about 3 days. It's okay, I can wait. Zay said quickly. To be honest, it was beyond his expectation that it would take only 3 days to complete. He originally thought it would take at least a week. It seems that Steel deliberately moved up his production order. This also shows why the mechanized production of assembly line Pokeballs gradually replaced the handmade cone balls. Although the latter has many incredible uses and can be of great help in catching Pokémon, the production volume is undoubtedly a major problem that limits it from becoming a mainstream catching prop today. Even the most skilled Steel can only make 12 cone balls in 3 days, not to mention the apprentices. This is not conducive to the promotion of the trainer profession by the Alliance. Moreover, the cones themselves are relatively rare. Don't you keep some for making cone juice? AB took a curious look. I remember you are a breeder, right? You should know this kind of thing. No need. ZHE also waved his hand. The consumables of cone juice are too large, and the effect is not as good as expected. AB nodded in agreement. Yes, if it is used to make cone juice, the number of cone balls here should be removed by at least half. The cone juice mentioned by the two is another use of cones. As the name suggests, it is squeezed like ordinary tree fruits. It's just that the juice squeezed from the cones has the effect of increasing the physical strength of the eater more than the general fruit used for recovery. According to Zay's study and the results of Zero's deduction, this effect can only be said to be barely enough. And it's not that there are no other ways to achieve a similar effect. So he didn't think of using the bag of fruit in his hand to squeeze juice from the beginning. In Zay's opinion, this is really a waste of resources. Okay, if you two don't have anything to do, hurry up and leave. I'm going to start working. Looking at the two people chatting enthusiastically in his backyard, Gangti began to drive them out. Energetic young people are really too noisy, let alone two people. Okay. Abby smiled and pulled Zay out. It seems that he is used to Gangti's appearance. Why, do you want to learn how to make cone balls? After saying hello to Chi, who was reading a book, the two walked out of the wooden house. Abby saw Zay looking back every few steps and immediately understood what he was thinking. Not really. Zay was a little embarrassed. Was he so obvious? He reflected on himself. It seems that he has not been in the wild for too long, and he still needs to control his facial expressions. If you really want to learn, just ask that old man directly, Abby said lazily. It can be seen that he has changed a lot after leaving Steel. Not only in his demeanor, but also in his address. Is it okay? ZHE was quite tempted. No problem. If you have this talent, the old man would be eager for you to learn from him. Abby shrugged. But I have to remind you, according to the old man's personality, if you really want to learn, you probably won't have much energy to focus on being a trainer. Forget it. ZHE decisively backed out. In his opinion, everything he learned was for the purpose of becoming the most powerful trainer. If he delayed his progress in becoming a trainer because of learning how to make cone balls, it would be a waste of time. Of course, the main reason is that the production of cone balls is too time consuming. Learning is easy to say. Apart from the last life, in this life, Zay has never been afraid of anyone in learning. He was just afraid that after learning, he would find that it would still take 2 or 3 hours to make a cone ball, which would really be a waste of life. Hearing Zay say this, Abby was relieved, but at the same time a little regretful. He and Steel have a very good relationship. Steel, who is very old, no longer has much energy to spend. Steel's biggest wish at present is to find a suitable disciple. Unfortunately, in this era, the skill of making cone balls by hand is too cumbersome and too unattractive. There are many trainers like Zay who are a little interested, but unwilling to spend a lot of time. Abby can understand. After all, his own idea is the same. Otherwise, his goal would not be to become the strongest bug type Pokémon trainer, but to become the best cone ball maker. On the one hand, he was worried that Zay would give up after learning a little, wasting Steel's heart and investment. On the other hand, he was also sorry that, if Zay had a high talent in this area, Steel's wish would be less likely to be realized. Oh no. Abby slapped his head, as if he suddenly remembered something. I'm really sorry. I have to discuss some matters with Miss Junsha and the others this afternoon. I'll take my leave now, he said to Zay with an apologetic look. It's okay, Master Abby, you go and do your work. I'll go shopping by myself. Zay responded quickly. I guess that's why Abby said that she was not free this afternoon. Then again, he scratched his head as he watched Abby leave. Discussing things with Miss Junsha, it couldn't be because of the rocket team member he found. That would be too coincidental. And Miss Junsha's reaction was so quick. Well, then let's go to the back mountain to have a look. Looking at the map on the side of the road, Zay fell into thought. On the other side, Abby, who ran all the way to the meeting room of the police station with a bug net, pushed open the door. Sorry, everyone, I'm late, he said apologetically to the Miss Junshas who looked at him. Master Abby, you're just in time. Of course, Junsha couldn't be dissatisfied with the gym leader being a few minutes late. After all, according to the alliance system, all the Junshas in their police station are subordinates of the owner Abby. We are talking about the rocket team that appeared in the town this time. Junsha, who was sitting in the main seat, said so. Have you investigated it clearly? How many people, what position, and what is the purpose of coming here? Abby took a breath. came to his exclusive seat and sat down, asking Junsha, "It's not clear yet, but we have found some traces of the other party. The second team is following the investigation." Another Junsha reported. "This is the power of the official alliance. It is not an exaggeration to say that, if the alliance is not so concerned about some dark organizations, there will be no room for these dark organizations to survive. Even the rocket team in its heyday in the future is the same. The black market, that survived in the shadows, before is the best example. The alliance just didn't touch it for many reasons. Once it wants to move, it will be a matter of minutes. Speed up the investigation and find out who is commanding the other party to come here. It's better not to be those guys. And recently it is a high incidence period for cases, and you will have to work hard for a while." Abby's attitude was very gentle. "Understood." Four Junshas who looked very similar in the meeting room replied at the same time. "By the way, Master Abby, about the reward for the reporter." The third Junsha looked at her immediate superior. "Well, let's wait and see after the matter is over. If it is indeed a big deal, the discoverer should be rewarded greatly." Abby responded quickly. "This is also the way most cases are handled. It is impossible to find that a rocket team is eating in a restaurant and find that a rocket team is destroying the world. By the way, who reported it?" Abby asked on a whim. "You know, the members of the rocket team can be called stinky mud in the sewer. Although the marks on their bodies are indeed unusually obvious, it is quite difficult to find them. It is said that the first course for the rocket team to train their own members is how to hide their tracks. It is the trainer Tetsuya Tamaki from Kanto Tokiwa." The name reported by Junsha made Abby raise his eyebrows involuntarily. "Him?" Abby muttered to himself. "Does Master Abby also know this genius trainer?" Miss Junsha asked with a smile. "Well, I just met him. I was late because I chatted with him on the way here." Abby shook his head. "I told him that I was not free in the afternoon. I guess he found a job for me. He also found it quite interesting. Just now when he was at Gangti's place, Abby received a call from the police station while Gangti went out to meet Tetsuya. Otherwise, he would have been free to participate in the gym battle this afternoon." Report. A Junsha stood at the door of the conference room and knocked on the door. "This is Lin, responsible for the information transmission of the second team." Knowing that Abby could not recognize who was who, Miss Junsha introduced them. "Tell me, what new discoveries have you made?" Abby instructed. Junsha Lin saluted first, and then replied very quickly, "We found traces of the activities of Team Rocket members near the Well of Slowpoke. Not only that, they seem to have split into two groups, and their shadows also appeared in the back mountain. Well of Slowpoke." Hearing this, the 5 people who were originally sitting in the conference room all stood up. "This is Inoki Town. The Well of Slowpoke is not just a tourist attraction. For the people who grew up here, this place is their spiritual pillar. In comparison, the charcoal shop in the back mountain has become somewhat insignificant. Team Rocket is getting bolder and bolder." A cold light flashed in Abby's eyes. It's true that he looks cute, but his strength and fame are also earned bit by bit. This behavior of Team Rocket is undoubtedly a slap in his face. "I'll go and gather people." Junsha, who was sitting in the main seat, walked out of the meeting room decisively. Abby did not stop her from talking to herself. He looked at the 4th Junsha who was originally in the meeting room. "Z, keep the news within a certain range. Don't let the impact of residents hinder the action, and prepare a post-event solution." "Yes." The 4th Junsha put away the paper and pen on the table and walked out quickly. "The preparatory action team will go to the back mountain to conduct a sweeping investigation to prevent the enemy from luring the tiger away from the mountain. Team number 4 will be responsible for setting up defenses outside the Well of the Slowpoke to prevent the fish that slip through the net from escaping. Team number 3 will pay attention to information shielding and monitoring." In the meeting room, Abby issued instructions one after another, and everyone began to get busy. At the same time, in the back mountain, rustle a strange sound came from the bushes taller than a person. "Fatty, do you think it's okay for us to come out to work privately this time?" Faintly, a treacherous man's voice came, and his tone was very unconfident. "What can happen?" Another rough male voice sounded very impatient. "We are Team Rocket. Why do we need to report such a small matter to our superiors? But I heard that the Cypress Gym here is quite powerful. Are you kidding me? How powerful can a garbage gym with garbage bug type Pokémon be? I think it's just a gimmick created by the Alliance to develop this place. Looking closely, two guys in Team Rocket uniforms, one fat and one thin, were lying in the bushes, looking at each other. They were still communicating. Development? The thinner member of Team Rocket didn't understand. What's so good about this damn place? Besides charcoal, do you expect to dig out an elf from a dead volcano? The fat team member rolled his eyes in disdain. What do you know? There are so many slowpokes here, isn't it easy to build a breeding farm? It's just that the idiots here said that the god of slowpokes doesn't want to. A bunch of idiots who don't know how to develop the gold mountain. Slap. The thin team member couldn't help but sucked his saliva. You know what? I got a tail to eat today, and it tasted really good. You idiot. Who told you to get out? The fat team member suddenly got angry. Don't worry, don't you know my ability? No one will find out. The thin guy didn't take it seriously. You. The fat team member glared. If he, who claims to be a smart man, hadn't his hard power been a little weak, he would not have chosen to be a teammate with this idiot in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that idiots have good luck, how could this idiot choose such an excellent initial elf? I've left some for you. Do you want to eat it? The thin man saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly took out the remaining slowpoke tail from his arms. The fat man snatched it. Anyway, I've stepped on it. We'll run after we finish this job today, he said vaguely while biting the meat. After we succeed, let alone money, once we send it to the team, everything will be ours. The chapter number in the previous chapter was wrong, but it should have no impact, so I won't change it. Chapter 343, Super Pokémon in the Forest. The thin man swallowed unconsciously when he saw the fat man eating deliciously, but he didn't ask the fat man to save a bite for him. The thin man was a little silly, but not stupid. Without the fat man's plan and assistance, he would not have been able to accomplish such a big thing alone. It can't be said that he enjoyed the deliciousness of Slowpoke's tail alone, although he really wanted to eat more. According to the rules, there are about 2 hours left, and the owner of the charcoal shop will bring half-formed charcoal to this dead volcano. Then he will finish today's work at about 11 o'clock in the evening. I will do something in the town of Hinoki about 10 minutes in advance. What you have to do is to knock the man unconscious at that time, get the charcoal and run away. We will meet at the old place. The fat team member repeated the general process of this operation with the thin team member again. In fact, it mainly depends on whether the movement he makes can attract the attention of Hinoki Town. If not, then the Alliance will react soon. Don't worry, that old man only has one power-seeking spirit. Just leave it to me. The thin team member patted his chest and promised. Remember, just knock him out. Don't make any trouble. If we are caught for robbing things, the boss will still find a way to get us out. If you kill that old guy, we will be in big trouble. The fat team member was still very worried. He knew very well that no one could stop the idiot on the opposite side when he got impulsive. Oh, don't worry, you don't know how many times you have said this. Just run away after knocking him out. I know. The thin team member began to get impatient. The two of them had been squatting in Hoopy Town for more than a month just to do this. He couldn't joke with his own life. Okay, let's wait here. This place is the only way for the old guy to pass. As long as he goes there, today's mission will be half completed. The fat man nodded and chose to believe the other party. The bushes became extremely quiet again. At a height that the two of them had not noticed, an instrument with a red light flashing occasionally was hanging on a tree in a blind spot, under the cover of dense branches and leaves. Even if people below looked up, they would only be confused by its appearance that resembled leaves. In a cave about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the two of them. Sir, they are still squatting there. A man in a red cloak lifted the curtain of the tent and walked in. He reported the situation to the burly man sitting cross-legged on the ground very respectfully. From their conversation, we can know that they are probably ready to wait for the other party to complete the manufacturing before taking action. Yeah. The burly man simply responded. Because his face was shrouded in darkness by the hood of his cloak, his subordinates were not very clear about what he was thinking. Excuse me, Lord Hawkage, do we need to expel them? The subordinate who walked in asked very carefully. After a short silence, the man called Hokage spoke. "No. You let Deng and the others prepare, and then proceed according to the plan." "Understood." The subordinate nodded, and then walked out of the tent. If there were other people here, they would know the identities of these two people the moment they saw their clothes, without having to listen to their names. The big M-shaped mountain-like mark is the logo of the Magna Team, one of the dark organizations in the Hone region. In fact, it is not quite right to call it a dark organization, because if you simply listen to the purpose of Magna Team's activities, you will even think that they are good people for a moment. Unlike the Ocean Team, which plans to expand the ocean with the purpose of regaining the habitat of Pokémon lost due to human desires, the Magna Team's goal is not to exterminate humans, take back the ocean, and then build the ideal home of Pokémon. Its purpose is to expand the area of land and increase the scope of human activities. Magma Team believes that the development of human beings is closely linked to the overall happiness of the world, and believes that the coexistence of humans and Pokémon will hinder their development. In layman's terms, the Ocean Team is to destroy humans and save elves, and the Magma Team is to destroy elves and develop humans. Therefore, the opposition between the two organizations has actually been determined since the beginning of their establishment, not simply because of the different beliefs in the mythical beasts. However, the overly radical ideas of these two organizations will definitely not be recognized by the mainstream view of the elf world. Although what the Alliance is doing now is somewhat similar to what the Magna Team is doing, it is definitely not so exaggerated as to destroy the existence of elves. Most humans still want to live in harmony with elves. There is nothing we can do about occasional conflicts. Moreover, it is precisely because of the existence of elves that human civilization has developed so rapidly. The two have long become inseparable in countless years of integration. Therefore, it is quite in line with public opinion that the extreme human element of the Magna Team are identified as dark organizations. Among the two people who just talked, the burly man called Hokage-sama is the senior executive of the Magna Team, one of the three-headed fire. The so-called three-headed fire is actually similar to the senior cadres of the Rocket Team, but there are fewer of them, only 3. They are called Huoying, Hoyan and Hoyan. It is worth mentioning that the names of these cadres are not their real names, but code names passed down from generation to generation. Except for the boss of the Magna Team, Chihan Song, and the three-headed fire himself, no one knows the true identity of each cadre. However, according to the investigation of the Alliance, there is still a clear distinction between the responsibilities of the three-headed fire. The cadres codenamed Fire Goose are mostly responsible for the research work within the Magna Team, and they often have quite good achievements in the research field. The cadres codenamed Flame are mainly responsible for internal supervision. In simple terms, rewards and punishments are decided by him. The cadres codenamed Hokage, as just discussed, are mainly responsible for rushing to the front to perform tasks. Therefore, among the 3 fireheads, according to the information, the candidate for Hokage is often the one who changes the fastest. Although the true identity is unknown, the change in body shape is still easy to identify. As for the boss of the Magna Team, Kai Yansong, this guy prefers to hide in the dark and plan, which is completely the opposite of his mortal enemy, the leader of the Ocean Team, Shu Wutang. It is also easy to understand why the Magna Team appeared here. They often wander around various areas where volcanoes exist, whether they are extinct volcanoes or active volcanoes. If it is an active volcano, the Magna Team usually detonates it artificially, because they firmly believe that such an act will further expand the scope of the earth, and will also wake up Groudon, who is sleeping somewhere underground, faster. If it is a dead volcano, the Magna Team will often use various black technology means to reawaken it, and then detonate it. Well, or because of the existence of Groudon who is sleeping somewhere underground, the dead volcanoes in the spirit world are more like dormant volcanoes. Unless Groudon is gone, the volcanoes in the entire spirit world will not completely lose their vitality and cannot erupt in the true sense. From this point of view, the power of the mythical beast is undoubtedly unimaginable to humans. Hello, Thousand Faces? The Hokage in the tent pondered for a long time, picked up the communicator, and made a call. Hey, isn't this Lord Hokage? What can I do for you? A frivolous male voice came from the phone. I know you are in Johto. I need you to rush to Hinoki Town within 2 hours and do everything possible to cause a riot." The Hokkid said a few words very concisely and then hung up the call indifferently. TSK. The man called Thousand Faces curled his lips disdainfully when he heard the busy tone coming from the communicator. It's really interesting that a short-lived ghost is still so arrogant. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with him. She walked to the mirror in the bathroom and looked at her face. What a pity. It seems that the progress here will be postponed again. Kyan Mian, who didn't know whether he was a man or a woman, sighed inwardly. It took a lot of effort to make this face, and he had to change it after he went out. If it weren't for the fact that the name of the lava team was very useful in some places, she would not choose to join the lava team. Forget it, find a chance to quit. Anyway, I have almost got what I want. Kyan Mian thought so. For ordinary people, it is naturally unrealistic to want to quit such a large dark organization without any injuries. In a word, you know too much, which is enough to be the biggest reason. But she is not an ordinary person. But there is no rush. The lava team is still a good shield. Da-da-da. The sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out in the small cafe. In this most prosperous city in the capital, no one cares where a city beauty will go after finishing afternoon tea. On the outer wall of the building next to this cafe, a notice was displayed on the screen. Recently, we received a report that a thief appeared in Manjin City. Please keep your valuables safe. If you lose anything, please report it to Miss Junsha at the police station immediately. At the same time, if anyone knows the whereabouts of the thief, please contact the police station or the Pokémon Center as soon as possible. This is very interesting, isn't it? On the corner of the street, a young trainer suddenly appeared with a treacherous smile on his face. "Oh, me, I'm in the back mountain now. I'll go there later," Zaire said to Abby, who was watching the watch. "Didn't you say you were going to walk around the town? Why did you go to the back mountain again?" Abby was very surprised. "Didn't I say that I would go to the back mountain with you tomorrow to try that thing? I'm free anyway, so I came here to take a look at the situation first," Zaire explained. "With me, the encyclopedia of Hinoki Town, you can rest assured." Abby suddenly realized and then became very confident. "I've been to every corner of the back mountain. There's no place I don't know." "Then can the Hinoki Town encyclopedia tell me where Cassie and Lilulus live?" they asked jokingly. Ahem. Abby coughed involuntarily. "That's not very possible." "Okay, it's getting late. Hurry over and help." He was afraid that Zay would continue to ask, so he quickly changed the subject. "I know, don't worry." Zay smiled casually and didn't take it to heart. If Abby told him directly, it would be a strange thing. After all, Cassie and Lilulus are two of the most popular ones even among the extremely popular psychic Pokémon. Whether their final forms are a Lakazam with a high IQ, Gardevoir nicknamed my wife, or a Lido with both handsomeness and strength, these three can be called the Pokémon of most people's dreams. By the way, unlike a Lido, which is only male, Gardevoir has no gender difference, but it also has male and female, and the number is close to 1-to-1. In other words, your wife may be a male Gardevoir, but she looks like a female. ZHE also remembered that there was a fuss of marrying a male Gardevoir. I don't know how much psychological shadow that person has. It's already autistic enough to hold a wedding with a Pokémon under pressure, and the result is still a male. It can only be said that the cognition of Pokémon was still at an underdeveloped stage before, otherwise there would not be such a joke. Not everyone knows that there are traces of these Pokémon living in the forest near Hinoki Town. It is more like a tacit semi-public secret. After all, even in the daytime, it is as dark as at night, and the oak forest with a large number of bug-type Pokémon living in it does not look like an environment that psychic Pokémon like to live in. Although the compatibility of bug-type Pokémon and psychic-type Pokémon is better than that of ghost-type and dark-type Pokémon, it is not much better. If Abby hadn't reported it to the Alliance at that time, the Johto Alliance officials would not have believed that there would be a group of Casey and Lirulus in this ghost place. Even now, researchers who know about this situation have not figured out why these two types of Pokémon choose to live here and not migrate. However, this is undoubtedly great news for trainers who know the situation. Who doesn't want to have a psychic partner? This not only represents strong strength, but also represents safety. Unfortunately, the choice of psychic Pokémon and trainers has always been the way, and it is not that you can get it just because you want it. For psychic Pokémon who can sense the general thoughts of humans, they will only choose those who are trustworthy as their partners. With their own abilities, as long as they don't want to be seen by you, it would be a dream for normal people to want to catch them. Correspondingly, once a psychic Pokémon chooses a person as their trainer, the loyalty and trust they give is far beyond the reach of other Pokémon. Take Gardevoir as an example. There is a sentence in the Pokémon Encyclopedia that describes it like this: when protecting the trainer, it will exert its strongest power, and it can even gamble its life to protect the trainer. Just because of this sentence, I don't know how many people want Gardevoir to be their partner. It's just that the dream is good, but it's also far away. The rarity of the initial form of Ralts is no lower than that of most quasi-gods. ZHE also came here to try his luck. Who would have thought that Abby, who had just separated not long ago, would find a job for himself? Let me see, the Wild Pokémon Center in the northeast of the Oak Forest should be over there. ZHE also took the map to compare his position, found a direction, and started his legs. That's right, this Wild Pokémon Center was set up by the Alliance specifically for the two psychic Pokémon tribes. Not only that, there are also official trainers of the Alliance called Hinoki Town residents who are actually protectors. Chapter 344 Action. Caterpillars, hornworms, hairballs, paras, caris, hazelnut balls, ladybugs, orb-silk spiders, dragonflies, all the insect-type elves you can think of and can't think of live together harmoniously in this dense forest. Zaya has been walking along the way, and he doesn't know how many times he has sighed at the ecology of this forest. Even in the evergreen forest, it is difficult to see so many insect-type elves. After all, there are more other elves in the evergreen forest, and it is difficult for insect-type elves to obtain so much living space. It's just that most of the insect-type elves here are still mainly elves from Kanto and Johto, plus a small number of elves from Hoenn and Sinnoh. On the one hand, except for a few individual regions, Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, the exchanges between regions are not frequent, so elves from other regions are not to say that there are no elves in Johto, but they are also quite rare. However, it is foreseeable that with the further improvement of the infrastructure of the elf world, elves that originally lived only in one area will eventually spread to every corner of the world. This was hard to imagine in ancient times a long time ago. If it weren't for this, the fossil of the Craniosaur discovered by Tetsuya last year wouldn't have caused quite a stir after Professor Oak and Dr. Yamanashi published a research paper on it. This is true for Kanto and Sinnoh, two regions that are extremely close and even connected, not to mention the more distant Unova and Kalos. Of course, this only applies to Pokémon that live on land. Like most Pokémon in the ocean, such as starfish and gemstar, their traces are found in the seas all over the world. Unova has discovered starfish tribes more than once. On the other hand, the alliances in various regions are also consciously controlling the types and numbers of Pokémon from foreign regions. This is easy to understand. After all, Pokémon in the wild also have a food chain. If the Pokémon tribe that originally lived in the region is destroyed in order to introduce new Pokémon, it would be a very unwise behavior. Moreover, Pokémon often conflict with unfamiliar groups. For example, the homebird Pidgeot in the Kanto region. The original Pidgeot was believed to be only interested in a part of the insect Pokémon, but after being introduced to the Hoenn region, they underwent different changes. They actually prey on grass-type acorns, and in groups. This is very confusing. After research, people found that it was only because the acorn's temperament and appearance were too confusing to the Pidgeots who had never seen them. If the acorns, which attached to the branches with the stem of their hats, were motionless, they looked exactly like tree fruits. Of course, Pidgeots who like to peck at tree fruits would not let go of this delicacy that was full of juice at first glance. However, since the acorns like to scare other elves when they peck at them, the Pidgeots who came to the branches without preparation to have a full meal would naturally be scared. Although they have a gentle personality, Pidgeots are not the kind of existence that allows elves to bully them, not to mention that they are full of themselves. In this case, wars between the two groups often occur. Acorns are definitely one of the most powerful in the initial form of grass type elves. After all, they can explode themselves without saying a word. But compared with Pidgeots, they are somewhat powerless. After all, grass type Pokémon are notoriously weak in the early stages, and they are not much better than bug type Pokémon, and the latter grow faster. This results in the number of acorns decreasing, while the number of Pidgeots is growing, and there is no sign of stopping. This is not the result that the Hone Alliance wants to see. So soon, the Hone Alliance had to mobilize official forces to pack up and release most of the Pidgeots back to Kanto. As for why it was only most and not all, because the Hone Alliance needs the Pidgeot tribe to regularly clean up the acorns that are flooding for it to prevent them from exploding in a chain. If it weren't for the fact that the home bird of Hone, the Argonauts, had long been familiar with the existence of acorns and only ate thorntails, the Hone Alliance would not have chosen this plan. After commanding the Monarch Serpent to drive away another group of ungrateful hornworms for the nth time, Zaya, who once again passed through the bushes, finally saw the Pokémon Center mentioned by Abby. "Hello, I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Kanto Tokiwa, and I'm here to assist you on behalf of Master Abby." He took back his monarch snake and walked forward quickly. He showed his elf illustration to Miss Junsha, who was guarding the door. "Thank you very much for coming. Please come in." After confirming his identity, Miss Junsha saluted and let him in. "I don't agree. If you do this without knowing the existence of the other party, it will undoubtedly affect the lives of the elves here, and it will also easily alert the enemy." As soon as his right foot stepped into the door, Tetsuya heard the sound of quarreling coming from the elf center. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him in an instant, he suddenly felt a lot of pressure. It seems that he came at a wrong time. "Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tetsuya Tamaki from Kanto Tokiwa, and I'm here to assist you on behalf of Master Abby." Tetsuya introduced himself awkwardly. Hello. He didn't feel embarrassed for too long, and the people in the seats responded to him immediately. "Please take a seat. We are discussing the specific plan for the mission. You can listen first." Junsha, who looked like a leader, asked Zaya to sit down. "Okay, thank you." Zaya immediately followed suit and found a corner to sit. Seeing that he was silent, the people sitting in the center of the meeting began to discuss enthusiastically again. Zaya listened for a while, and his smart mind quickly sorted out his thoughts. First of all, the people sitting here participating in the discussion can be roughly divided into two categories. One category is undoubtedly Miss Junsha. They are under the command of the Hinoki Town Police Department and the Hinoki Gym Master Abby to investigate the traces of Team Rocket. The other category is the action team members specially sent by the Alliance to protect the psychic Pokémon here. Secondly, the point of contention is that Miss Junsha insisted on taking a semi-sweeping approach to investigate the Oak Forest. Because it is not known how much force Team Rocket has sent this time, taking such an approach can avoid losses to the greatest extent. In addition, the dark internal environment of the Oak Forest is also an important reason for taking this approach. If they don't conduct a sweep, there are too many people hiding here. Of course, the action team disagreed with this plan. They finally found the current living area of the psychic elves and carried out activities called protection but actually surveillance. It's a small matter that the hard work was wasted. If the psychic elves suddenly migrated because of this operation, the consequences would be very serious. These are two large groups of Cassie and Lirulus. It's too little to describe them as a gold mountain. Once they leave the Oak Forest, it will be almost impossible for the action team or even the Alliance to find these two groups of elves again. And the reason for the action team's opposition is also very valid. Since we don't know how many people there are, it means that Miss Junsha can't even be sure whether there is a rocket team here. Under such a premise, a semi-sweep method is adopted. Not to mention the psychic elves, it is also a serious disturbance to the lives of other insect elves. Not to mention that this scale of action can easily alert the other party and make them escape in advance. Neither side can convince the other. Because of their different responsibilities, they naturally look at the problem from different angles. Besides, there is no upper-lower relationship between the official action team of the Alliance and the team of the town police station. It is impossible to find a leader to make a final decision. Let's do this. At the same time, a heavenly voice sounded. It was Miss Joy. That's right, this is a key moment for Joy to show their value. They are a clear stream in this alliance, and a voice that no one can ignore. The captain of the action team and the leader Miss Junch looked at Miss Joy in unison. Considering the safety of all residents in Juniper Town, we must confirm whether there are members of the Dark Organization hiding in this forest, and we need to confirm the purpose of their visit this time. If there are, then it is urgent to find their hiding place. Miss Joy first repeated the matters that everyone agreed on. The protection of the elves is important, but it is definitely not as important as the safety of the lives of the people in a town. Even if Team Rocket rarely does such things, it cannot be ignored. After the two leaders nodded in agreement, Joy continued, so, I agree with Junsh's proposal to use a semi-sweep method to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the Oak Forest. But, the captain of the action team frowned and wanted to speak. Don't worry, Captain AG. Miss Joy interrupted decisively. The nurses at our Pokémon Center will be responsible for the comfort of the Pokémons in the forest. There will be absolutely no problems with them. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, Miss Joy, but those Pokémons. The captain named AG was somewhat helpless. If psychic Pokémons were so easy to comfort, they wouldn't be so rare. It is said that dragon Pokémons are extremely arrogant and difficult to subdue. But in AG's opinion, psychic Pokémons are not much better. This is his personal experience after guarding here for so long. Although AG himself has never tried to subdue dragon Pokémons. Leave it to us. Miss Joy's words were very confident. Okay. Captain AG had to agree with Miss Junsh's plan. But I still suggest that you try to avoid areas 32 and 33. He added somewhat unwillingly. That's natural. We will search other areas first. Miss Junsh nodded and agreed with him. If Team Rocket was not hiding near these two areas, it would be the best thing for her. Trainer Tamaki Tetsuya. She suddenly looked at Tetsuya, who had been silent since he came in. Yes, just call me Tetsuya. Tetsuya, who was concentrating, immediately gave feedback. He would not tell Abby that, although it was not you who told me where Cassie and Laris lived, you still provided information. This is really a good person. Okay Tetsuya, while we are taking action in the front, I hope you can monitor the forest in other directions from the side to see if there are any unusual movements. If there are, notify us as soon as possible and delay or attack them. Miss Juncher assigned him a task. Understood. Tetsuya readily agreed. This job is simple. He did not think it was a waste of his strength to do this. Professionals do professional things. This is the concept he has always adhered to. His search ability is indeed good, but compared with Miss Juncher and the action team in front of him, it is a small witch compared to a big witch. Moreover, this job is also very dangerous. If the Rockets find and react in the first time, he will be at the absolute front line. Even if you use your brain, you will know that Team Rocket can't just send out a few simple people to do things. Captain, the director and the Jamona have found Team Rocket below the well of Slowpoke and have started fighting. Just as Junsha, who led the team, was arranging tasks, Junsha, who was in charge of communications, sent a message. Very good. Miss Junsha's eyes flashed. Given the Rocket team's cunning personality, they will definitely not prepare only one place as a base. There is a high probability that the base of these guys exists in the Oak Forest. She looked around. The operation has officially begun, and you must pay attention to safety. Understood. A heroic shout sounded. Everyone filed out and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. At the same time, Kyan Mian, who had just arrived not far from Hinoki Town, fell into deep thought when he heard the loud noise coming from the town. I'm still here, right? Why is this damn place in chaos before I start to make trouble? He was a little speechless. If he had known this, why would he come? Hello, Hawkage. Kyan Mian dialed the phone unhappily. Have you arrived? The Hawkage asked. We've arrived, but I don't seem to need to do anything. Kyan Mian complained a little. Listen, I can hear it from so far away. The fighting is quite fierce. Are you going to wipe out the town of Hinoki? The Hawkage, who had just arrived at the halfway point of the volcano on the back mountain from the base, was stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? Our target is not Hinoki Town. He looked at his men. The men shook their heads. He was very sure that the 2 rocket team members in the surveillance did not take action. They were still squatting there without moving. Kyanmian made a puzzled sound. Anyway, no matter who did it, just hold the people in Hinoki Town back, and you help me watch. The Hokage thought about it, but didn't understand, so he simply gave Kyanmian an order. Who else can you ask to do this job? Why do you have to ask me to do it? Kyanmian almost cursed. He gave up his own goal to come here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Enemy Traces? Team Rocket in Hinoki Town. Click. The Hokage hung up the phone without saying anything. He is a short-lived ghost. Do you really need him to give orders in a nice voice? Do it or not. At worst, we will die together. He has not planned to live long since he took office. It's okay. Do it according to the original plan. Facing the eyes of his subordinates, the Hokage said calmly. The members of the surrounding Magna team all lowered their heads. Damn it, can't this Hokage be a normal person? The same thought flashed through the minds of all members at the same time. There are no old Magna team members present. It is a tradition that one of the 3 Hokage of the Magna team is good at fighting, but not good at planning. But looking back at every Hokage, this Hokage is undoubtedly the craziest and most desperate one. It just so happens that this guy has not died in more than a year since he took office, which makes people even more helpless. Even as a member of the Magna team, each of them is ready to devote themselves to the realization of their ideals, but this does not mean that they are willing to die. Move. Don't put the number 2 instrument in the wrong position. Pay attention to the stability of the number 3 instrument. Don't let the energy flow channel in the middle tilt too much. The Hokage commanded on his own. Didn't he know what his subordinates were thinking? Of course he knew. But what does it matter? In the lava team, the boss Red Flame Matsu is the biggest, followed by the 3-headed fire. They fought for this position with their own strength. Especially the position of Hokage. If anyone disobeys his command, the worst case scenario is a fight, and the winner has the final say. Otherwise, the class division in the Dark Organization is no joke. Understood. The lava team member who was responsible for the transportation, fixing and operation of the instruments replied loudly to his superior. The corners of the Hokage's mouth outlined a happy smile. Yes, that's the feeling. Then, his fiery eyes turned to the dark and bottomless crater. When the volcano erupts, we will usher in new power. Fanatical words came out of his mouth. Everything for humanity. Above the volcano, the voices of all the members of the lava team merged into one, which made people shudder. In the forest. What's wrong? Looking at the giant rock monster who suddenly looked up and looked into the distance, ZHE also asked vigilantly. Dangoro. The giant rock monster nodded, then shook his head. The sound of people outside the forest, probably because of the town of Hinoki. After understanding what the giant rock monster meant, ZHE quickly relaxed. After all, Abby is now leading Miss Junsha to fight the rocket team head on. It would be strange if there was no sound. The giant rock monster hesitated. The direction is correct, but there seems to be a problem with the distance. The sound doesn't seem to be that far away. But it was not so sure for a while. Because ZHE and it are now at the northernmost end of the back mountain, it is quite far away from the crater and Hinoki town. If it goes a little northwest, it will soon set foot on Route 34. Its sensitivity to sound is more based on rocks and soil, and this distance is prone to errors. It's okay. You just need to pay attention to whether there are any strange human voices in the forest. Others will handle other places. Zaya comforted him. He felt that Pan Yanga was good in everything, but sometimes he was too stubborn and would not adapt. It was probably related to its own rock properties. This made Pan Yanga less agile while being calm. Dangoro. Pan Yanga nodded silently. Since the trainer said so, let's not think about it. The deep forest, where few people go, has returned to silence again. Only the occasional battle sounds from afar proved that Miss Junsha and the action team were still searching in the front. It's a bit boring. Zaya, who found an open space to sit cross-legged, even began to count how many small grasses he sat on. Sure, a suddenly bright red light flashed in the black jungle. Feeling the sudden rise in temperature around him, Zaya asked lazily like a master, "How is it? Have you confirmed it? Is it there?" Down the flame chicken returned to Zaya's side and replied briefly, "Not bad." ZHE also showed a satisfied smile. The purpose of sending out Flame Chicken was to confirm whether there were really Cassie or Arulus living in the areas 32 and 33 mentioned by the action team just now. Facts have proved that the action team did not lie. According to Flame Chicken's exploration, it was indeed the territory of these two types of Pokémon. That is, Flame Chicken, who had mastered the power of Wave. If other Pokémon went there, they would definitely be discovered. But we have to wait until the mission is over. ZHE still knew what he had to do. As an old bounty hunter, it was more or less a professional ethics to prioritize tasks. Things like conquering Pokémons can be marked and done when you are free. Pychaco, Pidgeot and Togekiss also returned at this time. Is there a place where all the bug Pokémon disappeared inexplicably? The two flying type guys brought ZHE different information. Lead the way. Let's go and take a look. He narrowed his eyes and made a decision immediately. Of course, ZHE did not forget to make a simple report to Miss Junsha. Got it. Be careful, we can support there within 3 minutes. Miss Junsha's reply undoubtedly gave him another layer of insurance. Zaya, who was moving quickly in the oak forest, felt as if he had returned to the days when he was in the evergreen forest a long time ago. The only difference from the past was that this time he had several more companions around him. Moving forward, under the guidance of Pidgeot in the sky, it didn't take long for Zaya to bring Pockis and Blaziken to the so-called abnormal place. It's really not right. Zaya stopped and observed the surroundings and found clues. Although it has not reached the point of disappearance, the distribution density of insect-type elves here is much lower than that of other places. This is not in line with the ecological theory of elves. After excluding the possibility that there are no powerful elves living nearby, there is only one explanation left. That is, humans have stayed here for a long time. Looking around, Zaya quickly found the target. Pulling aside a bush that was no different from the surroundings, squatting down, faint traces of human footprints came into his eyes. Unlike the natural fade, this is obviously man-made. How could a normal trainer who came here have the leisure to hide his tracks? Unless this person has bad intentions. It seems that I'm lucky. Zaya stood up and clapped his hands. Next, we need to find their hiding place. He began to explore around the location of this footprint. 10 minutes later, Zaya frowned after replying to Miss Junsha's message again. This is unreasonable. He muttered to himself. The principle of wherever you go, you will leave traces is also applicable in the Pokémon world. There are quite a few human footprints that have been covered up nearby, which cannot escape Zaya's sharp eyes. But the problem is that these footprints just disappeared suddenly and disappeared without any rules. Some disappeared in the bushes while walking, some disappeared after walking and bumping into a tree, and some disappeared suddenly in front of a rock. Faced with this situation, the second half of the sentence, where there is no trace, it must be related to Pokémon, is only applicable in the Pokémon world. This is the best explanation. So, what kind of Pokémon is that? Zaya fell into deep thought. Hinoki Town, Slowpoke Well Basement 2, Double Gas, Use Smoke, Arbok, Poison Needle, Flatus, High Speed Spin, Gulbert, Supersonic Wave. A group of people wearing ordinary uniforms of Team Rocket are commanding their Pokémon to put up a stubborn resistance. They have only one opponent. That is Spammantis, Continuous Slash. With Abby's command, a green and black after image kept shuttling between the Pokémons of Team Rocket members. A faint white light passed through the bodies of each Pokémon. Which the next moment, the bug warrior Spammantis with his arms crossed swung his sharp sickle hand. Bang, bang, bang behind it. The Pokémons of Team Rocket fell one after another. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to Hinoki Town? Abby put the insect net on his shoulder, tilted his head, and asked like a villain. The bodies of the Rocket team members trembled, but no one spoke. Trouble. Abby frowned. Otherwise, why did he say that the Rocket team was the one he least wanted to meet? I don't know if their new boss drugged them and they are all more loyal than each other. It was obviously not like this before. Spy Mantis. Abby called out. Her Spy Mantis, who understood the intention of its trainer, shook the wings behind it. Shua shua, the sound of breaking through the air sounded. Several Pokémon that were just released secretly by the Rocket team members fell down again in an instant. The light in the eyes of some team members disappeared immediately. You won't say it, right? Very good. Abby laughed angrily. Tie them up and take them back for interrogation. Yes. Junsha, who was a spectator at the side, finally had a chance to show her skills. That's not right. At least this underground cave is so bright thanks to the Pokémon they sent out to use the flash skill. Otherwise, this group of Rocket team members would at least be hit by Abby's secret clubs. Miss Junsha and the others handcuffed the Rocket team members who were already powerless to resist. During the operation of the elevator shaft, the last Rocket team captain asked Abby unwillingly, "We have only been here for 2 days. How did you find us?" Abby glanced at him and did not reply. The captain gritted his teeth. Damn it. But he soon loosened his clenched fists. One day, the Rocket team will rule the world, and you will all regret it. TSK. Abby admitted that he was broken. Why? Just because of you bunch of scum. His words were full of sarcasm. To be honest, if you are not from the town of Hinoki, it is difficult to understand the residents' belief in Slowpoke. In Abby's opinion, if he was not the owner of the Hinoki gym, then these Rocket team members who broke into the well of Slowpoke would have only one end. That is, they would never see the sun tomorrow. That is to say, this group of Rockets has not started to attack Slowpoke. Otherwise, even if it is against the rules, Abby will let them know what it means to be inseparable from insects and poisons. You Team Rocket should be thankful that the Alliance will not repay you in the way you treat the Alliance. Otherwise, Abby sneered disdainfully. Abby, who grew up with insect-type Pokémons, is not a good person. In a weak group, the cruelty of survival will be revealed nakedly. The extremely hungry green caterpillars and hornworms have their own kind in their diet. Fortunately, the wild resources in the Pokémon world are extremely rich, otherwise it is unknown how strange the style of this world will be. After returning, spread the word to the people in the town, and tell them that Slowpoke has not been affected in any way. In the future, please ask every town resident to pay attention to suspicious unfamiliar faces from outside. Seeing that the captain closed his mouth, Abby ignored him, and turned to talk about work with Junsha beside him. Understood. Junsha nodded solemnly. Of course, both of them knew that this would be useless, because the first floor of the Well of Slowpoke is open as a tourist attraction. As long as Hinoki Town wants to use this attraction to generate income, it is impossible to reduce the probability of being invaded to 0. We can only do our best. Abby sighed silently as he looked at the center of the second floor of the cave, which was gradually getting darker. There, an object like a crown was quietly embedded in the rock wall. This was the special item that Team Rocket discovered at the first time, but they tried every means to pull it out of the rock wall. The King's certificate. When will the King of Slowpoke appear again? He thought, not to protect the town, but at least to ensure that this place can become a paradise for Slowpokes. Legend has it that the Slowpoke that saved Hinoki Town was extremely intelligent, powerful, kind, and had a crown on his head. People at that time believed that this was the king of the Slowpoke tribe and a very special existence. And the king's certificate it left behind also shows its leadership position in the tribe. Unfortunately, after so many years, there has never been a second king in the Slowpoke tribe. The subsequent commanders were only slightly smarter than their peers, but they were not good enough to be good people, and they could not wear the crown for the coronation ceremony. As the elevator shaft moved, Abby's sigh remained in the darkness. In another darkness, an almost identical sigh sounded. ZHE was also confused. What kind of elves could make people's footprints disappear at the same time? Flying was impossible, and psychic was unrealistic. Could it be that these people were sent back through time by Silly Bee? This was even more ridiculous. ZHE was also very crazy. Beep, Zyamo, Chaco, Dangoro, including the giant rock monster that was released to find clues. The 4 elves present looked at each other, and they were powerless. Chapter 346, The Secret Base in the Tree Trunk, The Unusual Movement of the Volcano. No. After a brief struggle, Zay decisively chose to change his mindset. What if the opponent is not using the ability of the elves themselves, but the special effects of the skills? If I remember correctly, there seems to be a very unique skill in Hone. He frowned. Come out, monarch snake. Taka the monarch snake that suddenly appeared in the forest was a little confused. It subconsciously hid the snacks behind its back with a vine whip. Zay looked at it helplessly. I don't know how this little guy can always find the snacks he hid. Don't do it again next time, Zay said unhappily. Chew monarch snake squinted its eyes and called happily. It knew that this meant that it was okay to steal food this time. As for next time for sure. Anyway, it's not the first time I've been told this. Feel it. Is there anything strange about the big trees near here? Back to business. Zay's face immediately became serious. Monarch snake nodded repeatedly to show that it understood. But the action of not forgetting to put the last bite of snacks into its mouth before closing its eyes was really a bit unconvincing. Under Zay's helpless gaze, a faint green light shone from the monarch snake. Sure affected by the grass energy, the leaves of the surrounding trees began to sway. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the monarch snake opened its big eyes. Taka the little guy pointed with a vine whip. Looking in the direction, the target was an inconspicuous fruit tree. Sure enough, Zay was certain in his heart. This meant that his guess was probably right. He walked quickly to the front of this ordinary tree, then raised his arm and put his hand on the trunk. Zyamo beat Dangoro. The 3 elves around him suddenly shouted in surprise. Under their and Zay's gaze, Zay's hand seemed to have no resistance and reached into the trunk. Flame Chicken raised its claws in disbelief and tried. The result was the same. Its claws also went into the trunk. This was completely different from the feeling of sharpening its claws on the trunk. Its claws were not hindered at all. Let's go in and take a look. Zay smiled and took the lead to bump into it. In an instant, he disappeared into the slender tree trunk. Pokémon and Serpent, stop messing around and follow me. His voice gradually faded in the dark oak forest. Dangoro, seeing that Flame Chicken and Pidgeot also followed the trainer's footsteps and entered the tree trunk in front of him, the rock monster did not forget to urge the 2 little guys behind before leaving. Pokémon tried to open his small black bean eyes and glared at Serpent. Then he flapped his little wings and glided over. Serpent licked his lips gracefully. It feels great to enjoy a snack alone occasionally. However, seeing that the trainer and several friends disappeared in front of it, it also slayed and rushed into the tree trunk. As soon as it came in, Serpent's soft body hit a big rock. Cha-cha-cha. Pokémon made a mocking sound while floating in the air. Serpent looked up and saw that it was Serpent. There is no need to think too much. With the character of the giant rock monster, it would not do such a prank by itself. It must be the work of Pokémon. The monarch snake found the real culprit immediately. Takataka chaka chaka. The 2 Pokémon started bickering again. The huge cave became noisy for a while. ZHE sighed helplessly and did not stop it. Anyway, according to the exploration of the giant rock monster and the Flame Chicken, there is no trace of the enemy in this place. There is no need to worry about disturbing the enemy. He raised his head and looked around the environment. That was no different from ordinary rock caves. Sure enough, it is a secret base built by the power of secrets. He was amazed. The power of secrets is a general skill. The effect is roughly the same as the natural power mastered by the monarch snake. That is, it can release different skills to cause damage to the enemy according to the different terrain or field types. At the same time, the skills released through the change of the secret power have a full 30% chance of causing corresponding additional effects. This is not a small number. Take the frozen state as an example. Most skills with the additional effect of causing freezing state have a success rate of freezing the attacker of less than 10%. The success rate of the secret power in causing freezing effect is 3 times that of them. The gap is extremely obvious. This is not the greatest use of the secret power skill. As ZHE can see now, this secret base hidden in the tree trunk like a rock cave is the correct way to open the secret power. It is said to be hidden, but in his opinion, it is more like opening up a different space. This can completely explain why the footprints from the outside world suddenly disappeared. The base constructed by the secret power has more than one entrance and exit. Rocks, trees, bushes, these can all become secondary entrances to the secret base. As long as the range is not exceeded, the elves used can be freely set. TSK, it seems that I have to find an opportunity to let the little guys learn this skill. ZHE sighed. He also knew the effect of the secret power before, but it was far less shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. For him who has been running in the wild, the secret base constructed by this skill has considerable practicality. Of course, although it is said so, it is still not easy. Research shows that most Pokémon can master the secret power skill through acquired learning, but not every Pokémon can use the skill to create a secret base. In addition to certain special requirements for the release target, that is, the tree trunk that Tetsuya just entered, the construction of the secret base also has very high requirements for the Pokémon that releases the skill. In addition, it is also difficult to find trainers with rich experience in teaching the secret power in Kanto and Johto. Such people are more likely to be found in Hoenn. This is why Tetsuya had not thought of this skill before. It is difficult to see Pokémon that are proficient in the secret power skill in Kanto and Johto. But Tetsuya was somewhat surprised as the expansion of Team Rocket reached Hoenn. He was very surprised. If it weren't for the fact that Kanto and Johto did not have a dominant dark organization for various reasons, Team Rocket would not have been able to develop to this point. You know, Hoenn is not like Johto and Kanto. There are two major dark organizations there, Team Magma and Team Aqua, and these two organizations are mortal enemies in various senses. It is simply impossible for dark forces from other regions to intervene. Although Team Rocket is quite strong now, it is still a little weaker than these two old dark organizations. Or is it that this place was left by Team Magma? Tetsuya quickly thought of another possibility. He also knew that Team Magma liked to appear in various craters. The back mountain of Hinoki Town does have a certain probability of becoming the opponent's target. If it is Team Magma, then it will be Team Rocket and Sakake's turn next. He was quite gloating. Normal league trainers are happy to see the conflict between the two dark organizations. As for living in peace, how is that possible? People have come to your territory to do things. Can Team Rocket just watch it? Unless Sakaki doesn't want to continue to expand in Johto, there will definitely be a conflict with Team Magma. Go out and report to Miss Junsha first. After searching around and not finding any marks, Tetsuya gave up further confirmation. The existence time of the secret base is not infinite. Without the maintenance of the user, the secret base will dissipate into the air after 12 hours. Before this, except for the main entrance, that could not be closed, the other secondary entrances could be completely eliminated. They didn't want to try to explore where the people and things inside would go after the secret base disappeared. He was still very young and didn't want to die. Ignoring the protests of the two little guys, they took back the four companions, except Blaziken, into the Pokeball. It was just that this place was big enough. Otherwise, if a few large Pokémon squeezed in, this damn place would have been full. He stepped out of the secret base. They looked back at the tree trunk, still a little incredible. This thing really looks too much like a platform in a movie he watched in his previous life. Hello, Miss Junsha. He thought so, and dialed the phone in his hand. I found a base suspected to be left by the Magma team here. Okay, I know. I will send people over to defend it immediately. Junsha nodded continuously as she listened to the news conveyed by Zay. What's wrong? Did you find the rocket team? Captain AG asked on the side. No. Miss Junsha said with a straight face. It's a more troublesome guy. The lava team may be preparing to do something nearby. As she said that, she took out a walkie-talkie and began to issue instructions. Wu, Ling, you two take your respective teams to the crater on the back mountain. The lava team is suspected to be there, so suspend the search mission in the forest. If you find the other party's trace, report it immediately, and at the same time, be sure to delay the other party's actions. Boom! The sudden earthquake interrupted Miss Junsha's task arrangement. It seems that there is no need to delay. AG, who used the tree trunk to stabilize his body, looked a little embarrassed. Everyone, pay attention, stop searching now, and go to the crater. Miss Junsha, who was also embarrassed, quickly released her windy dog and rode on it. With the help of the windy dog, she quickly stabilized her body and then issued new instructions through the walkie-talkie. But she seemed to have forgotten one thing. Under the violent shaking, whether it was Miss Junsha or the members of the action team, they all had difficulty maintaining balance. Miss Junsha's other Growliths and windy dogs were not as strong as her companions. "I'll go and delay first." Zaya's voice came from the intercom. He was not afraid of such a situation, because he was equally strong in spirit and physical fitness. "Be careful, we will be there soon." Miss Junsha hesitated for a moment, and then decisively agreed to Zaya's action. "Pidgeot, take me up." Zaya, who was held by Blaziken, touched his waist and summoned his Sky Pokémon again. After a beep, the white Pidgeot carried Blaziken and Zaya into the sky and headed straight for the crater, where thick smoke was gradually coming out. On the other side, "Fatty, this situation is not right." The trembling Thin team member said this with difficulty. He felt that his body lying on the ground would break apart in the next moment. Don't worry." The fat team member panted. "It's not a big problem. Are you sure?" The Thin team member's voice unconsciously raised a lot. "Nonsense. Shut up and listen to me." The fat team member was very determined. "I tell you, if I die, I will definitely make trouble for you." The Thin team member trembled and said fiercely. Beep. A sharp bird cry sounded above their heads. Tetsuya glanced down. It seems that this is the rocket team they were looking for at the beginning. They are just minions. Let's talk about it later. The most urgent thing is to stop the lava team. He looked at the looming figure on the volcano not far away. Once the volcano erupts, at least 2/3 of the oak forest will be affected. Not to mention how many elves will lose their lives. The series of consequences it will cause are also quite serious. Hokage-sama. The lava team on the volcano naturally discovered Pidgeot and Tetsuya on its back. They looked at their boss. "Don't worry, you continue." The Hokage put his hands behind his back and looked very calm. "Yes." The team members wiped the sweat from their foreheads, cheered up and continued to operate the instruments. Although his brain is not very good, they are still quite convinced of the strength of this Hokage. Unless Abby takes action, no one can confront the Hokage alone. It's a bit bad. With the high-speed flight of Pidgeot, Tetsuya quickly closed the distance with the enemy. While observing all the opponents, he also felt it was quite tricky. Is one of the three-headed fire a Hokage? Tetsuya's face was quite heavy. The clothes and logo of the Magna Team are very easy to recognize, and the clothes of the internal senior cadres of the three-headed fire are completely different from those of ordinary soldiers. In short, those with only cloaks, but no hats are soldiers, and those with both cloaks and hats are three-headed fire. The burly man with a hat on the opposite side is undoubtedly the latter. And now it's an outfield mission. Tetsuya, who is familiar with the structure of the Magna Team, immediately recognized the identity of the other party. It's a bit difficult to deal with Taking level spirits at the beginning. Tetsuya suddenly felt that he could wait for Abby to arrive. His 6 main spirits have just broken through to the Qua-seeking level, so he can't fight them. Although most of the Hokage died quickly, so there was no information about the one in front of him, but Tetsuya didn't think that the other party didn't even have a king level spirit. If one of the 3 leaders of Team Magma is so incompetent, then it should not call itself the largest dark organization in Hone. Chapter 347 on the importance of cooperation and home field. Below, the Hokage quickly dug up information about Tetsuya from his memory. A talented civilian trainer from Kanto? He sneered disdainfully. Just a lackey of the Alliance. Big King Swallow, get him down for me. The Hokage suddenly threw out a Pokeball from under his cloak. SHHH, a horse cry accompanied by a blue shadow rushed straight into the sky. Pidgeot, wing attack. Blaziken, spray flames. Togekiss, catch me. Tetsuya, who was still struggling whether to go up or not, saw this scene and jumped off Pidgeot's back with Blaziken without saying a word. It seemed that there was no need to struggle, as the opponent did not give him any other choice. Tetsuya, who was in a state of weightlessness, had an unusually clear mind. At this time, he should not worry about whether he could beat the opponent, but how to save his life in the air without affecting the combat performance of his own partners. A red light flashed, and Togekiss appeared under him and caught him steadily. Bang! The white light flashing on the wings of Pidgeot collided fiercely with a blue afterimage that was rising rapidly. A dull collision sound was heard. The next moment, as Pidgeot flapped his wings and retreated, a hot flame swept past. It was the Blaziken that fell with Tetsuya. It was also because of this attack that the Blaziken, which was originally able to maintain its posture in the air, fell to the ground faster under the reaction force of the skill. Come back, Blaziken. Come out, Blaziken. Tetsuya took out the Pokeball in an instant, took the Blaziken back, and released it again. The Blaziken that appeared on the back of Pockets again squatted to maintain its balance. Its cry was full of vigilance and excitement about the powerful opponent. Beep diagonally above, two bird Pokémon also made tit-for-tat calls. It was not until then that Tetsuya had a chance to see the Pokémon on the other side clearly. It resembled a swallow, with feathers mainly in dark blue, with vermilion lines on the neck, tail tip and forehead, and a white belly. Big Swallow. Category: Swallow Pokémon attributes: General plus flying height 0.82 meters, average 0.7 meters, weight 23.3 kilograms, average 19.8 kilograms, strength. The trick that the king may master. Brave Bird Zero's blue light screen floats and sinks in his field of vision. Since it is not his own Pokémon, there is no more detailed data, so Zero can only roughly detect this information. But it is enough. Trouble. Tetsuya's face sank. This is the situation he least wants to see. Team Magma. Looking at the name of this organization, you can infer what attributes of Pokémon the members are good at using. Considering the strength of fire-type Pokémon, the strength of the members of Team Magma is still good. But the embarrassing thing is that I don't know if it's because of Groudon. There are really not many fire-type Pokémon that can fly, let alone those who are good at flying. In order to make up for the lack of air combat, members of Team Magma usually choose to cultivate Pokémon such as Unyielding Swallow, Big Swallow and Zubat. The latter is of course because it is the standard of the Dark Organization, and the former is because of its habits. Since the time of the Proud Swallow, elves like the Great Swallow have been constantly moving in search of warm land, which can be more or less related to fire. In fact, the elf that is most suitable to solve this dilemma is Charizard, the final evolution of Charmander, one of the 3 starter Pokémon in Kanto. However, if the Dark Organization in the Hoenn region gets Charizard as the main force in battle, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Kanto Alliance? Whether it is out of consideration of not seeking death, or considering the rarity of Charmander, it is better to exchange resources than to use it as the main force in battle. So this response plan can only be thought of for the Magma team. No matter how strong the Dark Organization is, there is still a big gap compared to the alliance that rules the world. As one of the 3 fire-headed Pokémon, the main force of the Hokage is undoubtedly those powerful fire attribute Pokémon. Under this premise, his flying Pokémon actually has the strength of the king level. No wonder this generation of Hokage lives for a long time. Could it be that this guy first puts his energy on cultivating the Great Swallow to facilitate his escape? Faced with a powerful enemy, ZHE couldn't help but think wrongly. Big Swallow, use Shadow Clone. The Hokage below had a hideous smile on his face. Judging from the battle between Pidgeot, Blaziken and Big Swallow, the 2 main Pokémon on the other side have not yet broken through to the king level. So isn't that at his mercy? Shua the Big Swallow, hearing the command of the Hokage, continued to split one shadow after another. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Big Swallows appeared in front of Tetsuya and his 3 companions. Blazing Chicken, use Heat Wind. Pidgeot, Togekiss, use S-Slash. The calm words came out of Tetsuya's mouth. Although it was a quasi-king against a king, he didn't think he had no hope of winning. After all, this was not a formal one-on-one battle. Round battles and group fights were 2 completely different concepts. Under the control of Blaziken, the fiery red aura enveloped the many Big Swallows like a big net. Following closely behind was the white blade swung out by Pidgeot. Because Pockets had to ensure the safety and balance of Tetsuya on his back, he released his skills much slower, and it was just now that he was able to complete his attack. Big Swallow, use Lightning Flash. The Hokage waved his cloak and officially launched the attack. Although it was fun for him to bully weaklings, especially those who were so-called geniuses, this was not the time to waste time. He was worried that the Alliance's support would arrive soon. By then, it would be fun. Maybe he would meet the former Hokage, if he was unlucky. The white light instantly filled the sky. All the big swallows were covered with a layer of dazzling white light. Whoosh, the sound of wind sounded. The white light scattered. Flame Chicken, find the position of the opponent. Tetsu responded calmly. It seemed that the opponent didn't know him well enough. Yes, Flame Chicken was good at wave guidance, which didn't seem like a normal method. It would be fine if the big swallow's shadow clone and the main body were not separated. Even if Flame has a Wava guide, it is still difficult to quickly and accurately mark the position of a group of big swallows. But once separated, the sharp decrease in the number within a certain range will give Flame a lot of room to play. Not to mention that under the double delay of Flame's hot air and Pidgeot's air slash, the opponent's flight trajectory options are actually not many. Next, Flame's eyes emit a dazzling blue light. It extends its claws and points. Chaco, after receiving the prompt, Togekiss immediately threw out his half-beat slow air slash. Rip, white light and white light collided. In the somewhat surprised eyes of the Hokage, the figure of the big swallow appeared. It was hit by Togekiss' air slash, and it was so timid that it could not continue to use the flash of lightning. It's hard to say how much damage it suffered. Anyway, ZHE didn't see any discomfort on the other side. The big swallow tilted its head and looked at its messy feathers, and anger gradually rose in its eyes. For it, neat and beautiful feathers are dignity. It was totally unacceptable to have his dignity destroyed by 3 elves weaker than himself. Hiss, the angry cry resounded through the sky. Very good, that's it. Use steel wings to charge the great king swallow. The Hokage quickly recovered from his surprise. Seeing his elves in this state, he was not angry at all, but gave orders with more excitement. The light silver light covered the wings of the great king swallow little by little. Pidgeot, use swine to interfere with the opponent's flight. Blaziken, take the opportunity to use rock blockade. Tetsuya suddenly felt that he seemed to have a misunderstanding of his companion's strength. Since there were not many examples of fighting against the king level elves, he just thought that Blaziken and Pidgeot were far behind the king level elves. After all, Shinigami Shizuka's Blastoise was so strong at the Quartz Conference before. But this battle made him feel that it was not the case. Compared with the king level Great King Swallow of the Hokage and Shinigami Shizuka's Blastoise, Tetsuya felt that the difference in strength was still quite obvious. On the one hand, it may be a one-sided dual cooperation relationship. On the other hand, it also shows that the strength of their partners has improved quite well. Under the somewhat ugly gaze of the Hokage, the angry King Swallow's steel wings not only did not rush up to cause damage to Tetsuya's Pokémon, but was instead restricted by Pidgeot and Blaziken. In addition, the rock blockade of the rock system also caused considerable damage to the King Swallow. A look of struggle appeared on its face. TSK, the Hokage felt as if he had been slapped in the face. What are you looking at? Why don't you release your Pokémon? He looked at the surrounding Magna Team members fiercely. Go, Zubat/Zubat. Although the subordinates secretly complained in their hearts, they immediately sent out their own air combat Pokémon. The Hokage threw out the second Pokéball. It was a Quasi-King level Zubat. Under its leadership, more than 20 elite and ordinary Zubat and Zubat came towards Tetsuya. Damn, no moral principles. Although he had expected this, ZHE couldn't help but curse when it happened. The Magna Team actually outnumbered him and bullied him alone. ZHE didn't think that he could fight against so many enemies with just 3 Pokémon, Blaziken, Pidgeot, and Togekiss. Blaziken and Pidgeot could fight against the King Swallow together, but they couldn't defeat the opponent in a short time. The remaining Togekiss couldn't fight so many Pokémon at once. It wasn't that ZHE didn't want to send Serpentier and the others to play, but the venue didn't allow it. Considering the flexibility, Pidgeot couldn't carry Pokémon on its back. Togekiss couldn't put down a second Pokémon on its back after accommodating him and Blaziken. Even the thinnest Dragonite couldn't do it, not to mention the giant rock. As for going back to the ground to fight, after considering the composition of the opponent's Pokémon team, ZHE gave up the idea. Fighting in the air was his best choice. What should I do? His brows wrinkled anxiously. How much is the energy activation progress? Looking at Tetsuya, who was helpless in the sky, the Hokage turned his head and asked about the current situation of his subordinates. 50%. We can evacuate in 3 minutes. The operator replied with sweat on his forehead. At this time, the temperature on the volcano was constantly rising. Not only him, but also the Hokage was covered with sweat. Very good. The Hokage nodded with satisfaction. At this speed, as long as nothing unexpected happens, the support of the Alliance will not arrive in time. Beside the crater, the complex and precise instruments kept flashing red lights. Every time it flashed, the progress bar on its screen would move forward a little, and the earth would tremble with it. Boom! This tremor spread to the entire oak forest. In the darkness, an abandoned ancestral hall began to look a little different. Dots of green light gathered here from all directions. Pull! A somewhat silly, but somewhat angry cry came from it. Outside the ancestral hall, a green vortex was formed. A green creature like an elf flew out of it. Its head is round, converging behind its head in an arc shape, and there are green tentacles with blue tips on its forehead. A pair of light blue eyes are surrounded by a circle of thick black eye circles, and the round toeless feet and three-fingered hands make it look cute despite its petiteness. If Tetsuya was here, he would recognize this Pokémon immediately. Isn't this the psychic and grass-type mythical Pokémon he has been thinking about? Silly Bee, with its big eyes filled with anger, seemed to suddenly sense something. Pull. It looked at the crater not far away with some surprise. That was the target of its trip, but it seemed to have a familiar smell. But, in Tetsuya's pocket, the GS ball placed in the box shook again without him noticing. Pull. Silly Bee, as if confirming something, became cheerful again. It turned several circles in the air. Then it dived back into the green vortex from which it came. Including ZHE, who was struggling to hold on. Everyone was attracted by the sudden dazzling green light in the distance. The next moment, ZHE raised his hands that were emitting green light in disbelief. What's going on? Am I a Green Lantern? No, he was a little flustered. Then, ZHE felt that the whole world had become different in his perception. He subconsciously hooked his fingers at the trees below. The lush trees seemed to have not changed much, but they became much older in an instant. Dots of green light spread up. Boss, it seems that I can beat the opponent. The wave of doubt of Flame Chicken sounded in ZHE's heart. It felt that its power suddenly became much stronger under the coverage of green dots. Chapter 348, Crushing and Chain Reaction. No, it's more than just a little. Flame Chicken subconsciously squeezed its claws lightly. Bang! The sudden sound of air bursting startled it. And with the continuous influx of green light spots, Flame Chicken felt that its power was still getting stronger. Boss. Flame Chicken turned its head and looked at Tetsuya. Tetsuya immediately understood what it meant. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, he vaguely guessed and waved his hand gently. Under his control, the green light that originally entered Flame Chicken's body rushed towards Pidgeot. Beep. Feeling his body constantly filling up, Pidgeot shouted excitedly. Don't give him time, King Swallow, you brave bird. The Hokage below hurriedly commanded his Pokémon to use the most powerful trick. No matter what this sudden green light is for, it looks like it is beneficial to the opponent. On the other hand, it means that it is extremely disadvantageous to them. Zubat/Galbert, use ultrasonic waves. The shocked Magna Team soldiers also recovered after their leader's words. They immediately commanded their Pokémon to use their skills to interfere. Sorry, it's a little late. Looking at the Magna Team below, who reacted quickly and launched an attack, ZHE also sighed that these dark organizations were really difficult to deal with and muttered to himself. Looking at the Pidgeot beside him, who broke through the inexplicable boundary and whose momentum was rising, and the vague perception in his heart, a happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, let them see what a true king level Pokémon is. Beep. Pidgeot, who was emitting green light all over his body, spread his wings and looked extremely arrogant. First, it's Tailwind. ZHE also snapped his fingers lightly. A strong whirlwind was generated out of thin air. With the blessing of Pidgeot's peak power at this time, Tailwind, which originally had no attack effect, showed a different power at this time. Some Zubats on Team Magna couldn't even fly against the oncoming wind. They were blown back to the ground, as if they were powerless. My Tailwind, your head whined. Swoosh! The next moment, with a harsh sound, Pidgeot, flapping its wings, disappeared from the eyes of everyone in the elves. Except for Tetsuya. probably because of the inexplicable green light, although he couldn't see it with his eyes. In his perception, Pidgeot's movements and position were clear. Ultrasonic waves, will they work? Tetsuya was a little disdainful. You know, even if Pidgeot was in its normal state before, its maximum speed in the air could easily reach Mach 2. At this speed, it would be a joke to attack it with any sonic skills. Of course, considering the time required for acceleration and various combat factors, Pidgeot could not always maintain its maximum speed to fight and dodge. But that was before. The current Pidgeot has its strength raised to its current potential limit and has a tailwind state. Its acceleration ability from 0 to maximum is invincible in front of these weak elves. Looking at the Pidgeot that had circled the enemy several times, feeling its eagerness, ZHE also waved his hand. Pidgeot, show them what the ubiquitous S/ is. Finally, after this order was issued, people and elves saw the white light that suddenly appeared in the sky with their naked eyes. Then, the extremely gorgeous S/s that seemed to be free of charge began to fall from all directions. Hiss. The king swallow, who was still gathering the brave bird, cried out in panic. At this time, the golden energy film on its body had only covered less than half. Brave bird is the existence of the flying type physical attack ultimate move second only to the divine bird. The biggest problem is that the lead time is too long. If it is, when the opponent is suppressed, it is not a big deal. The flying type elves are enough to use this gap to drag out a lead time. But when the two sides are evenly matched, or even attack from behind, it will undoubtedly become a very unrealistic thing to want to use Brave Bird quickly. Under the gaze of the trembling Zubat and Zubat, countless S/s rushed straight to their bodies. Boom, an explosion-like sound rang out. A huge cloud of dust appeared in the sky. Pockets was very considerate in controlling the surrounding air to prevent his trainer from being choked to death. One after another, bat-like Pokémon fell from the sky powerlessly. Hiss, an extremely weak cry came from the smoke. Tetsuya's expression remained unchanged. Pidgeot, give it the last blow. Beep. Pidgeot, who appeared in front of Tetsuya at some point, flapped its wings again. Under its precise control, two S/s crossed the sky and sank into the smoke. The pupils of the Hokage shrank slightly. In his sight, the king swallow was pushed back by the two S/s and flew out of the smoke and crashed to the ground. Hiss. The king swallow still shouted unwillingly. How could the weak guy on the opposite side suddenly become so strong? It was not convinced. Then it fainted. Hung. Another violent explosion sounded. The Hokage subconsciously looked in the direction of the crater behind him. Arsehole. He cursed directly. In just a few seconds, Pidgeot, who had just finished clearing the area, came to the instrument at the crater. He didn't need any skills. He just scratched his claws, and the instrument exploded. Although in order to withstand the heat of the volcano, the instruments of the Magneteam are excellent in both hardness and heat resistance, but under Pidgeot's attack, they are worse than paper. The Hokage was not worried about the punishment after the failure of this mission. He was mainly sorry for the instruments. As a dark organization, the Magneteam's economic conditions are not as good as most people imagine. For example, research expenses, transportation expenses, pensions, etc. These are all big money making. Not every dark organization can use its public identity to open a large cross-regional listed company like the Rocket Team's boss Sakaki. Nowadays, even if it is a semi-religious dark organization like the Magneteam, if there is no welfare or something, no one will join it to work for it. After all, it is not impossible to be a salted fish in the alliance and wait for death. 5 instruments. I won't be killed by Hoenn when I go back. The Hokage's heart trembled fiercely. He didn't want to deal with that kind of woman, especially when he was not in the right. As for not being able to run back, the Hokage thought that was a joke. Although Zaya seemed to suppress a group of them alone, there was a premise. As one of the 3 Hokages, he had not yet sent out his main spirits at this time. If you have the ability, come down. The Hokage raised his head and challenged Zaya fiercely. Zaya's face was a little strange. Are you sure? He was inexplicably teasing. But in the eyes of the Hokage, this was a manifestation of his guilty conscience. That unknown green light spot, you can only use it on one spirit. The Hokage sneered and revealed one of the weaknesses of the green light blessing. It must be said that his observation ability is still quite sharp. So Zaya shrugged calmly. TSK, this time it was the Hokkage's turn not to reply. He turned around and said, "Retreat. You're kidding. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." The soldiers of the Magna team never expected that the order to retreat would come so suddenly. They hurriedly took out their Pokeballs to retrieve their flying Pokémons that had lost their combat capabilities. "Don't move. You are surrounded. Surrender." A heroic female voice came. Miss Junsha, who seemed like a shadow clone, appeared at the foot of the volcano, blocking the entire exit passage. Just like in movies and TV shows, Miss Junsha always comes a step late. However, it is not too late at this time. The Magma team's retreat suddenly stopped. The Hokage looked a little ugly. The speed of this group of Junsha support was much faster than he thought. He was vomiting and diarrhea. The captain of the action team, AG, said that he had something to say. He seriously suspected that the Junsha in the town of Hinoki and their partner, the Wind Speed Dog, the cat dog, were born into a racing family. These people just didn't slow down in the jungle. The other members of the action team were not much better. It was just that AG followed the strongest Junsha's Wind Speed Dog, so he looked more miserable. Aha! Under the gaze of everyone, the Hokage under the cloak spread his hands. "Miss Junsha, what are you doing? We are just a group of trainers who come for adventure." To be honest, his innocent tone, if it weren't for the clothes on his body and the wreckage of the equipment behind him, ZHE would think that what he said was right. "Malvateam, I declare that you have illegally entered the oak forest and intended to destroy the trees in the forest. You have violated Article 114 of the League's regulations. Immediately squat with your hands on your heads." Miss Junsha didn't care what he said at all and repeated the warning again, which was very standard. ZHE was a little helpless in the air. This is probably the official style of the League. Anyway, if it were him, he would just rush up without saying a word and tie them up. "Miss Junsha, the League cannot slander good people. We didn't do anything destructive." The Hokage said he was not panicked. This was just a small scene. Tetsua's mouth twitched. No, these days, the black organizations are all using their brains. Shouldn't they just admit it directly? If the Hokage knew what he was thinking, he would definitely despise him. If the mission was completed, then he would admit it. But if the mission failed, why would he insist on saying that he did it? He is not stupid. Anyway, no matter who you are, now, immediately, squat down with your head in your hands. Miss Junsha raised her hand. All the Growliths and Windy Dogs fell to the ground and made threatening noises. Okay, but Miss Junsha, according to the laws of the Alliance, you only have 24 hours. The Hokage was the first to squat down with his head in his hands. Seeing that their boss had done this, although they were still a little worried, the soldiers of the Magna team had to do the same. The Hokage snorted inwardly. It's not the first time he has been to the police station. Doesn't he know the procedures? For cross-regional matters like this, 24 hours of detention and interrogation is not enough to pass on the message. He is a good guy in the Johto region. Handcuff them and push them back. Miss Junsha led her sisters to work. By the way, what are you doing, Zay? Her eyes were quickly attracted by the landing Zay. Now Zay seemed like a green light bulb. Zay didn't know what to do. He could control this thing, but he couldn't turn it on and off. Rustle, the leaves of the surrounding trees suddenly moved automatically without wind. Everyone subconsciously took a vigilant posture. After about half a minute of stalemate, nothing happened. That seems to be okay, Zay reminded awkwardly. Ahem, coughs came one after another. You're not green anymore. AG was the first to notice Zay's change. Zay rolled his eyes. Although what he said was right, why did he feel so awkward? The leader, Miss Junsha, looked at Zay deeply. No matter what happened, let's go back first. Zay and AG nodded silently. As the group retreated and disappeared, the oak forest returned to its original dark and gloomy appearance. While walking back to Hinoki Town, Tetsuya took the time to look at the panel of Pidgeot displayed by Zero. Pidgeot breakthrough. He was thoughtful. Just now, during the battle, the words in the brackets were energy blessing. In other words, is it really going to break through to the King of Heaven? Tetsuya was immediately excited. If he really breaks through to the King of Heaven, then today is a big win. Also, that power, is it Celebi? He looked up at the depths of the oak forest again. The forest, the green light, and what Sukun said before, this kind of energy blessing can only be done by a few mythical beasts. Then there is only one answer left. Is it because I saw the barren oak forest after the volcano exploded in the long river of time? Combining Celebi's ability and personality, Tetsuya quickly deduced the general situation. As the god of the forest who travels through time, it seems that it is a very natural thing for Celebi to save the forest, and it is not worth being surprised. The only problem is, how did Celebi fall for me? Is it because I'm too handsome? Tetsuya shook his head narcissistically. Kanto, Tokiwa, boss, there's something wrong with the slowpoke plan in Hinoki Town. Manaji, dressed as a regular secretary, reported to Sakaki respectfully with a folder in hand. Without knowing the details, Abby from the Hinoki gym led Junsha to directly surround the well of Slowpoke, and all the members there were arrested. Meow the cat boss next to Sakaki made a weak cry. Check. Sakaki uttered a simple word. Understood. Manaji nodded. In addition, according to the information from the informant, the Magna team has been frequently appearing in the Johto area recently. I suspect this matter is related to them. Chapter 349. Why is it so popular among the elves? Team Magma. Sakaki's eyes narrowed slightly. I see. You go check it out first. He waved his hand. Yes. Manaji bowed and left the room. In the dark room, only the cat boss was left lying next to Sakaki. It elegantly stretched out its tongue and licked its fur. Hone, I haven't found you yet, but you've already targeted Team Rocket. The faint voice kept echoing. So, I'm really a good person, Miss Junsha. Listening to the Hokage's playful statement in the interrogation room, Miss Junsha felt like she almost smashed the table. Bang, the door slammed shut. Haven't you found this guy's criminal record yet? Miss Junsha, who was in charge of the interrogation, asked. No. Another Junsha was also helpless. The purpose of the Magma team was not to sabotage, and he should have just come to Johto, so there is no relevant record in the alliance. As for Hone, they haven't responded yet. Is it okay? ZHE, who was sitting next to him and drinking tea with Abby, looked at him curiously. As the gym leader of Hinoki Town, he should be more concerned about the Magna team appearing in Abby's jurisdiction. It's okay. Don't underestimate Miss Junsha. Abby blinked. If they can't find anything, don't expect me to gain anything. To put it bluntly, even if he is a gym leader, Abby is at most a fool compared to the Junsha family that is spread all over the world and in all walks of life. Although he is the leader of the Junsha of the Hinoki Town Police Department, it is just the respect of the Junsha family for his strength. That's right. ZHE nodded. By the way, how did you stop that Hokage? Abby asked with interest. Although that guy seems average in my opinion, there should be some king level elves. Could it be that you? As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened. No. ZHE also quickly dispelled the other party's association. It's like this. He repeated what had just happened. The green light that suddenly appeared in the forest. Abi took a sip of tea. It should be Celebi. Why? ZHE was also curious. That's another story. Abi shrugged. In the past, there lived a group of people who believed in and claimed that they had seen the forest god Celebi in the oak forest. For a period of time, it attracted a lot of people, and a shrine was built inside. Speaking of these stories and things around the Cypress town, he seemed to be very handy. But as you know, the mythical beasts don't like to appear in front of people, especially the special mythical beasts like Celebi. So, as time went by, this so-called belief became weaker, so that later, only 2 or 3 fanatics who insisted on believing in the existence of Celebi in the oak forest were still there. When they died, no one in Juniper Town believed that Celebi really appeared in the oak forest, and the shrine gradually became deserted. But, at this point, Abby seemed to suddenly remember something and stopped. Zay was also aroused by him. But what? But, I remember that old man Steele seemed to have gone there a few times. Abby touched his chin and said uncertainly, Mr. Steele? Zay was stunned. Yes, those old guys must know a lot of things we don't know. Abby said, but I'm not sure. After all, the old man often wanders around. When your cone ball is made, you can ask him. By the way, I advise you not to hold too much hope. He probably won't tell you. Abby looked quite resentful. This time it was Tetsuya's turn to think. Is it possible that Mr. Steele knows about Celebi's existence? Of course. He quickly made a judgment. After all, Professor Oak, Celebi, and Mr. Steele are all connected. Although I have heard that powerful mythical beasts can improve the strength of Pokémon for a period of time without side effects, I have never seen it. Abby on the opposite side began to sigh again. Yes, it's my first time too. Tetsuya, who came back to his senses, nodded in agreement. This kind of power has exceeded his imagination. Fortunately, the forced improvement like Celebi just now still follows the laws of the world. Even if it is a mythical beast that controls the power of the forest and time, Celebi cannot force Pidgeot, who only has the potential of the king level, to be above the semi-champion. It's a pity that I didn't experience how strong the Pokémon at the peak of the champion is. Tetsuya thought a little unsatisfied. It's a pity, but it's not a big deal. After all, judging from the situation just now, giving this opportunity to Pidgeot is the best choice. It's not that Flame Chicken can't solve the situation at that time, but that this will bring the greatest benefits. The fact that Pidgeot is currently in the process of breaking through is the most powerful evidence. Blaziken is indeed stronger than Pidgeot in terms of talent, potential, and strength, but in terms of breaking through to the level of a champion, Pidgeot is undoubtedly the one that is ahead. Moreover, Tetsuya is also very worried. After jumping directly from a quasi-champion to a champion, maybe Blaziken's mentality will collapse after the end. This is not difficult to imagine. Whether it is the sudden surge of power or the feeling of powerlessness after the blessing disappears, it is very likely to blow up the mentality of a Pokémon. In comparison, the possible damage is nothing. Then again, the vitality of the forest and the power of time reversal, will this thing cause damage to the Pokémon? Tetsuya began to think. If the mythical beast is replaced with a black and white dragon or something, maybe the result will be different. No matter how you think about it, the power that Celebi controls is really limited in terms of destructive power. I suggest that you pay attention to your Pidgeot's mentality recently and let it take the opportunity to feel the state at that time. Not knowing what Tetsuya was thinking, Abby gave his own advice. Just like what Tetsuya thought, he also felt that this was not a bad thing, but a great thing. There are people who have seen legendary beasts, it's just Celebi. Abby said that he was not jealous at all. It's a grass type Pokémon anyway, and I'm a bug type Pokémon trainer. He comforted himself silently. But Abby seemed to have forgotten one thing. That is the bug type. In fact, there are currently no known legendary beasts with this attribute. Celebi, the forest god with grass type, is already one of the legendary beasts that has the greatest relationship with him. Of course, before the appearance of Genesect, young Rayquaza was not incapable of taking on the title of the bug-type god. It's just that the strength is generally weaker. But who said that caterpillars are not beliefs? Well, I know. Tetsuya nodded seriously. Abby was thinking about him sincerely. Abby nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. He is indeed a good guy who listens to suggestions. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, you can go back first. Meet at the entrance of the Hinoki gym at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Putting the last sip of tea into his stomach, Abby stood up. Thank you for your hard work today. I didn't expect the Magna team to show up here and let you take risks. It's okay, it's my duty. Zaya responded hurriedly. Not good. His face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Abby looked at him and became nervous. I saw 2 Rocket Team members on the way to find the Magna team, but I was only thinking about Celebi and forgot about them. Zaya knocked his head. It's already this time. They probably ran away. It's nothing. Abby breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something else. He smiled and said, the Rocket Team at the Well of Slowpoke is the focus. These 2 probably ran away temporarily. They should have been scared and ran away a long time ago. That's right. Zaya has completely become a nodding machine at this moment. Then I'll go back first. He said goodbye. See you tomorrow morning. Abby sent him out of the police station. Then I'll go back first. I'll leave this to you. Abby briefly exchanged a few words with Junsha and left the scene. Under the night sky, the police station was as bright as day. The police cell in Hinoki town has not been so lively for a long time. The rocket team in black and the magma team in red were madly mocking each other through the cell door. The Miss Junsha felt that these people were seriously ill. They had to quarrel in the middle of the night instead of resting well. The top leaders of the Johto Alliance were also quite troubled at this time. You say, how did the rocket team and the magma team get together? It would be fine if they got together, but why did it have to be Johto? Can't it be Kanto or Wahone? If this gets out, who knows what people in other places will think. Do they think Johto is easy to bully? That night, the Junsha family received a piece of news that made them quite happy from a conscientious tycoon in Jamona. Tetsuya, who was sleeping in the Pokémon Center of Hinoki Town, had no idea that, just because of the one glance, before entering the town, how many chain reactions were triggered on this day. Facing the sun, Tetsuya stretched lazily. Good morning. Miss Joy, who passed by, greeted him warmly. Good morning, Miss Joy. Tetsuya smiled back. This Miss Joy was the Joy he met yesterday, who worked at the Pokémon Center in the Oak Forest. Because it was not safe to go deep into the Oak Forest at night. After completing the mission yesterday, this Joy stayed at the Pokémon Center in Hinoki Town. Anyway, we are all family. Looking at Joy happily talking to Miss Joy, who was not sure how far away she was from him, Tetsuya really felt that the two major families of the Alliance were the bugs of this world. Except for the flashy heterochromatic Joy he met in the light red city last year, he had never seen a Miss Joy who looked different. I really need to ask Zyada Gang sometime, how did that guy tell them apart? Tetsuya was puzzled. He thought that as a trainer, he had a sharp observation ability. But is the difference of a hair tip being a few centimeters shorter really a detail that humans can observe? And listening to Jiro's recent complaints on the phone, Tetsuya felt that Zyada Gang was becoming more and more like a babysitter. He subconsciously looked up at the clock. Oops. Tetsuya thought to himself that it was not good. He was going to be late. He hurriedly ran out of the Pokémon Center and headed straight for the Hinoki gym. Half an hour later, in the Oak Forest, it was still dark during the day. I don't like you, Sister Lee. Abi looked at Tetsuya, who was surrounded by bug Pokémon, with red eyes. Why are there so many cute little guys around you? Tetsuya forced an awkward smile. Cute, huh? It's not that he has a prejudice against bug Pokémon, but these bugs twisting and turning on the ground really make people's scalps numb. He finally understood what Zyarksha thought when she saw the bug Pokémon. If you think they are cute, why not try to capture them with a bug net? Tetsuya said to Abi with tears in his eyes. That won't work. Abi shook his head seriously. These kids are still suitable for living freely in the forest. Look, this is the state of mind of the gym leader. Loek, I don't want to subdue them, because their potential is too low. Hayek, they are suitable for living freely in the forest. Commanding the electric dragon to use a weak arc to hit another stingtail that climbed up his trouser leg. Zay was really a little numb. He had never been so popular before. It seems that the legend that Celebi has a great attraction to the elves in the forest is true. Abi looked at Zay's expression and nodded in agreement. The breath of the mythical beast is not so easy to eliminate. Although it is only a long-range support, the residual breath is enough to drive ordinary elves crazy. In this way, there is less room for the use of the insect net. Looking at the more and more bug-type elves gathering around, Abi began to have a headache. He likes bug-type Pokémon, but the number in front of him is too much. They didn't come here to catch Pokémon this time, but mainly to test the applicability of the bug net in the wild. In this case, let alone the bug net, throwing a tattered red and white ball might yield something. Beedrill, Peak Queen, Karis, Butterfree, Foratus, let them go. After a brief thought, AB threw out 5 Pokeballs. Boom. The next moment, almost all the bug Pokémon scattered. AB's 5 Pokémons were either floating or standing, exuding their own aura. For bug Pokémons with extremely difficult living environments and extremely strict rules, these 5 king level bug Pokémons are simply devilish. Tetsuya's Dragonite also subconsciously took a fighting stance. Stare. Beedrill turned its head and looked at it. The sharp double needles in the tail needle that occasionally flashed a bright light. If he hadn't known that Sakaki had an invincible Beedrill, Tetsuya would have dared to assert that AB's Beedrill was definitely the strongest Beedrill in the world. Hiss. The next moment, in Abi's incredulous eyes, His 5 elves rushed towards Zay's arms. No. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I can only apologize by posting more chapters. I will try to post one more chapter every day before New Year's Day. Chapter 350. Residents of the Forest. Yesterday's chapter 344 has been changed. Just refresh. Hinoki Town. Kyan Mian, who transformed into an ordinary male trainer, looked at the orderly town and smacked his lips secretly. Fortunately, he did not act on his own last night and ran fast. Otherwise he would probably be in the police station like those idiots. I said, such a brainless person should not be a three-headed fire. He thought with a little sarcasm. Quick, post the information and let everyone be vigilant. The shout of Miss Junsha who ran past him reached Kyan Mian's ears. Not good. Kyan Mian's face hidden under the mask changed immediately. He felt something was wrong. The 3 big words hurry up and leave kept flashing in his mind. For so long, as a notorious guy who stole everything and was called a big thief, but was actually a thief, Kyan Mian had almost 100% confidence in his intuition. If it weren't for his keen intuition, Kyan Mian felt that he would have been arrested and killed long ago. Even if the Alliance's regulations do not allow him to die, he has many enemies. Kyan Mian turned his direction without saying a word and followed the crowd out. Miss Junsha would never have thought that the sunny little brother who passed by was actually a super thief. We received a report that a thief who has been roaming between cities and the capital will come to our Hinoki town recently. All residents of the town should pay attention. When you meet a stranger, please be sure to keep your personal belongings. If you lose something, please contact the police as soon as possible. The words of the beautiful Miss Junsha were obviously heard by the residents. Damn it, who is it? Kyan Mian, who seemed to be calm on the surface, had already cursed in his heart. What on earth should he do to cause a commotion? Could it be that he looked at the Hinoki gym in the center of Hinoki town in a suicidal way? No. Kyan Mian shook his head repeatedly in his mind. He didn't know how such an idea came into his mind. It's better for me to run away first than to let my friend die. The cautious Kyan Mian made a decision quickly. He came to the Juniper town quietly and disappeared into the jungle quietly. Except for a few people, no one knew that this thief had been here and evacuated. However, his direction was a little wrong. If Kyan Mian's ears were ridiculously good, he could hear the wailing of Abby coming from the direction he was heading. Why, Beedrill, Queen Bee, Karis, Butterfree, and Fretus. Abby shouted his own Pokémon several times in disbelief. Obviously, they ignored him. Especially the Beedrill, relying on its position in the team while driving away a few wild insect Pokémon that didn't know what was good for Tetsua's feet. It also directly attached to Tetsua's body. I have to say, it's quite scary. The Beedrill that I usually see is always flying in the sky, so it doesn't feel that obvious. But when I look closer, wow, this is a big guy. The Beedrill, with an average body length of 1 meter and a weight of nearly 30 kilograms, gives people the feeling that it can take your life in the next moment. The double needles that are comparable to half of its body length are even more terrifying. Moreover, the Beedrill of Abby is far more developed than its peers. They subconsciously gestured that it was 2/3 of his size. It was outrageous. If he was not tall enough, maybe including the wings, the Beedrill would be bigger than him. The only thing to be thankful for is that from Zaya's aesthetic point of view, among Abby's 5 main Pokémon, only Karis does not meet his aesthetic standards. The rest, even the less attractive Foritus, also has considerable beauty. Looking at Abby, whose mentality was somewhat exploded, Zaya wisely chose not to further stimulate him. He came here to discuss business. If he broke the mentality of his partners, then there would be no business to discuss. Abby took a deep breath. Without saying a word, he took out the Pokeball and took back his own ungrateful wolves. Ahem. Thank you. Zaya thanked weakly. You're welcome. Abby gritted his teeth. If he had expected this scene, he would definitely not choose to rescue Zaya in this way. Of course, it was just a joke. Abby's Pokémon dared to do this because they saw the relationship between the two from the Pokeball. Otherwise, for the king level Pokémon, nothing would be more important than protecting their trainers. Even the legendary beasts are the same. as long as it is an enemy, as the trainer's partner. Even if the opponent is a god, they will attack without hesitation. If they are all friends, then they should stick together. They are all peace-loving Pokémon. Where to go next? Looking at Abby's eyes twitching constantly, Zaya quickly changed the subject. Let's go to Area 30, where there are rich species of bug Pokémon and a relatively complete ecology. Abby, who was still angry, gave an answer without thinking. For him, the Oak Forest is not only a paradise for bug Pokémon, but also his home. Zaya raised his eyebrows. If his memory is correct, the Cathy and Laris tribes confirmed by Flamel yesterday live nearby. The distance between areas 30, 32, and 33 is really only a few dozen trees. Zaya's eyes changed when he looked at Abby. You handsome guy, you said you wouldn't give me a back door, but your actions are still very honest. In this regard, he can only say, well done. Especially today, Zay felt very confident. His built-in Celebi buff is still in effect. Let's go. Abby didn't think so much. Although he knew where the psychic Pokémon were, the first thing he considered was how to better experiment with the insect net. Hinoki Town can be said to be the southernmost town in the Johto region, and the ocean is below. So the oak forest that surrounds Hinoki Town is like our own backyard for us Hinoki people. If we want to go to other cities via Route 34 and Route 33, we must pass through here. Walking on the road, Abby introduced the geographical location of the oak forest to Zaya in detail. Is the weather here always like this? Zaya was a little worried when he saw the gradually spreading fog. Yes. Abby nodded. Due to geographical reasons, it is foggy here most of the time. Butterfree, please. As he said, he threw a Pokeball. Butterfree appeared in the air and flapped its wings leisurely. With its help, the originally pitch black vision has improved a little. Don't worry, I know how to get there, just follow me. Abby comforted Zaya. Speaking of which, your Blaziken carries charcoal, right? He said with certainty. Zaya nodded silently. The charcoal shop in the Oak Forest is a unique place in our Hinoki Town. Abby looked proud. Because of what happened yesterday, I have already told the owner. We will go there later. Your reward is there. Oh. Zaya raised his eyebrows. To be honest, the effect of the charcoal that Flame Chicken is carrying now is indeed not worthy of it. It is only a 10% increase, which is just enough to meet the line of normal props. There is no way. Zaya is really not rich. This charcoal is the prize of the St. Anne's competition last year. He has been thinking about when to update the props that Flame Chicken carries. Maybe because of this, Flame Chicken can break through the King of Heaven more quickly. In addition to mastering the method of making charcoal props, the owner of the charcoal shop can also help strengthen the original charcoal's amplification effect. Abby said proudly, while carrying the insect net. Zaya's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly wanted to rob this store. No wonder Hinoki Town can achieve economic growth solely by relying on the charcoal shop. Whether it is production or enhancement, this skill is too amazing. Speaking of which, it is thanks to Old Man Steel. If it weren't for him, the owner of the charcoal shop would not have chosen to live in Hinoki Town. Abby said. Didn't you say that you valued the volcano behind the mountain in Hinoki Town? ZHE also asked subconsciously. But where are there no volcanoes? Abby smiled. The volcano in Hinoki Town is not unique. There is no shortage of volcanoes in this world. Stores like charcoal shops are the most popular even in the most economically developed cities. So for Hinoki Town and AB, Steel, who grew up here, is really doing his best to help them grow. Mr. Steel is indeed a great man. ZHE also sighed. Maybe it's because of this that the other party can hone a skill so well. Sometimes, skills require not only skills, but also emotions. Shrouded in thick fog, the two did not notice that behind a huge tree, an elf with a green bolded hairstyle was pulling a yellow fox elf and secretly watching them. Invisible waves interacted between the two of them. It was the Lulus and Cassie that Zaya had dreamed of. Cassie opened his squinting eyes in a half-awake state. It really just wanted to have a good sleep. Lulus, with a white body and a green bolded, called out. The red eyes hidden under the green hair suddenly lit up. The blue-purple superpower was transmitted directly from its body to Cassie. Cassie, whose spirit was suddenly lifted, sighed silently. Lulus smiled and pulled its hand. If Zaya and Abby saw this scene, they would be shocked. To put it bluntly, superpowers are actually a special form of spiritual power. This kind of energy with a strong personal will cannot be shared and strengthened at will. Even Nancy is the same. She could only use her psychic power to amplify lackism, her trump card, for a long time. The tacit understanding and cooperation of the other Pokémons were not enough to do this. Forcing it would only greatly shorten the duration and bring considerable side effects. And this Ralts was able to use its own mental power to replenish Cass's power in its first form. This is outrageous. Moreover, Cass's brain, which was overtired after using her psychic power, is not so easy to recover. In the same first form, Ralts did not show any signs of fatigue after replenishing Cass's power. In all aspects, this Ralts' ability is quite outstanding. Ralts looking at his little follower who had recovered his spirit, Ralts tilted his head and made a questioning cry. Cassie thought for a while and replied, "This is the most powerful part of the psychic Pokémon. Their IQs are far higher than those of humans, except that their thinking patterns are sometimes a little simple, but in other aspects they are better than humans." Although he doesn't have an IQ of nearly 3000 like his final evolution, Alakazam, Cass's intelligence is beyond words. If it weren't for his tired brain, his popularity would have been even higher. Then, a slight spatial fluctuation flashed by. The two Pokémon had already disappeared on the spot. Butterfree, who was fanning himself, raised his head alertly. "What's wrong?" Abby, who was chatting happily with Tetsuya, looked at his partner. He didn't think there was anything in this forest that could threaten his existence. Rather, he was very curious that there were Pokémons who came to disturb them in this situation. Could Butterfree's king level momentum be fake? Butterfree said something to his trainer. Psychic power fluctuation? Abby was thoughtful. If it was an ordinary bug type Pokémon, even if it was relatively strong, it would be quite difficult to sense psychic power. After all, concealment is one of the greatest characteristics of psychic power. But Butterfree is different. It is known as a half-psychic Pokémon, especially after reaching the king level. This also makes Butterfree, as a bug-type Pokémon, have a lot of extra room to play in battle. It should be a little guy who ran out. Abby, who is familiar with the habits of the psychic-type Pokémon in the Oak Forest, quickly guessed. He looked at Zaya. If a Pokémon really chose this kid, it would be good. Zaya looked at the silent Abby and asked a question mark. "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Butterfree said it smelled delicious. "Let's continue," Abby said calmly. Butterfree opened his eyes wide. "I didn't." "You are talking nonsense." "Oh, it seems that it is also a greedy guy." Zaya nodded in agreement, and his little guys are the same. Butterfree's antennae slowly drooped down. "Reputation is harmful." "No." It looked at its trainer. "You have to give me a good name." Abby stretched out 3 fingers in the blind spot that Zaya couldn't see. Butterfree's tentacles suddenly rose up again. "That's not impossible." Nelly not far away, a large Lilulus in an evening dress looked at her child and made a puzzled sound. Lilulus covered her face with shame. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.